I got the signal I sent back,
Self-evidently by machine,
2.6. Thanks for the interruption. Let's start over.
no problem.
I sent a signal. I get the same signal I sent 2.6 seconds later. That is what happens when you send a signal to the moon.
So, bro, your machine is part of a model. The machine does not see or observe. You
Okay,
use
what's
a
the model?
machine to
Where's
send
the
signal
model?
with. Well, don't get so hung up in the model, but you still use a machine, you see.
Okay, the machine is sending a signal, and
Sure
the
is.
machine is receiving that same signal 2.6 seconds later.
Amazing.
What is the cause for that delay?
Well, that's a great question. Maybe you should do a scientific study and figure out what the cause of that delay is. And
Oh,
instead
well, radar
of
already did that
imagining your
study.
interpretive framework.
It's not
Oh,
an
really now?
interpretation. Radar already does this.
Oh, great.
So
So
it's
you have
kind
a
of
distance there.
so it's kind of like you're saying, all right, well, there's no interference that's been accounted for that's consistent, right? And then the other side saying, well, how do we validate its accuracy over longer distances? I think that's what's going back and forth.
Interference drowns out a signal. Interference does not make a new signal out of nothing. And it especially does not make a signal that you sent just willy-nilly.
And
Right,
especially
but I mean,
not a signal that is only artificially reproducible. We are not sending signals that are in that form or shape were being created just out of nothing. So, for example, we are not just sending a constant red light beam. It's a pulsed laser with specific pulses, and these
Oh, I'm not
specific
talking about a
pulses
laser,
we
man.
receive. No, I
it
just mean
doesn't matter what you're sending.
as a second test. So the radar also has a specific frequency, and we only receive that specific frequency at that specific delay if we point it to the moon and we get it from the direction of the moon back.
Yeah. So if there was an interference, you would get an improper reading, right? So it would have to be a consistent interference to constantly get an accurate reading. And that's kind of what
Okay.
Doof is saying. Well, we don't get inaccurate readings. We could double check, and we always get the same measurement. Then the other side's kind of saying, well, how do we know it's accurate over that long of a distance, right?
Well, you
You're
seem to
sending
not know what
signals to the
interference
moon,
means.
and
Well,
a
hold on a
pulse
second.
can actually reflect
There's
what
something
is
that
really
needs to be
being
cleared up first. Interference means that your signal is drowned out. It's not intelligible anymore. I received the exact signal I sent, so that's not interference. Interference is not
No,
at
it just
play.
means it can compromise your result. It can interfere with your signal. It can
I get
manipulate it
my signal back. It's not interference if I get my signal
along its
back.
path. Along its path.
Okay?
Can be
You'll have to come up with because now you got a cool positive claim on your end that interference can
I didn't make
cause
the claim.
you to
I'm
receive.
saying
Because you
you're
made
saying
the claim, you
Oh.
made the claim that interference along the path can make your signal come back, but delayed.
Bro,
no, I'm saying
I don't think it was a
that's
to the
what
claim. I
would
think
moon.
it was a
happen.
question.
Sending signals to the moon or receiving signals is not evidence of distance or nature.
wouldn't-
It's
I wouldn't make
evidence
the
that a
It is
signal was
if you
sent
use radar.
and
I wouldn't make
something
the
was.
claim.
Like we can use radar and we have evidence that something is far away, but suddenly, as soon as we point it at the moon, it's not evidence anymore.
I
Time
wouldn't make the
delay
claim.
is interpreted through assumptions about signal speed, dude. The reflection or return is interpreted through assumptions about surface properties and distance. And the calibration of the device and the translation of data into a distance value depend on a prior model of how light, radio, or laser signals interact with space and matter. So, you are not observing the moon's distance, you are operating within a technological feedback loop designed to produce consistent outputs based on predefined assumptions. You really
Okay, so
need to
when I
get it
use
into your
radar
head.
anywhere
I'm not
else,
finished. Get it into your head that machines and signals provide interaction, not direct revelation of reality.
okay, but I can use radar any other time, and then you don't have a problem with that. But as soon as I point it at the moon, it's a problem.
No, that's not at all a problem. What's a problem is when you take your interpretation, your opinion, and you now project an entire landscape of what this signifies upon what is already evident.
Radar is not an opinion.
That is what I call a universal gaslight.
Okay, radar
Do you
is
have
not an
anything-
opinion, and thanks you for gaslighting me. Radar is not an opinion. I can use radio, point it at an object, and the return signal has a delay to it. That tells me how far away that object is. Every single object I point radar at does the same thing. As
Okay,
soon
can
as
I
I
ask
point
you a
it at the
question then?
moon, I can't do that
Uh-huh.
anymore because I'm making an assumption, but you're not telling me
Okay.
why that assumption is incorrect. You're saying there
just wanna
is
ask
an
a question.
assumption, and you're not giving me any counter evidence that shows that it's wrong.
He's not going to right now because there isn't any right now to verify that. But my
The-
question to you is when you're saying you're pointing at everything and it's fine except when you point it at the moon, is there other things you have at all you can show me an experiment or some kind of test, whatever, that you're pointing it in the sky at other things in the sky?
You can send a signal to the ISS, and the repeater that's on the station sends a signal back to you.
Well,
Okay.
I have not placed
And
my
you
feet on the
verify
moon.
supposedly where they said the ISS says, yeah, you're going to actually hit that sucker?
Sorry, you say that again?
How far away is that exactly again?
ISS is about
Distance to that.
240 miles up, or 240
So
miles
give or
or so.
take the same amount?
No, 240 versus 240,000.
Oh, okay, different. I was going to say, what the fuck?
That's convenient.
Okay, there are many
No, it's
reasons
not
as
the
to
same,
why you
honey.
can get
It's not
that
the same. I
distance
thought he was saying it
measured.
was the same. I was like, what the hell are you talking about? It's okay.
Wow. Yeah, what the hell am I talking about? Let's listen to it. There are many reasons
No, I
why you can
wasn't
get
talking
that.
to you. I thought Doofus was mistaken. It's okay. I heard him wrong.
You don't need to come in and attempt to moderate him.
What?
Wasn't moderating. I was asking a damn
Moderate.
questions. Yeah, you better sit
Moderating.
down.
He said
Yeah,
mother, but that's funny
you
because
could
that you
maybe
didn't do it.
listen to people talking. Then you would also be part of the communication and not just ranting.
Yeah, and who was talking here? Was it me and Doofus, or what was it?
Or is it the Rambler?
It's a public channel.
Well,
Sure is.
I'm pretty sure it was me, Doofus, and other people too.
Yeah.
It's a
and
public
Doofus.
channel.
Doofus, before they put the retro reflectors on the moon, how was the signal bounced off the moon before they did that?
Well, a lot of hams before then. I mean, the radio waves don't depend on the retroreflectors at all.
Oh, okay.
they said it was a laser. So it's nothing. about
No,
radio
Snooze
waves.
brought in a laser. I don't care about laser. I'm
Yeah,
talking
but
about
it was
laser.
MIT, and they said it was a laser, regardless of what you think. It was a laser stipulated in their findings, not a
Okay,
radio
well, I'm
wave.
bringing evidence I personally collected, which is I did send a signal to the moon, and it came back 2.6 seconds later.
Who was that? Mr. Moon.
Who is what?
Stop it, you guys. Who came back?
Inside your own belief system, you believe you can set your foot on the moon. And inside your own belief system, then, who's to say that they didn't plant the device so that when you point at the moon, you get your obvious, self-evident, machine-made, result? Use your brain a little.
I'm still
So if
waiting
I
for that.
use my brain on this one, as you say, as you gaslight me and
Even
saying I'm not
worse.
using my brain,
Yeah.
there we go. We got more gaslighting going on. So if I use my brain on this one, if they set foot on the moon, then it's 240,000 miles away because that's how they had to get to it. So if
That's
you want to go
questionable.
with what the mainstream claims in order to disprove the mainstream, that's fucking dumb.
Yes, that was not a
I'm
good one,
still-
Zanuck. I'm sorry. I thought the
No.
same exact logic. I'm like, why would they plant something on it? You're sitting here acting like you don't even. This makes zero sense.
I'm still waiting for the time that it takes to receive London to Sydney a radio wave.
That's
Okay,
a
we
little
can
bit
keep waiting.
better than the rest of this shit. Yes, thank you.
Because
Sissy.
that will clearly
a little.
blow their 2 seconds away for sure. And that's why they don't want to
Would
say
it?
it.
Right, I already gave you a good guess. I mean, depends on the great circle
That's
distance
wrong.
between the
That's
two.
wrong.
Which I already,
That's wrong. Google
which I
it.
already,
Unless Google's wrong.
which I already. Jesus Christ. It doesn't matter
Well,
what
Jesus
anybody
Christ, I
says.
don't
You're just
know,
going
I
to keep
don't know.
talking through
That's
it.
another
Nobody's going to
topic,
ever
another
actually
topic.
talk to you because you're not going to hear it. Even if you're not talking, you're not going to hear it. Jeez.
You're preaching. Say it
Right,
in
because I already explained it to you. I'm just explaining that I already explained it to you, and now I'm explaining
so
it
you
to you.
guessed it. So you guessed it. You don't know, but you guessed it, and that's what I. Okay, it's good enough for me. You guessed it. Your guess is good as mine.
It's
You
not.
heard
It's
that
clearly
saying?
better
You
because
heard
I
that
already
saying?
explained where my guess came from because I know that an entire great circle the light would take, or the radio signal would take 1/7 of a second in
Put
order
the
to go around the
citation
Earth.
Bro,
rather
So-
than
you're
then-
assuming.
So then the
opinion.
distance between both of you children can wait until I'm done with my fucking answer.
Oh, now you're getting angry. I love
Right, because you guys can't control yourselves.
it. Are you passive aggressive?
So if we know that a full great circle is 1/7 of a second, then a portion of that great circle can be scaled to that value.
Okay, so let's actually talk about this. You see, you are assuming that the signal traveled or travels at a known constant speed, and that it is a known medium along a known path without any unknown influences, just because you can't name them.
Ta-da.
So,
Okay, well, if we don't appeal to possibility here, we need to have
which
evidence
is what you're
that
doing.
I'm not. So we have
Yes,
evidence
the one
that
where
light.
this doesn't make sense or isn't.
Oh my God! You have to interrupt every time I'm trying to respond. So every
Preach.
measurement of radio time delay that we have available to us, all of that says radio waves are roughly 300,000 meters per second. That's pretty good. And then what's really fun about that is if you mention mediums, you're actually talking about refraction and its effect on the speed of light as it goes through that medium. Refraction affects lower frequencies less than higher frequencies. Radio waves are notoriously way less. They have a way lower frequency than light, and light is not affected by air all that much. Not at all, really. It's a little bit. So radio waves are affected even less. So you got to come up with some reason why the assumption is wrong, because every time I apply that assumption, I get meaningful results. And now you want me to replace that with nothing.
Great. So let's figure this one out as well. You see, about the signal itself, you assume that the speed of the signal is known and constant, and you assume that the signal, that being light, laser, radio, or whatever, travels at a fixed speed, usually taken as the speed of light in a vacuum, which is 299 million something milliseconds.
Yeah,
You
it's just
assume no local
300,000
atmospheric
kilometers a second.
And furthermore, you assume no local atmospheric or space condition alters the speed, even though signal speed can be affected by, for example, what you even invoke yourself, which is atmospheric refraction, gravitational lensing, and electromagnetic field interactions. Like,
what?
You have now an
Did I say
assumption
that?
that ignores your own framework.
What about radiation?
And that's
What about it?
What about
Can
it?
they
What
pass
about it?
through the-
You are
the
ignoring your
Van Allen belt?
own man.
Look, what does my own framework say radiation does to a signal?
Man, let's not go into radiation. I didn't say that. So
Yeah,
let's
fuck
not
no,
get
it
into
doesn't
the
say
Hegelian
anything. It
dialectic.
says
I
nothing.
said
It says absolutely
atmospheric
no effect
refraction.
whatsoever.
Oh, so atmospheric refraction has no effect on the signal? Oh, great. Gravitational lensing, neither? Oh, great.
No, it says refraction.
Thank you for debunking them.
Are you psychotic?
This is an insanity case.
Why do you laugh like a psychopath?
Okay, if you listen to what I actually said, what I said was the radiation claim that was thrown out there by pure rigor.
Wow.
My framework says
What?
there is no effect from radiation on the delay of the signal. There's absolutely none. Now,
Yeah, you
also,
me.
within my framework, as I just mentioned a moment ago, refraction affects light way more than it affects radio waves. I'm sending a radio wave. That
Opinion.
effect is in the less than 10 thousandths of a percent difference.
Amazing.
Okay, do it. Do it. What the heck? I cannot talk this morning. Is there a possibility, honey? Just straight up. Just even a 1%. Please give me the truth from your honesty. Right? From your honesty.
If
Could
I
it be
want to
wrong?
acknowledge,
Could it be wrong?
if I want to acknowledge that there's some way that my measurement is wrong, I have to have evidence that it's wrong. I don't have to have somebody say, well, it could be something we've never seen before, could be interfering with your signal. I need to actually have evidence that something is interfering with the signal.
But it's inaccurate, right?
But you don't
would
have
say that.
evidence for a fact that it is 100%, right?
What I have is evidence that it is giving me a return 2.6 seconds later. What I
Signal
don't
is.
have is evidence that that is being manipulated by something else. If I have a return and my assumptions hold true for every other instance of getting a return signal, then I have to assume reasonably that the thing that I do everywhere else and works fine also works fine here. If I don't assume that, I'm committing special pleading, which is a fallacy.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier. You need a consistent interference, but it's not accurate.
It's not
as
interference.
accurate.
You've
It's
got
not
many
interference.
interferences, though.
That's
Bro.
what I said. That's what I'm
Something
trying
in
to
the
say.
way.
Bro, if the
You would
moon is
need-
where you say it is, then signal passing through the Earth's atmosphere will experience refraction, as you say. But you see,
Less than
what happens
10,000th
now?
of a percent of an effect, as I already mentioned.
Amazing.
And they got it all
Doofus,
mapped
how-
out.
The
Doofus,
point is
how-
that you're assuming it's the moon. You
What
think
about the
it's the moon.
gravitational lensing you talk
You're
about?
hoping it's the moon. You're pointing it at the moon. But there is a possibility that it's not. That is
And
still
if
on the
somebody
table.
wants to entertain that idea, they have to provide
Okay.
evidence that there is an effect that could make that signal longer.
Oh, about your gravitationally induced delays, I guess we just need to use your own interpretive framework and, show that it does indeed work in your imagined way.
I'm
And that would,
introducing Santa's sleigh.
It's like a house of cards, dude. Like you're forgetting
I
your
don't
own
even know if
theories
the
and
moon
how
is
they
not a
affect each
hologram,
other.
huh? Could be hitting
Okay,
something behind it.
in my own framework, Zynact or SEACT or however you want to be called today, in my own framework, there is nothing in between us and the moon that would provide a gravitational lensing effect that would cause this problem.
Why is it not
Yeah.
affected by scale?
7 layers of atmosphere, radiation, electromagnetic
Layers of
system,
atmosphere is less than 10,000th of a percent of an
Humidity.
issue.
I'll just give
Immediately.
you the conclusion.
clouds.
I'm not sure I want to engage with this anymore. This
Why
is
is the-
very
Because
simple.
I haven't been wanting to engage for a minute. I've been trying.
with it.
No,
Can
why
you
does
guys
the math
stop it?
not get
Okay.
affected by scale? Right, when you scale it up, because like you were saying, all right, I could bounce it locally, right, on the Earth and yada yada. But then when you go
Okay.
hundreds of thousands of miles away, it's not affected by this. You know what I mean? Like you scale the distance out so far, and the math carries on consistent. And there's
Okay,
no
and I'll tell you why the scale is not a problem. Because if I have air between me and most of the objects on Earth, and I measure speed of light there that's within within 10,000% off from what light would be through a vacuum. If I measure that, that's the effect that I've seen. If I bounce something off the moon, that's the upper bound for how much effect there should be. So I
Wait, what?
don't have evidence that there should be more of an effect.
Okay, man. So
That just
within
doesn't.
your
That's like
own scientific
circular.
framework, within
It's
your own
not
scientific
circular.
within your own scientific framework, the speed of the signal cannot be assumed constant without ignoring known and accepted physical phenomena. So your entire calculation.
Oh my
rests
God,
on
I already addressed
idealized
this. You're just
symbol-
saying it again.
Man,
Right, I already addressed this. You said, well, it could be gravitational. Well, there's nothing between the Earth and the Moon that would cause that, so we can move on. What else you got?
so they don't. So you actually now paradoxically admit that they don't exist. Don't you get it?
There's no paradox here. You're saying that gravitation
Knock
should
that off
cause
your
the
mind.
signal to have a different return. I'm saying in the model that you are invoking, no. The answer is no, there shouldn't be an effect. 2.6 seconds is the only precision I gave you anyway.
Right. So the math would have to scale perfectly, right?
The math would have to scale. Explain that.
Like the math would have to carry, right, for hundreds of thousands of miles, right? Because we can't measure hundreds of thousands of miles on the Earth to validate, its distance limitations, right? We can only do whatever the local limitations are.
So we can
So-
measure how
Dis-
much radio waves are dampened by air or by other mediums, or
Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what
Wait
I'm
a
talking
second, I was
You
not.
missed my
I,
point.
oh, I'm sorry that I was ready.
Yeah, I was talking before you started, but okay.
No.
You're kind of skipping my
Distance
point.
is not an effect either. It's not like the distance is going to cause something. Distance is not a cause.
No, distance is like your calibration, right? Look at it in a
No,
sense of like
distance
your
is not my calibration.
Okay, your validation.
It's not my validation either. The
Okay, so what the
distance,
fuck is it? Like,
the distance and the time, that those two things together, the speed of the light, is what the
it's
calibration
your
is based
measurement.
off of.
Yeah, so your distance.
No, speed, velocity.
Yes, to the object, which is a fucking distance, and that distance is measured. Like, why are you just being like difficult?
Okay, so
Speed
you
versus
got to
time is
explain why I
distance.
can't use that assumption for that distance. You're saying I can't use it, but why? Why can't I
No,
use
I'm
it?
not saying you can't. Like, when did I say you can't? I'm asking you, like, locally, what is the limitations? Like, how far can we validate that locally, right? Before we take it out into space. Radio
what do you-
waves. How far can we shoot the radio waves and get
as far as radar goes,
to
what do
where
you
we
mean?
can confirm them on the planet?
Right, as far as radar goes, what do you mean?
This is
Like,
not the real.
I
This
just
is not
wanted.
at all the conversation.
What I'm
He
trying to
claim-
say.
So
Go ahead, just go. I'm not going to get anywhere with them.
No,
You just
you're
make it
asking
go.
him what I
just-
basically
Yeah.
was what I was basically
I'm just
asking earlier
wondering.
is the limitations of the radar gun when you're using it, how far we've actually used it on Earth, right? Or even shooting the sky. What does it hit? Anything else like 150,000 miles? I mean, what are you trying to find? What is the farthest it's built for?
Right,
And I
because you're
just want to-
scaling the math up, right? You're taking that formula and it works like on a small scale with your tolerances within acceptable, and then you're timesing it by like 100, right? And you're going hundreds of thousands of miles away, and you're saying, yeah, it's pretty accurate. Like,
And I just wanted to address that before. So we know how much radio waves of specific frequencies are dampened or reduced by air, by moisture in the air, and so on. That we can verify. Specific pressure of air, specific amount of moisture in air. We can also verify how the pressure gradient reduces vertically. And then we can also verify that, for example, radio waves distribute unreduced through vacuum. So then it's
Yeah.
only reducing by the spreading out of the wave. So with these measurements before, we then can extrapolate the distance because we know how much amount it would travel through thicker air, how much the reduction would be, and how long it then would travel to nearly no air. Because we
Okay.
know that very up in the sky, there is no air anymore. And then we can
Great.
measure, we can calculate the distance out of it.
So let's get back to the actual topic. So
Right, and that's what I was
Simply-
asked about scaling. Does it scale, and do you trust the
Man, I'm
validity
talking.
of it? Well, it was kind of just trying to wrap up with them.
Great.
I can
Now
just-
it's wrapped up. So here's the real paradox. You are claiming to measure the moon's distance by sending signals and timing their return. But you also accept, as all modern physics does, that signal speed can be affected by atmospheric refraction, gravitational lensing, and electromagnetic field interactions. So here is the paradox, dude. Man, okay. I'm really curious, One, how can you claim a precise distance that you must assume the signal speed remains constant and its path remains direct, while also two, by your own science, you know the signal speeds and the path can vary and sometimes does? Like you are assuming constant speed and you are yet again ignoring your own #real physics. So if you admit to a variable speed, your calculated distance becomes uncertain. Yeah. You cannot both trust the calculation absolutely and accept the physics that undermines its certainty. So, do you realize the paradox you live in?
No, well, then we have to come up with evidence for the speed of the radio waves are changing speed, and we know it slows down a tiny bit in the atmosphere, but that's it. You have
Wow.
to show how radio waves are slowed down.
I also have to know what's going on up there more, not just by what I'm being told by an authority or in a book. I'd actually have to personally know what's going on up there then.
What do you mean by that? Touching the moon yourself?
Because
or-
you guys tell me you're gonna know, right? If it's like no temperature, how cold, if it's not cold, like seriously, the atmosphere, no atmosphere. You're gonna tell me you know when you get up there exactly what's going on. But what's funny is they didn't even know what was going on not too long ago, right? They went up there and everything else, but they didn't even realize that they were in an atmosphere, their own atmosphere of the Earth. Come on now, guys. You're reading shit in a book and you want to tell me you know exactly what's happening and what's going on in the sky.
Stefan, we already have the evidence. You asked me of evidence, you know. It is plain and clear and publicly observable that the moon's visible presence and its phases, path across the sky, and physical appearances are all direct evidences, you see. So what you're actually asking is not evidence. You're asking for confirmation of your interpretation of the evidence, specifically that the moon's distance and nature are as your models claim. And that's not requesting evidence, you see. That's demanding agreement with your framework.
Can one do parallax measurements of the moon?
Now you're moving the goalpost and
No,
doing
no,
it
no,
again.
no. I'm not. It's just an additional way of measuring the distance. Can one do parallax distance to the moon?
Okay, so again, you do this, which is you provide interpretations that requires trust in a mediated instrument by hidden
now
assumptions and
geometry.
institutional models.
So now just measuring angles and geometry is based on interpretation. So you can interpret geometry just the way you like.
This has nothing
what
to
you're
do
saying.
about me standing on the ground and seeing the moon.
If you know the baseline and you have two angles, parallax works. Or are you denying it?
Now you're attempting to invoke me into your interpretive framework so as to conceptualize your ideas.
So yeah, okay. So how is my interpretation of geometry wrong?
I'm not saying your interpretation of geometry is wrong. Simply
The
moon is
are the
round, is it
angles-
not? And it has faces.
No. It doesn't matter what the surface is like. The distance would change it a tiny bit, depending on the baseline, if it's curved or if it's flat. Still, parallax will give us a result that it's way, way far away.
Bro, I know it's not about the surface geometry, but you don't need to know the surface geometry to self-evidently see if something is or has a round shape. Like
I'm
you
not
can,
talking about
you
the
can
round
draw
shape, I'm
that on
talking-
the paper and you know it's right there in front of you and you can see it. Like even me now speaking in Discord here, there's a green circle around me when I speak. Yeah, it's self-evidently green.
No.
On a circle.
Doing parallax, you have two angles and a length of a baseline. That's it. You put it into and you do geometry, and
Now
geometry
you just
does
talk
not
about
lie.
man, now again you just invoke your interpretive framework.
Interpret
Don't you see?
what? What am I interpreting?
Well, you're at least attempting to interpret it, and you want me
What?
to
The angles,
either
the
be
length
your
of the
student.
baseline.
Yeah, there you go. You want to be a teacher to your interpretive framework, and I'm your student, I guess.
So am I
Or they would-
interpreting the baseline wrong?
Am I interpreting you correctly by you now asking me a question?
I'm asking you a question because I want to know what's wrong with the interpretation. You said the interpretation somehow makes
God,
the
don't do
result
it.
like this.
My man, I
Don't
didn't
do it
say
with
that
them. Don't do it
interpreting
to
is
him.
wrong.
Mm-mm.
What is it?
We're
What
not
is
doing this for the next
wrongly
hour.
interpreted? Could you please explain what
We're
is
definitely doing this.
interpreted wrong? The angles, the baseline.
I never said that you did interpret wrong. I just said that you do interpret.
Well, we know
You're interpreting
geometry
right now,
is based
Xanax.
on
Oh my
proofs.
God.
So okay, so I'll shut up. I'll let you
No,
go.
no.
on.
No.
Stefan,
You're
trust me.
perfect. You're perfectly fine, Stefan. Let's continue. Never mind.
Actually, I don't have time because I'm washing the house, getting it ready to be painted this summer. So I'll just listen in for now. I just had a break. Cheers.
Okay. Yeah, no problem.
I think I just got hit by a radio wave.
So are we claiming that the distance to the moon is correct or wrong? What I'm hearing?
No, we're claiming that by their own assertion of how they acquire said distance, it's actually a paradox, because they now need to not talk about their calculations that physics do say is general and exist, which is atmospheric refraction, gravitational lensing, and electromagnetic field interactions, because they completely ignored that so as to make the signal speed hitting the moon and returning to you be constant. So immediately upon you saying that that is not actually so, and you're ignoring your own interpretive framework and model, the whole modality collapses.
Really? Is that what you believe?
No, it's not what I believe. It's just what's self-evident because the paradox is named.
Well, what do you think? Maybe the people that actually measure it. What do you think? Do you think they don't take these things into account?
I mean, someone just said
They
that
don't seem
humidity and all
aware
this
to
stuff
be.
is taken to an account, needs to be taken into an account. Okay. So if that has to be taken into account, why is the reading back every single time consistent?
It's
Well,
much probably
supposing-
interacting with something different.
Just to answer Earth is life, what makes you suppose that the being is aware of their own world when you have the main body of philosophy asking the foundational questions of who am I? What can I know? What is reality? How just confused am I about this world and what can be known? Is only belief anteceding knowledge? You know, these kind of questions. It's fair to assume, or maybe it's self-evident that they're perhaps pretty dissociated. Don't you get it?
Finished?
Yeah.
Okay. So can we or can we not know things? Is that what you're claiming? Can we not learn things? Can we not repeat things?
I'm claiming that you definitely can know things.
Okay, so the people that have actually measured this and studied this for maybe years and years, you don't think they took any of those things into account that you're claiming might throw the measurement off a little bit?
Well, they're claiming that their interpretation through these devices is self-evident. I'm saying that it is not, because obviously they just believe in their interpretations.
You're saying that, right? Because that's your interpretation.
Yeah, I think I speak with the voice of reality when I say that.
Any of the people that actually do this, are they asking those same questions?
Well, again, if the main body of philosophy obviously shows that the human being is educated and conditioned to ask the question, who am I? What is reality? What can I know? Where do I walk when I walk down the road that I don't know if I walk down because I don't know? You know,
You're going on a tangent.
What do you think?
You're on a tangent. You're going on a tangent.
Likely a tangent, bro. I might be spinning.
Welcome to the globe on the tangent.
Yeah. So we know the distance to the moon because many people have measured the distance to the moon. Whether it's with radar or lasers, we know the distance to the moon. It's always pretty consistent, and we know that it's actually moving away from us.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. I just explained that you are now living in a paradox when you claim this.
There's no paradox, man. There's no paradox.
You are now ignoring atmospheric refraction, gravitational lensing, and electromagnetic field interactions inside your own narrative. You're just blindly and willfully ignoring them.
There's more than that. Van Allen belts.
Likely
These
more
are
than that, but that, I mean, that's the best I came up with just now. You know,
these are
you're
your
blindly
claims.
How much
ignoring your
study-
own like huge theories and ideas inside your own interpretive framework. You're cherry picking and saying these do not now suddenly exist at all because if the speed is now to be granted in this way that I desire it to be interpreted because it needs to be so, then this is the speed of the
There is more
constantness
than
of
one way to
these
measure the
things we
distance to the
ignore.
moon.
How many?
Don't you get it?
How many ways?
I get it. I get it that these are your interpretations and these are
No,
your
it's not my
claims.
interpretations. It's self-evidently your behavior and the actions you do.
Keep talking over when I
You know,
try and
if
respond.
Yo,
bro,
hold
if you
on,
get
see,
punched in the face, it's self-evidently so that you're punched in the face and it's an action.
And now we're talking about idle threat. Idle threats here now.
Now let him
it's not.
respond, dude.
You
Go
don't
ahead.
need to go into presuming
Come on.
so.
So, what's your best evidence for the distance of the moon again?
Because
Radio
many
waves.
Radio waves or lasers?
Both.
Both.
You got problems. Yeah, you got problems with both. So, which one are you
Problems
gonna
for both.
choose? Yeah.
What's your evidence that we have problems for both?
Well, let's get into it. Which one do you want to use first? Radio waves?
Radio waves. Yes, go ahead.
I think the fact it's changed, like since the '60s, and it's changed by hundreds of miles. I think that's a bit of a problem.
Is it since the 60s?
So
100 miles?
Yeah, yeah. Pre-Apollo.
hold on,
Yeah,
hold
look
on
it
a
up.
second, dude.
About
Wait,
200
dude.
miles. Imagine in
So-
space, you're 200 miles off your Mach. Whew,
Jesus
that's tough.
Christ. Trying to get in, bro.
Really?
You're gonna be talking, right? So if you use radio waves as your evidence for assuming the distance of the moon, it's based off the premise that the radio waves are propagating at a certain rate from here to the moon. And when you get a return signal that you, by measuring the time it took to get a return signal, that's how you estimate the distance, correct?
Yep.
Well, how confident are you, whether it's lasers or radio waves, that the signal that's being propagated isn't being affected by external factors, making the signal, delaying the signal's return?
I'm very, very confident because very smart people that have very precise equipment, more precise than I have, more precise than you have measured it for years. That's how
A radio
confident I am.
waves. A radio wave.
But you have to admit that there's a certain confidence, right? There's a confidence to the experiment.
I'm not finished. So whether you want to sit here and make claims about it because maybe you don't understand the process, that's not my fault. Okay, that's you. Maybe you should go and research a little bit more and stop just denying things because you don't think it's possible.
But
But
you
we
are
don't
now
get-
invoking the
Astronomy
realms
global
of the
yeah,
imaginary,
how
and
much-
we don't give appeal to the imaginary. You see, so if
That's
you want
okay,
to
that's
talk about your imaginary what if case
cool.
scenarios and your fantasies, I mean, sure, create your own YouTube account and I mean create your fiction. But we're here to talk
Mhm.
about what is real, what is evident, what can be known.
No, you're
You know?
here. No, you're here to talk about
can
things
I-
that maybe you don't understand.
I'm trying to talk to this guy. Give me like a couple minutes, bro, with this guy. Can I do that?
Yeah, all yours.
All right. You know that plasma has a significant effect on the propagation of electromagnetic waves. You agree with that?
Hey, where's the plasma between here
Hold on.
and?
Dude, we'll get there. I just want you to concede that plasma has a significant effect on the propagation of electromagnetic waves. Yes or no?
If we're shooting something through plasma, then probably yes, most likely yes.
Yes. Okay.
Are we?
And
Now,
what type?
hold on,
What
wait,
type?
Before you ask
All
me
right.
another question, answer my question. Where is the plasma between here and the moon?
It's right before the ionosphere. I'm gonna have to somebody fact check me on this, but it's in the. I
Yeah,
think it's
fact check that.
it's called the. It's called the magnet. I can't remember. It starts with an M, dude. I want to say magnetosphere. Is that how you say it? Magnetosphere.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the
I've
Earth.
got it up.
This is according to your model. The Earth is surrounded by plasma, It's part of the shielding that the Earth naturally has, right? It's part of the magnetosphere, and it's if you look the thickness. Now I don't know if they have a standard consensus of how. What is it?
Mesosphere.
It's something with
The
an angle.
ionosphere is
It's
a
got
extremely
mesosphere, which
thin.
is a
Yeah, it's ionis
about-
and
yeah.
magnetosphere.
I said it's
and
up to the
ionosphere.
ionosphere.
Remember, it depends on the wavelengths of the radio waves.
that's the only
Hold on,
one
dude.
we
Let's
get.
one thing at a time, dude. One thing at a
mesosphere.
time. You guys are getting ahead of yourself. Hold on. Wait a second.
I love how they pick and
We
choose
need to agree that we got to come to an agreement that the Earth is surrounded by plasma, and that
Yeah,
the plasma has is significantly thick, right? We're talking about tens of thousands of miles thick that stretches out into space. You agree with that?
You think that's affecting that's affecting the wave going to the moon?
You have to
Hey,
consider.
hey,
You have to.
hey,
You
real
have
quick.
to.
Housekeeping
Go ahead.
here. So Jin is in general talk. He is able to talk. So if people want to talk to Jin, please go down there. Take one for the
That's
team
funny.
if you have to.
It's funny, Omni.
I gotta go. I'll be back later. I gotta go.
Yeah, it's magnetosphere. It's with the Van Allen belts.
It is magnetosphere, right? So
Yeah,
there you
yeah,
go,
yeah.
right? So this is according to your model. You have plasma surrounding the Earth of significant thickness, tens of thousands of miles thick, and we know objectively, because they've done this in the lab, that electromagnetic propagation is significantly affected by plasma, and it can affect the propagation by, it can refract it. It does all types of shit to it.
Yeah, refract and reflect.
It can refract, it can reflect, it can cancel it out, right? The wave could be completely canceled out or diffused, absorbed, whatever you want to call it. It can be attenuated. And this is a fact. So when you do these distance calculations, you have to understand that potentially you can't, these are variables that are uncontrolled, right? You can't control for the plasma that surrounds the Earth. So you have to include that in your calculations, which I guarantee you're not. For all we know, the distance could be a lot closer, but because of the affected waves, you're getting a delayed signal, making it seem like the moon's a lot farther than it actually is.
First off, different wavelengths are not stopped by plasma. The other thing is the density of the plasma in Earth's atmosphere is very, very low. So your argument doesn't work. This has been known for a long, long time. Have you guys ever looked into how astronomy has been doing science regarding refraction and the effects of the atmosphere on radar, radio waves, light, and so on and so forth? No, you haven't, have you?
Yeah,
Of
but
course not.
it says like plain as day. It says the radio frequency can be affected by the plasma, right? It says so that's why they use high frequency signals, right? Used to communication with the moon tend to pass through plasma without major interference. So that that signals there is some type of interference, right?
There is, but why? Yeah, but the
Right.
ionosphere
that's
is
what he's
used for
pointing out.
HF radio because we know that the ionosphere bounces back those radio signals. So you can use that over long distances, like across mountains where you don't have a direct line of sight. I mean, these things are known.
I think it's an accuracy point, right?
I'm just, the reason I brought this up, because for a proper experiment, you have to be able to control all variables, right? And with this type of experiment, you can't control for all the variables out there. So for you guys are a little bit confident, overconfident.
Oh, we come to a conclusion?
No, they're thinking. Brain cell.
What's happening is that Omni is answering my questionnaire. You should pay attention to what he writes.
That's in the text chat. We ain't talking about that.
It definitely is.
I thought everyone rushed down to talk with Jin.
Two.
Jin's gonna be back.
Mm-hmm.
Don't wish that on your worst enemy.
I'm just happy I don't have to mod it anymore. Not my responsibility. Wow, this conversation went from 100 to 0.
For the flat earthers in the room, whether you guys entertain the container or not, the firmament or not, if there is, right, a firmament up there, if I presuppose a firmament up there based off of inductive and deductive reasoning, how thick is it, right? I have the Ascension of Isaiah and other Abraham. There's other scriptures that state that the thickness of the firmament is as thick as the crust is to the face of it. So from the crust of the earth to the face of the firmament, that's how thick it is. It's really, really thick. So with that being said, if theoretically, right, hypothetically speaking, if you were to shoot a laser to the moon, that laser would have to penetrate that, that crystal. It's a crystalline structure. And then it would have to reflect back. We don't know what type of effects it's going to have to the propagation of that laser, right? There's light scattering that occurs. We know that even though light is supposed to be constant, and it's supposed to be a constant velocity regardless of medium, light it seems to slow down when it hits certain mediums, because of the refractive index, right? The light scattering that occurs inside that crystal, because it redirects the propagation of the light. So if this laser is getting shot to the moon and the moon's beyond the firmament or inside the firmament, which is what I believe, it delays the response, right? The responding signal. For all we know, and I granted it is speculation. It's because of the light scattering, the refracting that's going on when it hits the crystal, making it seem like the moon's way farther away than it actually is. Because it's delaying the signal.
But wouldn't it be a possibility that this dome crystallization, whatever we're hitting, could be hit anywhere, not just pointing it at the moon then? You should be able to point it at the dome everywhere and hit it.
Yeah, you're right. But the moon...
this is why my brain hasn't done that yet. Yeah, I was thinking about that earlier. Honey. I was just saying,
it is interesting how the moon does have this, it's like a reflector. It does reflect radio waves and light rays somehow. But even the signal that you get back, if you look into it in some of the papers from the universities, it's a very, very weak signal. So they send billions of photons, and guess how many photons they get back from the billions that they sent?
How many?
Guess, just guess.
33. I'm just kidding.
That's a good guess.
666.
No, lower than that.
13.
Wait.
Lower than that.
Amazing.
Like 2 or 3 then. He's only going to get a couple back. 3.
They only get a couple photons back, if that. If you look into it, a lot of times it's sub-photon. Like below 1 photon. Below 1 photon.
Okay.
And they most probably don't even see a photo, and they just see the activity that's supposedly caused by the photon.
And what are they saying is like obstructing this or interfering with it?
They're not.
It's just, well, the amount, like the guy was saying earlier, the atmosphere does have a factor on it, but by the time it gets to space, it's really not. It's not being diffused or anything by the atmosphere. It's just it has to do with the inverse square law, because the light spreads out.
I get
Isn't
it.
that going though based on all that goes on what the model says though and what the books say, what space is and what's going on up there? We'd actually have to verify that and know what's going on. They say, oh, right here it stops here. There's no more atmosphere. Do we know that? We don't actually know when everything stops and everything that is happening supposedly. It's all being told to us after a certain point, and we can only verify so much of this shit. Shouldn't shouldn't there be a change constantly when he's hitting that, trying to take a shot to the moon, right? Taking a little radar gun, laser, whatever. Shouldn't it be not it be consistent? It should be a change all the time.
With solar
Because
winds and
I'm hearing
stuff,
it's
yeah.
consistent. Yeah.
Yeah, you
How
get
is it
constant
consistent?
changes.
Oh,
Like,
is
but
there changes?
they
Because I just heard
all
earlier from Doofus said it was consistent. Is it consistent or not? I'm just trying to figure that out.
I think they're like relatively close to each other. You know, the readings, and they just
Okay.
average
Yeah.
them.
And by a minute amount or something. Got you.
Well, that's what they that's the claim.
Say. Yeah.
It's such a small amount, it doesn't matter.
It's wild though because they say there's so much space junk. How do you know it ain't bouncing off one of their supposed satellites?
Because every time they point at that moon directly, it does this. Well, that's what I kept saying.
Yeah,
Well, they
but
say
it's
also pointed at the ISS, and I'm like, okay, it's doing that. I want to see them point at more things. This is why I started thinking about the dome. Oh, how do I know it's not a hologram? I can't prove any of this shit, and you ain't hitting something behind it, in front of
well,
it. I have no understanding of that.
if it's emitting a frequency, how do you know it ain't reacting with the frequency? It's like you just have to put your faith in. Oh, this is the way it is, but it could be anything. Could be like Santa's sleigh for all we know.
And then measuring
Is it-
angles, I'm supposed
think
to
about it.
measure angles, and I'm going to figure that's going to be my answer. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, buddy.
I was going to say though, you're saying that they like another frequency might be messing it up or whatever, but if you send a clean frequency and it comes back exactly the same, then it hasn't been interfered with, is it? You know?
You don't, but we don't know that. It could still be going through a medium. Like, we're assuming that there's nothing between us and the moon. Like, it's just the atmosphere and then deep space. Like, yeah, like, I mean, you can assume that, right? And then try to do the calculations, the delta of the wave. But again, like, we don't know that for a fact, fortunately. I'm under the impression that there is a container surrounding us, and that container is going to have a significant effect on any of the propagation, whether it's light or whether it's a radio wave.
I'm not even seeing that the moon's not even there, wherever it's at, that you're hitting something. You just can't verify that the distance is correct. Now you're talking about that amount of distance, and we don't know if there's something that, like you said, if there actually is a dome, and you put that into the equation, everything's going to be on it differently. We don't know if this is correct. It's assumptions again.
Either way, yeah. Either way, we're speculating, but
See, I like to have my own radar gun and shit. I want to do also. Is anybody got any equipment in our freaking community that we don't just sit around and talk about this shit? We actually meet up and do some stuff together. Because I'm getting tired of just like talking about a lot of things. I want to do some things. Just saying.
I think it might be tricky with the radio one. I think you would need something to like amplify it because from what I'm reading on it, it's saying that the signal comes back rather weak because of the distance.
They're saying
So it's
any
like-
ham. They said something about a ham radio wave one, that you need to find a ham, someone who's got a ham, or I don't know.
Yeah, there's levels of strength though with the ham operators and the equipment. You know, you'd have to have a certain like power, I suppose.
Yeah, they're the kind of guys you could ask to and they'd be happy to show you apparently.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying I know anything about this. This is me just speaking out, thinking about
Yeah,
logical here. What Jib said, Lion just said, billions are sent out. A few only come back, like a couple. I mean,
Yeah,
wouldn't
what
that
I
be a
don't-
weak signal back?
What I don't doubt is they're receiving a signal back, But what I do doubt is what that signal is, because that's subjective. If I believe in the globe, yeah, it's the moon. If I don't, then what is it? That's my question. What is it? We don't know. It's kind of unfalsifiable.
You know how certain things are built to withstand a certain distance or certain things, and then people can still use them like, oh, but it works. But I'm like, yeah, but after that a certain amount of distance, honey, it's not really usable. We don't use it for that. How do I know damn for a fact? They have tested this, verified it's going to work 240,000 miles away, and it's going to hit things, and it's going to come back verification. I can't. I don't see anything on this. No proof.
I'm not sure if Lion said it earlier, but is there any indication in the scriptures of how high the firmament might be?
No, I don't think it tells us how high it is. It just tells us how thick it is. It says in one, not in the canon, in the Apocrypha, it says that the firmament, it's the container, is as thick. The first layer is as thick as the crust of the earth to the face of it, but it doesn't tell us how high it is. So I don't really know.
Okay, but when they were building the Tower of Babel, though, how big was that? Does anything talk about the measurements of that or anything, and how high they got or anything?
There must be a
leading to that?
clue
Yeah.
as to what
That's
they
what I was wondering.
suggest it is.
Yeah. I don't know.
Like if they say something like what you just said, there must be another way that you could take that interpretation and maybe make a estimation of the distance.
I mean, if you look into Operation Dominic and Operation Fishbowl, Hillary Clinton said that there's 1,000 cracks in it. She said it a couple of times.
Did she really?
That was a House of Ill Repute. That was a House of Ill Repute.
Why did she say that though? Where was that? Like, was it just out of nowhere? She just like
She
mentioned
said
it,
it a
or
couple of times. Yeah.
Yeah,
The way
she referred to.
Go ahead.
She was like, the way the media portrayed it, right? Because it raised a lot of red flags with like, people like, what the fuck, a fishbowl? What the fuck, the
Right.
glass dome? Like, what are you on about? And then they
said all
covered up by saying it was
she didn't.
like a woman thing. You know what I mean? Like girl power. They
She
cracked the
actually said
ceiling.
glass ceiling.
Yeah, it was like glass
1,000
ceiling, right?
cracks in the glass ceiling.
Yeah, we
she was
finally
the
cracked.
first female lead candidate for a presidential campaign.
Right, and that's
I thought she was
how the
talking-
media portrayed it.
Right.
I
was
thought
like,
she was
oh, girl
talking
power.
about-
To say it had anything to do with flat Earth.
Now I know I know it's symbolic. Like she's breaking through a barrier, right? A ceiling,
right?
Reaching new heights. I get it. I get the symbolism, but still, she said it a couple times, and I don't know the way she was saying it, dude. I
The
don't know.
context in which she said it was not like, oh, girl power.
She's pretty
if
cranky.
you listen to her speeches, it's not about like,
she's wicked.
you know what I mean?
You know-
It doesn't
but
match up with.
You know who she had beside her when she said that?
Mm-mm.
The what's the guy who just died?
The Pope?
Papa Francis.
Sorry.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
You
I
said
didn't know
that.
he was hanging
Anyway.
out with her,
Okay.
smoking a bong, doing some devil
See, but
signs.
I don't know. Listen, if they're doing Operation Fishbowl and they're actually doing something, they think there's natural firmament. Okay, I don't think that we've ever got to it. I don't think humans can ever verify this ever. I don't think we'll ever know how far that is. The links to it, like Vladdy was just asking a second ago. I don't think it's meant for us to be there.
I don't think we can leave.
Well, if we go biblically, we're not leaving this place. We can't leave. We're not holy enough to be in that place. So if I'm mistaken, I want to get that incorrect line. Correct me anytime, any day. You know you can. He will anyway. And that God's going to make a new heaven on earth. So therefore, this place was built for us. This is our home. Ain't going nowhere. That's why that
We
glass
ain't,
is
we
so
ain't
thick.
going to Mars. We ain't going to Mars. Nope.
Yeah, we ain't going to Mars.
I do hope when measurements come up that religion isn't used in place of measurement.
You can buy a Mars. You can buy a Mars. Snickers topic.
Man, I'm getting so confused with the candy bar scam
Doofus,
because
what
Europe was like the
measurement?
same way. Now Canada's.
What unit is God measured in?
Intelligence.
Hey,
How's that
you.
measured?
Hey, you.
Demons per square inch.
It's funny because it's true.
Flatty, you better never leave the community. You hope you guys around here who are not on our side necessarily, but you are on our side. Is there actually a side, Flatty?
Nah.
Nah.
And Schwitzy, yesterday, man, that was all banter, wasn't it? Didn't you feel
Yeah,
the
of
same way?
course.
Yeah, it was only fucking around. I think a few people thought we were serious.
I like how you changed your name.
You two fucking around? You thought we were serious? That's funny as can be. You should already know that was a joke. I would never take anything seriously if you guys were fighting. You two. I bet
You guys been keeping? Anybody been keeping up with Kanye West?
Yes, sorta. Because you know why?
Yeah, he gave
John
his
doesn't
cousin
let
a
me.
blowjob when he was a kid.
Oh, that shit's crazy. I thought his
What? But
Real
is he
quick.
actually taking it? Is this a joke, or is he actually saying this is his life, or is he just wanting
Well,
attention?
after he tweeted that him and his cousins were. I don't even want to talk about it. They were like 9 years old. He said he was like 9 years old, and I mean that's career suicide. Coming out with that publicly like that, like
yeah,
I don't even know if he's got a career anymore.
Cousins. That's taking kissing cousins to like a whole new level, huh?
Yeah. Okay.
I saw a comedian made a funny riff on that. He's like, man, so the swastika and then the hood and then now incest. Man, you're taking all the good white stuff.
Hell yeah! And what I don't understand, and he's wearing that black hood, which apparently is connected to some like Masonic Jesuit stuff. I don't even know. I know people connected to the KKK, but it's a black hood. And
it's not even a regular. It's the kind of hood it is.
Have a Nazi swastika too? Holy shit!
That's what I don't understand. You got a black dude that's rocking swastikas, and then he's also promoting Torah keeping. Like he just tweeted some stuff the other day about keeping Torah. Like he's all over the place, man.
How's the swastikas? Are they on an angle or are they square?
It was right
he's rocking the official swastika.
At a 90-degree angle. Yeah, it was a full-on Nazi swastika.
Oh, it went like the Indian version.
Bro, he's got designs now, dude, with like the swastika on them. For real. And what I don't get, dude, is how can you be black and also promote the swastika and be a Hitler apologist while also promoting Torah like the following week? Like clearly there's something wrong with him. Or
he's a genius, but he's also retarded. So I mean,
or he's involved in chaos magic, and he's reading into the Kabbalah. He's in the Kabbalah. Because in the Kabbalah, there's all like this dualism, like white, black magic stuff, chaos.
Okay. Yeah, but what is he saying with all this? Because I'm gonna be real with you, Lion. I'm not trying to be like he should be pushing this out there. But when he was real before, sitting down years ago, and he's like, slavery shouldn't exist because we're in what year? And slavery is basically of the mind, right? And then he's doing what he's doing now. Everything he's pushing is kind of like a lot of stuff our community says sometimes, but a little crazy. He's gone a little crazy with it. You sure he's not also mentioning stuff to people? I'm not going to go into names, and this is years ago. People mentioned in our own servers that they've had problems in their own families with molestation and everything else from their uncles and grandmas. Listen, it gets sick. The world is sick. It's sinister. We know about it. It's written in the book, Lion. How do we know this isn't him pointing out shit again of the families, the problems? This goes back, honey. I didn't even have my uncle hit on me and get hot tub when he's drunk. I'm not. Same things that happened to me. I was molested at 5 years old by my own family member. This is something that is real. So maybe he's pointing shit out that needs to change because we're sick out here, hon. It's getting worse. In fact, our own communities are in shambles right now. And I'm even questioning, how can people be jumping shit from our side who we never even talked about the sky mattering, about the ground matching? And all of a sudden, now people are changing their minds, going back to we're on a spinning damn water ball. And somehow God is, I guess, not existing. And we're going back to what? Creative coming from nothing? I don't know where people have gone, but I'm going to tell you something, honey. The world is changing.
Well, the created
some
from
sick shit
nothing
out
thing,
here.
that's purely a Christian fantasy. Even, atheists and agnostics don't claim, everything came from nothing. That is like the
Yeah.
straw man version of, from a religious point of view, to be like, well, if you're saying that it didn't happen my way, well, it must have happened this ridiculously absurd thing, and that's just ridiculous and absurd, right?
To a degree, where does intelligence come from? What is the beginning of everything as source? I mean, it has to start from something of intelligence and creative and great.
Those are
Creation.
three different questions.
You really want to go on
That's
that route?
true.
We spent a lot of time on it yesterday and the day before.
Oh, did you? I haven't been around, honey. Sorry. Good morning, Demon Shy, by the way.
Yeah,
No,
Christians
it's fair to be
Christians
wrong.
don't claim that either, though. Maybe some Christians do, but yeah, as far as I know, everything didn't come from nothing.
Yeah, I know that. Me too. Like, I don't agree that we ever came from nothing, and I don't believe that God created everything. So, to say that just because God didn't, I don't believe that God created it, doesn't mean I'm saying we came from nothing.
Right.
That's all I was trying to point out.
I hear you. Do you even go down the path of the one singularity, though, Demon Shy? Like it all began from? Do you start from there or no?
Well, I don't know. So there's other possibilities that if it was a Big Bang, this could be just an iteration of many different Big Bangs. Like that. That may be the case. We might have already lived full lives in previous other versions of, an expanding universe. There may even been versions that didn't have quite the same physics as this one.
Are you going
I
into
think Steve's trying to
simulation
talk, but he's
theory?
really quiet. I know I don't have to go into it. I mean, we're already here.
We're here.
I don't want to take the bait, dude. That's what I'm just
Hell no. That's such a dead end conversation.
I see. It's the problem is
Everything's a
how people
dead-end
look at
conversation.
simulation now. You guys have been fed a brainwashing of what simulation is in the first place, okay? And I know Lion will probably disagree with me on some of this stuff, but even biblical to me is a simulation. We're living in one right now because God's simulating this. He's going to simulate it again because God's going to make a new heaven on earth. He's going to give you a new body. Are we avatars or something around here? Simulated. Changing.
Yeah, I'd agree. Even if it was created by God and we were like a ghost in the machine, we would still be made of tiny little bits of particles that when you break them down to their tiniest little bit, there's really nothing there. I mean, that sounds like a simulation.
There's free will. There's free.
but
how do you have free will in a simulation?
You can. Why not?
Well,
The
you can
game is
still have
simulated.
free
It
will
gives
in a
you options
simulation,
and
like
choices.
in
Yeah.
a game, right? In a video game, you can still play and do whatever you want. But I was gonna say, to say that this is a simulation, you're basically insinuating that there's another base reality besides this one. That this is a simulation. There's another base reality.
There is.
What if the reality is simulating itself with nothing on the outside? So maybe this
No,
is
it's more
base
like
reality.
multiverse. Isn't that more like multiverses? Right?
I don't
Simulation
agree
is
with
like a
that though. That
repeat.
if this is a simulation, that there's another base reality that's more real than this one. And that's the one that we're gonna go to. Yeah, I think that.
No, well,
I mean,
see, that's where simulation goes crazy. Yeah,
that's a version of it, but there's not. Why couldn't you have one where it's simply being simulated in its own expansion? Like just one-to-one reality right now. That could be the case, and it would by definition be a simulation.
Then we are the simulation.
Well, it's
The
not that. Well, that's what I'm
probability is
saying.
we're
Like,
we're being simulated right now.
This is it, right? This is it. This is base reality, and you can call it a simulation because it seems that everything breaks down to energy, or what do they call them in string theory? Vibrating strings, or a fundamental particle, whatever the case may be. But either way, this is base reality.
Well, what if God is base reality? What if the whole of ending power, and when you die, you go back to the base reality, and you go back to being God or being part of that mindset?
But how do you have free will in a simulation? A simulation is just a repeat of the last.
Well, I mean, when you look into it, we technically don't really have free will when we look at it. It seems to be that we've already made decisions before our conscious mind is aware that we've actually made a decision.
What?
Do you have free will in this place? Everything has laws here. You have a certain ways. It's already programmed. Okay. It's already
So
programmed. Even
Ted,
this
like they've
place says,
literally
even if you want to look
measured,
outside biblically. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
they've literally
Wait, what?
measured when you think you've made a choice and when your brain actuates the decision to make the choice, and the one comes before your where you think that you're making a choice. Your brain's
So
already
reflexes aren't
started.
real. Reflexes don't exist.
Oh, you could
Is that
Google the
what you're telling
study.
me? Your body was
You
just
should
going to
just
move in
Google
that
it.
direction anyway.
I'm not going to teach it for you, but you could look into it.
Teach
Hey,
me
real
what
quick,
You could look
simulation
into the
does
actual
not.
studies.
of
Yeah,
simulation theory? I already have.
It's not a
simulation does
simulation.
not.
It's not a study about simulation theory. It's a study about free
Okay.
will and the choices you make.
Good.
Sorry, you can go now.
Yeah, free
Simulation
will
does
is
not.
free will. It's absolute. Like you can choose to do what you want, right?
Okay, simulation does not necessarily, or it does not necessitate lack of, or simulation does not necessitate determinism. You don't have to
It
have
has to.
determinism in a simulation.
Yeah,
It's
you
not
do.
required.
It's a repeat. It's a repeat, a rinse, and a repeat of the same
No, no,
It
no.
cycle.
doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be though. It could be completely
Then
new
it's
and
not a simulation, and it's a
No,
multiverse.
it's
No,
No,
he's
you're
right.
getting
I
it
can
wrong.
simulate something that has never happened before. It doesn't mean that simulation does not mean it has to be a
But you have the free will to fly however the hell you want, dude. You can crash this shit into a plane, into a
Exactly.
building, you do whatever the hell you want, dude.
Yeah, it's just simulating the physics, not what you do. It's not like every time you play a game, you have to play the game the exact way you played it last time, even though you'd agree the game is simulating things.
Yeah, but that's not much of a simulation now, is it? That's just the
Well,
multiverse.
whether you agree with like how much you like it or not doesn't really fucking matter, right?
No, I'm saying you're
Yeah,
not
but see,
simulating the same thing over and over and over. You're just changing
You're
everything,
claiming that's what's happening.
right?
Maybe every
You're
time the
creating a
simulation
set of
starts.
rules, right? You create
No, that's
a
what
set
you're
of
saying.
rules for the
You're
universe,
saying that.
and then putting people in it and getting different results.
What
right?
if you have different set of rules each time? What if when it stimulates each time, it's not always the same?
It's not a simulation, guy. What the fuck are you talking
Okay,
about?
well,
You're no
fuck
longer
me. I guess I'm done talking to you.
It's not a simulation. How
Yeah,
can it
it's
be a
still a
simulation
simulation.
if you're going to keep changing the rules of the universe? You're not
that's
simulating
what
the
a
same thing.
game is. It's the same thing. What do you mean?
No, it's not. It's a different universe. So it's a multiverse. You're no longer in a simulation. A simulation is just a rinse and a repeat, a cycle, over and over
Are you
and over.
done giving us definitions that you've decided are the ultimate definition? Because I think other people can like come up with their
Well,
own
you're
ideas of
describing
what
a
a thing is.
simulation as
Oh,
a
fuck it. I'm
multiverse.
not though, and you're just saying the same thing over and over. It's kind of getting boring.
Well, you're doing the same
Bro,
damn
you're a
thing. You're telling me
simulation under
no.
your own definition.
Okay.
Dude,
No,
a
I'm going off
simulation
the
doesn't.
simulation theory, Brian Cox's theory. Like, I don't know. I know you didn't come up with this theory. I'm going off the mainstream theory, Brian Cox's
What was that
theory.
line?
And Brian Cox's theory doesn't say you have to simulate the same thing over and over.
Yeah,
I'm not
it says-
familiar with Brian Cox's theory, but if you think about simulators right now, right, in our life, it doesn't always have to be a one-to-one simulation. They usually try to get it as close as possible to the real deal, but it doesn't have to be one-to-one, and you still have free will within that simulation. It's not like a movie that you hit play, you have no control of the action that goes on. You know what I'm saying? Like you have free will within the simulation. It's compatible.
But as much as it's free will, it's controlled free will. To some extent, people don't like that. Just like biblically, I think it's the same thing too. You're given so many doors, so many opportunities, and that's all you have to choose from. That framework. Okay, it's free will within that framework.
But
That's it.
isn't that kind of like what we know as free will?
That's all we know is free will. That's all
how
you
we
will ever know is free
understand
will.
free will.
Mm-hmm. Listen, I don't know sometimes the decisions I make are sometimes actually my own. I'll be sitting here like, why did I make that dumb damn choice again? I sat and had it 3 different doors in front of me. And then I realized like 10 years later why I made it. And I'm like, God, I actually needed that door. It didn't make any sense 10 years ago. And it makes sense now. So sometimes I wonder if these dumb decisions we even make are actually on purpose too. Like we think we have free will, but that free will is also already predetermined that you were going to make that move. It's almost like I'm starting to realize I'm seeing a play, a theater that's already been played out, and I'm seeing God's perspective. Like, damn you, You're already going to do this. This has already
Well,
happened.
this is the thing too. We're under the impression, right, or the assumption, presupposition that you can't have both determinism and free will within the same system. We have this idea that they're incompatible, when that's not the case. Biblically, we can actually see determinism and free will playing out in the same system. And I can give you an example, right? The creator can close doors in your life and also open new doors, right? But meanwhile, you still have the free will to be able to choose when, when he forces doors closed, you have the free will to enter the new opportunity that he's opened for you, right? And the way that you can, an analogy is like you have the shepherd, right? The shepherd has his staff and he has the sheep, he has the flock, and the flock is being contained within a pen, right? Now, think of the world like the pen, right? It has boundaries, has physical boundaries, right? They're inhospitable. You can't go beyond the Antarctic ice because it's inhospitable. It's a hostile environment. So he's basically locked us in. You can't go out to outer space. And if people that say you can, it's extremely difficult. So for the most part, we're being contained against our will, right? That shows his determinism to keep us contained, right? But within that pen, the sheep have the ability to jump around and frolic and mate and do whatever the hell they want, right? But when they cross the line, the shepherd can step in and intervene with the shepherd's staff, and he can beat you with the shepherd's staff, right? And submit you, right? Now, you don't have to listen. You can be rebellious. Eventually, the shepherd's going to slaughter you. It's just, it is what it is. So within the system, you have boundaries, right? And the creator set those boundaries against your will, but you still have free will. And he also has determinism, where he can lead the flock down a certain pen and move the flock to another pen if he wanted to, right? Like you corral the sheep into an area, he can force you to go down a certain area, but you still have free will. He hasn't taken your free will away completely. Understand?
Could one have free will without previous experiences and knowledge and understanding? I don't think so.
What do you mean? I'm sorry, I'm confused. My apologies.
Yeah, I mean,
being
when as you grow up, you learn stuff. Okay.
Mhm.
So how do you choose between vanilla and chocolate ice unless you've experienced what they taste like?
Okay, so now you want to invoke pedagogical
That's the
theory.
free will.
Are you a professionally educated teacher?
No, it was just a question.
It'd have to be programmed. That's your answer. It'd have to be programmed into you to know which one you prefer. If it's a simulation,
Was that free will? Because I really wish they'd get rid of this damn Discord shit where it pops up when someone's blocking your damn stuff and all of a sudden you end up leaving the chat room because it pops up front of your face constantly. Why did they do that? Discord, please get rid of that blocking shit. I don't need to be reminded that people are in the room that are blocked. Is this a damn simulation?
What are you even on about?
Oh, nothing, honey. It's okay. I'm just on. Anyway, but free will, though? How do I know it's real? Like, really happening, honestly.
I mean,
I don't.
it's like, how do I know that I'm alive, right? How do I know that I'm conscious? It's a self-defeating question.
No, it's
like
not.
you have a choice. You can be fat if you want to be fat. You can eat as much as you want. You can binge eat, right?
Yep.
You can smoke a crack pipe. You can do whatever the hell you want. God's not forcing you to smoke a crack pipe. You smoke a crack pipe, that's on you. You know what I'm saying? So like, these are axioms that are self-evident. People are looking for like evidence for axioms. It's weird.
They're not
People can
self-evident.
go to jail right
You
now and
believe
kill
they are.
somebody. You can do the worst thing on earth and the best thing on earth. You can do all these things you want to do within the paradigm you've been given, the boundaries that you've been given. Therefore, you have free will. Now you have consequences. Therefore, you have free will. But then that's blaming people around you for that because God hasn't put any boundaries on you besides let you run free in this damn place and be a monk, basically. And then I guess at the end, there's consequences. Same thing as this world that we're showing ourselves even.
I guess this room is just an Hegelian dialectic between one belief system and another. It's like you can't escape your beliefs. If you really believe that you can't know who you are and you're like eternally damned to just believe who you are and that's how you supposedly come to know things, I mean, that's your weird framing.
Did anybody say that?
I mean, you're implying it in the sentiment. When you're saying, oh, you can't know that. Like, Stacy, what are
What are
you on
you?
about,
Oh
for example?
God, I can't stand it today. Can you go do something?
No,
Have a coffee or something. Not address me.
no, I'm here.
I didn't think so. Well, no, you're here, but you can address other people besides me. Okay.
Okay. You're right.
Thank you.
Wow.
Do not feel the energy.
That's
It's very
unfortunate
obvious.
and sad. Very obvious.
Very.
What is very obvious? What do you imagine
What is
is
very
the
sad is this
situation?
conversation is going back to Xanax. What's very sad is you always turn it back to some idealism, talk about damn language, something blah blah blah. Here I am.
What the
I
fuck?
feel like I'm talking sometimes to some kids up in this damn bitch, and this is why I've left Discord for quite a while and I'm living life. Maybe
What the
travel, get
actual
outside
fuck?
the house and get off the damn phone sometimes and off Discord and maybe you'll live it. Instead, you won't be such an asshole to women and people in the community for no damn
Oh,
reason.
come on. It's all right. It's right. Relax. All right.
No,
That's
it's
a
been for
lot
4
of
days straight. Check my server. How many people are complaining about this bullshit? It's been going on for too
wow.
long, months.
I know
6 months,
talking
8
is.
Yeah,
months.
you gotta silence the voice of reason, especially the one that says that you don't want to be sitting
Alright,
in
alright,
the
chill.
eternal
Siak,
damnation of
Siak, can I
beliefs.
ask you a question, dude? Siak, can I
Yeah,
ask you a
sure, go
question?
ahead.
Do you rehearse what you're gonna say on Discord sometimes?
No, I
Because I know
just
you're an actor.
speak
It's
from
free
pure
flowing.
intelligence.
Oof.
Yeah,
It sounds, yo, honestly, though, when
I
I
don't need
talk
to
to Siak,
rehearse.
you sound like an AI bot, dude. Actually, I think ChatGPT sounds more human than you sometimes. For real.
Thank you. I needed that lapse. I'm good now. I'm good again. I'm good again. See, that's exactly.
Yeah, she needs to laugh, guys.
I need it. I
Keep
need it
going
again,
with
man.
it.
Yes, because you know what? Laughter, honey, is a cure to your soul. And if you're not laughing in life enough, and I don't mean that crazy sarcastic laugh you just gave earlier a couple times, but I mean soulfully laughing, then you ain't
I
enjoying
mean,
life.
No, I like
supposing
Siak,
your
but
soul is
I'm being honest, Siak.
hurt.
It's the monotone though in your voice. It's like very robotic and monotone. It comes off like you like you rehearsed this or it's like a script.
Yeah.
No, I
Because
just speak.
even in acting, your goal is to not sound monotone when you're acting, right? In drama,
Great.
if you did, you'd be
You
a
think
horrible
so?
actor.
Yeah, please teach me my own profession back to me because obviously you studied it.
No, but I understand that English isn't your first language, so you don't.
Yeah, definitely.
Imagine,
And look at
imagine,
how eloquent my
imagine
language
Zanny
is.
being on the back of the McDonald's speaker when you ask for your fries and burgers.
They are Terry.
But I mean, if you always want to reduce this to, oh, it's not his first language, and then like completely ignore all the words that I'm using, that
That's Stephen Hawking.
just goes by
Lots
your
of
head.
words.
No, I mean,
Great.
I'm bilingual, dude. So as a bilingual person, I speak 2 languages fluently. But if a second language doesn't come fluently, you have to think about every single word before you say it, and that causes you to maybe sound a little monotone or whatever the case may be.
Yeah,
I
which
hope
is
you don't sound like
definitely
this with your native tongue, dude.
Yeah,
You sound like
then
this with
you
your
are
native tongue too, dude.
interpreting me. Yeah, you're having a hard time interpreting what I'm actually
Oh,
doing now because that's
actually,
not
no.
what I'm
Can
doing.
you speak in your native tongue? You don't have to. I'm just asking very nicely because I've never heard you. I don't think speaking your language. Is that possible?
Yeah,
You
no,
can
you
leave a
don't.
sentence. You can call me a brat. I don't care.
Ja, nej, nu ska du få höra.
You
Kul
know
att
some
höra
English
egentligen.
words that I don't know.
You know what's actually nice, or well, not nice, but good about Norwegian, is that it is more clear and concise than English. It's more on point.
I bet it is.
It definitely
That's cool.
is.
Can I hear it?
Ja, nu kan du få höra. Kul att lyssna och höra att jag ska säga.
Much better.
Yeah, you sound way better, dude.
Yeah.
Of course, because Norwegian actually does pronounce more so of what you express.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, French
just don't
is just
emphasize.
horrible.
You don't emphasize like
No,
like our culture
if you
does.
go into
The word.
into French, you immediately get delusions of grandeur. Like you don't want to do that.
Yes, French is so off for me learning right now. I'm like, huh? What? Hilarious. Oh, gotta love language. No,
Når du
you
skal
don't even
snakke
sound
om
anything like
roindi og hva
yourself.
så er- Når du skal snakke om roindi og hva så ekte, så er det greit at du faktisk vet hva du snakker om.
I know what you said. That's great.
He's insulting us.
No, I said if you're going to talk about reality and what is actually real, then it is great that you know what you're actually talking about.
I heard fuck these guys. That's what I heard.
Right? That's exactly what I heard you. This motherfucker. Oh, sorry. Look. All right. I'll be lenient and be nice, and I'll sit back and I'm gonna go get another cup of coffee since I told you to go make one. I'll go make one myself because it's smack in the face, and I'll look. You sound much better when you speak your language, and you know what? I bet I do too. Because when I try to speak French, oh my God, it's really bad. So it's okay. I'll respect that.
Well, I'm glad you can respect me just being
Hey.
myself, I guess.
Well, of course. I was going to say thank you for actually showing me too. Like you actually explained it to me and showed me. So you didn't just sit back and go, no, Stacey, and not even, talk to me in your language. So I appreciate it.
I
So
can
all
speak
of this
two
was
languages. I
just-
can speak Australian and an English.
So you're saying all of this was just a stage and a show made so that you
What?
could like extract more of me, while at the same time saying that you didn't want more of me? This is weird, Stacey.
What the f?
Yeah.
Okay, next time I will not compliment anyone or will not say anything nice because when they do, they take it and they run with it. Then I keep telling you for like 8 months. I'm happy. I'm with
He
someone.
likes you, Stacy.
Oh wait, no, you should read the DMs. That's why he got banned. And this stuff needs to stop.
No, that was
I'm very
something
happy in
completely
Canada.
else.
I've been Canada for 6 months. I'm about to go home, buy a house. Okay, I'm about to get
Yeah,
married.
please go
I'm
do
doing
that. Please live your life,
wonderful.
Stacey.
I'm in love with somebody who's a flat earther in this community. I'm so blessed.
That's really great. Please go live your life.
All right, what's the
and,
topic? What's
get
the topic,
children.
guys? What's going
Live
on?
it. Not these people or me. No, what is going on in this community?
We're
I do
talking
wanna
about
ask that
Stacy's
question.
love life. Like, what's going on
Please
here?
don't.
Let's get a topic
Was,
going.
but was it free will or was it determined?
No, guys, we need to know more about Stacy's love life. Come on.
Please don't, please.
I think we should get a taco going.
This is now an interview of
There's
Stacy.
way too many people in here. What's going on, guys? Somebody
I
start
love
something,
tacos,
please. For the love of God.
What up, Lalo?
Hey, Stacy.
Good morning.
¿Cómo estás, Stacy?
Man, I don't know where you've been lying, but we've been holding it down. I don't know where people's mindset is at lately in this community. But why are we over here at Global Channels? Why are we running to them now?
I don't know. I got invited over here recently, and
I know,
the
me
server
too.
took off. It's popping right now. Past week.
No, Lion, no. It's not, no offense if Omni's in here. He's taking advantage, and people are in this moment of the time. Okay? Right now, everyone's looking for a place to go. EA is not popping anymore because some of the shit's gone on over there. Let's get real with mods and everything else. I'm not going to discuss it. And then everybody since TFE has kind of had a little bit of a what the hell's happening. So right in this moment, if I had time to run a server or anything else right now, you will make it big. Right? 24/7 is coming back right now too. They already DM'd me 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago, whatever it was, to ask me to be part of Ladies Night again and run that because everybody's pulling for straws for this moment because of they know this is the time. The momentum is here. There's nothing going on. People take advantage of it. I'm sorry, but the Globals are smart. Take advantage of it.
Don't do ladies' night. That was like
Hell
embarrassing.
no, honey. I
as hell,
declined
bro.
instantly.
It's
Yes.
so sad to
I'm
see
the
those
only
women
one that
get destroyed by Glovers.
I am the only one that's declined so far. Bambi never are going to be there. All of them. I've already read the chat. All of them already went. Like everybody went. And I said, no way. We already did this. We looked like fools back then. All they did was come over there and want to talk to us, the guys, and they weren't even really serious about it. It was just like flirtation the entire night, like Tinder. This is not something that I want to participate in, especially at 24/7. Flat Earth.
Wait, when was ladies' night, dude? How bad
Like a week
was
ago, or last Friday. I don't know. They did it again, I guess. It's posted on their server. You'll have to go look it up under Ladies Night playlist, and it'll be the one recently. Okay, but it was a shit show back then, and it's going to be nothing but a shit show now. We are not headed in that direction, and we don't need women boosted up to prove Flat Earth again anymore. What the hell is going on?
Was it girls versus girls or girls versus guys?
Girls versus guys, and both. It was everybody was coming in, and you know how
when I
this
hear
goes. They
ladies'
can
night, it'd be
sometimes talk
girl-
about love fest and everything.
It'd be cool to have girl Globers versus girl Flat Earthers. That'd be cool to hear.
It doesn't happen. Not much.
I would host it.
See, Omni's all about it. But listen, we're not about entertainment.
Have
about
all the girls versus one nemesis, the boss bitch, Brenda.
And that's funny. And that's actually funny. No, honey, I can only take Brenda for about 20 minutes, and I'm like, please, no, listen, is there? And I won't say it. I won't even say it because it's really wrong to say. Is there something around to make this end? Oh,
That's the boss
Would
you
you-
guys got to take down.
Would you
Also,
would you fight her in
you know
an
something
MMA
about
match,
that?
Stace?
Real quick, let me know something about that. We're trying to moderate quote unquote dog piles, meaning that if it's 5-on-1, that the moderators will try to mitigate how much how piled on that person gets and give them a chance to respond and try to keep order. I don't know how much we can do because people legitimately want to respond, but I wouldn't do everybody on one person like everybody on Brenda. We're trying just to prevent that in general. So I just wanted to point that out.
Yep.
I don't,
Yeah,
I don't know.
But what if it- what
Brenda
if it's
can
an
handle
event?
it though. I've
Yep. What
seen
if it's an
Brenda
event?
hold it down many times against the whole room.
I think
I mean, it could be
Brenda
called
might be
Shit
up
Show
for it. We're
Sundays or
just trying
something,
to hold
right?
to prevent some of that. That's all.
Well, that's where you get designated out to like a certain day. Like this is Shit Show Saturday, Shit Show whatever, right? Like this is the day and only day that it can be chaotic with Brenda. The Shit Show Brenda show. Like I don't know.
Brenda
Honestly,
loves
though.
it.
It was a bit chaotic there about 6 hours ago.
Oh God.
What happened?
Oh, a bit of everyone. When PhD Tony was in here, and that some of that,
I popped in and popped out.
and then Jin turned up a couple of hours ago. That didn't go down well too.
That's why there's a cage for Jen now.
God bless him. God bless his soul.
God bless.
I like Jen a lot.
I love Jen.
Hey, Stace, check
Yeah.
your direct messages. I sent you a message. So
Okay, sweetheart, got you. Yeah. Normally I'd say no, but for this, yeah. You know I love you to death. You've been around. We don't get along with our opinions all the time, but at the same time, we and you've had a good respect back and forth. And this is why I have lined up with so many people, and they used to question us back in the day, Glovers or what? I don't make called Glovers, flat earthers, just people. There's some
okay,
good
so
people around.
check out Roles and Rules, that channel up at the top. Go through that and see see if you think with it. All right.
The only problem I'm gonna have right now, I bet you anything, because I can handle myself, I promise you, is this damn meme shit. I'm gonna have to get out of myself because I'm so used to posting. I was like, oops, I did it. Stop. This is the on server.
I'm not. I just once in a while it's fine. I'm not like.
Right.
I mean, I haven't deleted any memes yet, and people have posted them.
Yeah.
I just try to remind people, hey, let's not do that. And if they insist on doing it, then we can take the permission away.
Exactly.
Anyway, that's
I got you.
Yeah, I'm not like crazy. I'm not insane about it. Just trying to keep the text chat.
Keep it under.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It depends on what context the memes get put into. Sometimes you have to be careful.
Yeah. I mean, there are like I said, it's not like something you get all out of joint about. Just try to keep it, on topic stuff, and then meme pool you can go nuts.
The meme wars, always.
I'll keep my TFE memeing to a minimum here. I'll do my best to keep it down.
Yeah, obviously, if they're a personal attack on somebody's intelligence or something similar, yeah, that's where it's different.
So
Can we
now
vote if it's okay if I post one now?
that's a good example. I just spoke very plainly and clearly in my own dialect, and everyone in my commune would understand what I said. But since Ben is from the north, now he's attempting to like gaslight me and tell me how I'm not obviously speaking my own dialect or idiom because obviously he couldn't follow along, which is a given case because that's usually the case in Norway. You have a very broad amount of dialects and they differ and vary widely. So it's not at all obvious that you should follow along with what is being said. And now he says that, oh, how could I know that you are from a specific region? Well, by intonation, bruh. It's very easy. It's like how you hear someone is a Southern, how you hear someone is like speaking Russian English. It's so simple. If I speak like this, I mean, what do you think? It sounds kind of like in a dialect. Yeah, I have no idea if Lelo is possibly Portuguese or Spanish or Spaniolian or Mexican, or that's, the similar landscape, It was difficult. I couldn't
No,
tell.
he's hot.
Was that Russian?
But yo,
that
you're
was
saying
Russian,
that you're
right?
hold on. No, he's Mexican. But yo, you're
No, that
saying
was Russian. Oh, he spoke Russian, dude.
Bro, listen, your fellow Norwegian said he didn't understand you.
That's a problem.
That's weird.
Yeah, that's really weird. That's like
Yeah,
me
he said he
telling
spoke
Lalo he
too
spoke
fast.
Russian
I was
when
just looking
obviously.
at that. What happened there, Siak? What are you doing, bro? Is this
I
just
don't know.
another act of yours?
I spoke Russian when I spoke Chinese, and
How
obviously
can
it was
anyone
Japanese.
trust an actor?
Oh, whoa.
So what's up, Tora? What's going on with you?
Tora, I'm like never myself ever, because I don't define the self, because the self is a character, and who am I?
How many masks do you wear?
I don't know. Like maybe I have like 500,000 personalities, and I don't know which one I am of those, because it's hard to choose.
Have you wore a dress?
Fucking.
Is that a question or a statement? I don't know. I'm very confused.
I'm honestly wondering, in drama in your life, have you ever put on a dress and a wig?
Are you talking about
No, I
that
did
whole?
All right, word.
Is the black in the? Are you talking about like the whole concept of in Hollywood? You have to wear a dress to.
Yeah. Yep.
But Lion is actually pointing out something that is quite important, and that is that most artistic field has this really weird cultural or gay invocation rights, if we are to call it like that. And pretty much in every artistic community, you have predators. Specifically on
in
the
every
artist.
community.
Well, in the artistic realm, it's much more easier, because the artist is more naturally attuned to going into the realm of self-discovery.
No, in English we call that autist.
Oh, okay. Great. So the guys that painted your cathedrals, they were autistic, I guess.
Probably, yeah.
Wow. I see now. So the guys
Well,
that
I mean,
built
when
your
it comes to
churches,
you, for sure.
the guys that built your churches, they were also autistic, I guess.
No, I think that's just like a made up kind of thing. In a certain sense, they want to put everyone on a spectrum. There is definitely different,
What about
But
the
yeah, I would
architect
say
then?
you have a very hyperactive mind. Like you might have like a little bit of that for sure.
Yeah, I
Oh,
might
shit.
be I might be breaking the spectrum. I don't know where I am, Tora. I need help. Please label me more. Let my feet be placed firmly on the ground, like I'm very lofty, mister. Save me.
You gotta read the Torah, dude. You want to get grounded? No, seriously.
It's
But I'm
important to have
already
a
grounded.
concrete foundation to build upon, with all your reasoning.
But I'm already well grounded in the self-evident reality that of which I walk. I don't need concrete when, I can walk on sand.
Yeah, if reality was self-evident, you wouldn't have like boys thinking they're women. You wouldn't have solipsism.
Obviously,
You wouldn't have a lot of
it's
things.
self-evident for them.
Yeah, no, it isn't. Apparently, it's all subjective justification, and no one knows what truth is according to writing on eggshells.
Mr. Bro, you see, the thing is that the
Not your
self-evident
brother.
reality, you can be conditioned to believe something else than what is obviously known as the self-evident reality. So, I mean, yeah, unfortunately, we do have a big case in the world where people are conditioned to believe other than what is self-evident. Like, for example, the distance to something something now, ignoring all their own interpretive frames and like saying that this is what they wishfully think it is because that's just how they like it, and it's obviously no OCD or anything, or like conditioned minds and things like that. So you see, it definitely is a big problem, and I'm trying to do my best to like solve it and stuff, but what do you know, I have a finite life, and yeah, that's it, I guess.
What do you mean finite? You don't believe like you live on after you die?
Well, self-evidently, I can't claim a belief as evident reality because a belief is a belief.
You don't think
Do you
it's
think,
self-evident? I think it's self-evident.
do you
Eternal
think
life.
there's a
Well,
spiritual aspect, CI? There's a spiritual aspect to human.
bros multiplied. You guys see that obviously it can make sense inside their own beliefs. That's kind of where it gets lost in its own assumed knowledge.
Well, I personally, I think any beliefs would get in the way of that dimension. It would be a barrier to that.
Yeah, a belief is a barrier to the evident and real. Yeah.
No, but I'm asking you. Do you think there's a spiritual dimension to humans? Because to me, it's amazing to me that I have to debate. I have to argue with people there. But it's clear that we've been cut off from that. To me, anyway.
Well, by spiritual nature, I just simply instead think of that as a conceptual framework onto something which you are really talking about. At least I think so. Which is
Well, that to me is more real than this. This appears to me real. My hand, my skin, my bones. These are just the clothes that I wear, right? That's the way I look at it. Temporarily.
Ask yourself this: what feeling is it that necessitates you now going on a spiritual journey?
What I don't understand the question. What you're trying to get to?
It would actually be the emotion itself. That emotions, because of their irrational capabilities and capacities, that emotions that are tied to emotions, I would actually just say the emotions themselves are evidence of the spiritual, and that would be the feelings that you get when you enter into a more spiritual acting, or whatever you want to say. Like when you engage in love, that's a very spiritual concept. It's not like in reality. It's like some people look insane in the way they engage in love.
Yeah, but everyone has
Absolutely.
different. But everyone has different ways to express that love. And some you decline, and some of them you say, "Oh, I accept that expression," but still, the emotion is still there.
Oh, definitely. I've learned this at 42 years old, that how many people can show you love in different manners, or even yourself feel love. Like you think, oh, I feel it all again. And then you're showing something different. And then you're expressing your own love in another way. Listen, sometimes that love, like if you're seriously in love, you're getting married, probably like Torah and stuff in here, experience that, right? And have a family and kids, have these moments of like they're in bliss. The closest thing you can get to heaven, what we explain, right, is with love and relationships in those manners, spirituality, especially with love, compassion. So come with the other, usually. Or it usually reaches out when you get to a dark moment because you're trying to find love. You're trying to find something better. Love is what pulls you to God.
Well,
Like to ask Andy, like what made his emotion, what made it happen, like what he's coming searching for some kind of spirituality. I think we all are searching for a spirituality. Even if you don't even know about God, you're still looking for something because you have intelligence. Eventually, you're going to look for God.
I get that you want to answer the question for him, but the question was for him.
Yeah, I
And
didn't
Andy
really
wasn't
understand the
speaking. He
question.
came out.
CI, can you put it in a different way, or?
Well, I kind of lost track now.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
You're all over the place.
Well, now we're all over the place. It was kind of direct.
He never even understood your question in the first place in the moment you asked him.
Okay, it's all good. It's
So
all
I
good.
think the question was something along the lines of like, what feelings give you the idea that the spiritual exists?
There it is. Yep, basically.
There, that's
Yeah.
great. Okay, I remember it now. So, Andy, let's get back to it. So, I asked you, what is the feeling that comes forth or that you feel or sense, that gives rise to you thinking now that you need to go on a spiritual journey?
Yeah, I
Or a
think that's why it
search,
fucks me up, because it's
etc.
not. For me, it's not really not about thought. There's in fact, I'd say it's the antithesis. There's no thought. There's no thought
You
at
you
all.
can you can change up the question if you like. That's a part of your answer.
Well, that peaceful feeling that I've tried to talk about and point to, and the reason that I find it so difficult is because it's not in the realm of concepts, and so that's what makes it so difficult to point to, and so and obviously impossible to define for the same reason. So
you're saying that you have a felt sense that you have also an impossibility, or simply you're inept of speaking or voicing or giving
yeah, well, yeah.
words to.
I mean, and it's inevitable. There's a sort of paradoxical aspect to it that is inevitable and can't be avoided, because
is that
you
now
realize that
your
you
belief?
you are sort of it. You are the environment. It is part of you. You are it. And yeah, I was talking to someone today about, because it's really warm here today, and I was saying, like, if you're sensitive enough, you can feel that build up of pressure. You can really feel it. And when it lets go, so to speak, and then it starts to rain, oh, it's such a relief. And yeah, I've always been a bit overly sensitive like that, a bit of an empath.
So
So
going back to the question, you said you're unable to put it into words, but then you went into describing it.
yeah, I can try and point to it as best as I can, but I'm probably going to fall short every time, I'm afraid.
So that means that the description you gave, or the attempt of formalizing the sense, is temporarily and not finite.
Yes. What resonates with me as well is there's. I know people. It's all a bit. I'm sorry. I'm trying not to be cringe. I'm turning you up, Siak, because don't get offended. I turn everybody down. So, yeah. There's a sort of there's an old Zen master. He said something like, because when you in Japan, when you're born, they wash you, and when you die, they wash you. And he said something like, from bathtub to bathtub, I've uttered stuff and nonsense, and that resonates with me. It can be terribly offensive to the ego, I imagine, but that really resonates with me. That's what I think we're all doing, really, uttering stuff and nonsense, and thinking it's more profound than it is.
Well, if you're aware that you're unable to speak what you feel, and then go into an attempt of doing so, of course. But it could just be as well that perhaps whatever you're feeling is not actually meant to be put into words. And that's where you contradict yourself.
Yeah, I'm sure that I contradict myself a lot, especially when it comes to trying to talk about God. And I think it's kind of unavoidable, I'm afraid.
Well, which is okay. But I guess it is, if you can't actually put it into words and you appeal to a description, then just bear in mind that it is nothing but a description, and that, well, now actually it is a belief. because you
Yeah,
don't know.
I was watching a bit of that. What's his name? Is it John Lennox or something like that? I saw a clip of him last night, which is really good. That guy's a legend. The sort of Irish Christian, and he was having a debate with an atheist American. I think he's American, and basically he said he was just being honest about where he came from. And he was saying like, well, I was introduced the first thing about Christianity I remember was being introduced to it by my parents, and then it cuts to the other guy sort of saying, well, there you go, you see, and that's why I dislike this religion, and because you're only a Christian because your parents were a Christian. And then when it cut back to him, he goes, oh, this is going to be fun. And then he's like, do you mind? I was just being honest about where I was coming from. And he asked his opponent, do you mind if I ask you, were your parents atheists? And he's like, yes. He's like, well, there you go. That's you're still living in the faith that you were given as well. And he's like, well, I don't see it as a faith. And he's like, wait a minute, you don't believe it? That John Lennox is a legend. That guy, he really is.
That's good.
Yeah, the guy couldn't even see that it was a belief system, is atheism.
Well, that's why they're moving away from the positive claim that there is no God and saying, they're agnostic atheists, where they're like, it's like they're riding the fence, but they lean towards there being no God, but they know philosophically it's problematic to claim that there is no God. You'd have to justify it, and they don't have any justification for that. No, not a coherent one, at least.
Well, you're simply inferring the Tao that cannot be spoken.
Wait, did you just quote Lao Tzu? Good old Siak. Oh my god. Good for you. And of course the Tao, the best translate, that's the best translation back to English is the way. I know I've said that a million times, but I don't think that's a coincidence. That the very early, before they were even Christians, they called it the way. I just don't see that as a coincidence. I mean, you can, I don't.
Do you now see the coincidence in the image of my server and the name of it?
Oh, I don't know. What's the name, CI?
The way.
Oh, okay. Nice.
What the zodiac means, the way.
Yeah, it's Acts 24:14, isn't it?
At
that time, Paul actually said people called it a heresy or a sect, right?
Fascinating, dude, that Siak calls the server the way, dude. If you only knew, dude.
I call it the way simply because it is the road at which one travels.
But I'm saying there was a group of people, a sect in the 1st century, right? Nazarene sect known as the Way. They called themselves followers of the Way, and they were opposed to all the philosophies of the day, the Greek philosophies, the Epicureans, the what's the other sect? The Stoics.
Yeah, I mean it's defined in the scripture. It says when you follow the way, basically, I do confess to you, however, that I worship the God of our fathers according to the way, which they call a sect. I believe everything that is laid down by the law and written in the prophets, and I have the same hope in God that they themselves cherish, that there will be both a resurrection of both the righteous and the wicked. In this hope, I strive to always maintain a clear conscience before God and man. It's a beautiful sentiment.
Then the zodiac also means the way. It's the path, the way.
It's a narrow path, and we're instructed to not deviate too far to the left or too far to the right, but remain fixed on the narrow path.
And now you have
That's right.
Nor.
Good morning, North.
Yeah, good morning. Have you heard about the all women spacewalk today?
No, I didn't. I saw your little text to me, and I didn't get to respond because I'm outside. What's going on with the spacewalk for the women?
I just heard about it. I wasn't privy to it before.
Yeah,
Just
me
a few minutes
either.
ago.
Wow. Okay, and what is this push for, like this feminist kind of thing? We got the transgender women, because those definitely are not women. I'm sorry. Look at their face. Doesn't matter though. Women, right? They're pushing for that with the whole Katy Perry. And now we got this spacewalk. Women. Now we got ladies' night. Women. Are we?
They want
Are
you
we
to
trying to
think you
push
can be
for?
independent, you know? They like it. It destroys the family.
It goes back to
It
the
really
French
does.
Revolution, Napoleon Bonaparte, and the women leading the charge, the topless woman leading the charge.
Oh no, that's not what we want. That's the opposite of what I want around here. Look, I was trying to take away back in the day of the sexualization of the women in the community, and that's propping us up to be that, right? To bring in people. No, that's not how we want to do it. That's the opposite we want. That's what the world does.
But think about it. What? So when you talk about the free the titty committee, right? Because there's a lot of feminists, and you've seen the marches, right? I don't know if you've seen the marches,
Oh
but they're
yeah.
topless, marching down the street, thousands of them, and with secular humanism, they don't understand the problem with being shirtless. They feel justified in their right to be shirtless. If men can be shirtless, why can't they? And if you think about it, without theological justification, they have a point.
To a degree. To a degree.
Like if you're
they
you're
don't
agnostic, like what's the problem? What's the problem with being shirtless?
I'll tell you what the problem is. Because it creates temptation. Okay? If you want to talk about it from a biblical, godly point of view. Men, I know men very well at 42 years old. And I'm sorry, I'm a woman myself too. And even women who have their boobs hanging out half the damn time. I'm like, well, why do you think my man's looking at you? I'm looking at him too. They're right in my face. What do you expect? And that's exactly what's going to happen to the whole world because they can't help it. Everybody likes a good titty. No offense. I'm not trying to be
So?
gross. But that's going to bring it to that temptation.
Yeah, but
it could be
but hold
sexual.
on, I'm trying to explain to you that to a secular humanist, temptation is not a problem. Seduction is
you.
not a problem. Sexual liberation is not a problem. So that's justification if you borrow from my worldview. But as somebody who's agnostic or atheist, secular humanist, that's not justification.
You know, but even people that are not necessarily so biblical, which actually a lot of the world is quite moral and biblical, whether they want to admit it or not, don't want their kids walking in the street, seeing a bunch of girls walking naked, titties out or anything. It's one thing as a mother walking around her house like that for a second, or you fed off them or whatever. It's husband, wife together. Doesn't matter, any of that shit, right? But walking around as women, thinking that's their power, and I don't know. It just seems really wrong.
What's so hard about
morally.
calling them breasts? Why does everyone got to call them weird words like titties and
Right,
tits out
titty,
committee?
bitty, titty
What's
clubs and
wrong?
shit, right? And
That rhymed, yes, that was cute, but they're just breasts, right?
yes.
A lot of guys
Mammary
want to see
gland.
them. A lot of guys want to see them tits. I understand it. But
and a lot of girls want to see something else. Okay, but we don't have you walking around doing that either, right?
This morning actually, I was watching a news article, or not a news article, a news broadcast where in Washington State there's a public park where for the last 10 years there's been like countless complaints where the police aren't really doing anything about it. But there's like a public park that's notorious right now where it's like the gay community goes there. And it's a nude park where people walk around naked. They do sex acts. People masturbate in public. People are getting off in public, having sex in public. It's like a nude beach, except it's a nude park. And the people that live nearby are trying to crack down. And the gay community is revolting and saying like, this is a safe space. This is, it's a nude park and they should be allowed to be able to do like, sodomy in public. And they're mad that they're trying to crack down on it.
Yeah, but
Are women
even
ever
with
tempted by
new
shirtless men?
places.
Are women tempted by
Yes,
shirtless men?
to a degree, yes.
To a degree. So why isn't it?
Yes.
If it's going to tempt any woman to lust or sin, why is
It's
it
not the same.
allowed at all?
Because women and men are made differently, honey. And we just are. I know people don't want to admit that a woman, especially I hear the feminists don't want to. They want to hold strong that we equality, we the same. I could do whatever I want. And in reality, we just ain't the same. We don't have the same mindset. And if women out here having that type of mindset, the way that men do, I'm sorry, men think about sex almost every 6 seconds. It feels like, well, they see something. Oh, wait, they can't. They can't help it. It's just made in them. I'm not faulting you guys. I'm not putting you guys down. Listen, I have those moments where I'm like, damn, like, right, but we didn't barely have those moments. We got other shit going on in our brains. It's different. So
Yeah, men
for
should
a
keep their
man,
shirt on too.
yeah, they should though. Keep your damn shirt on in public.
Yeah, that's weird, bro. Why are you trying to show your nipples to other guys? What are you gay?
I don't know. It's not, I mean, it's
Why
not
are you
as bad.
tempted by men's nipples, dude? That sounds like a you problem.
I think guys are way more visual. You know, I don't know how to explain it. It's something with the brain.
Yeah.
Women are more. It's about.
Yeah.
It's about
Emotions.
speech, right?
Yep.
Spitting game, talking game, where men are more like visual.
And a guy can look sexy as can be, and I don't give two shits. As soon as he opens his mouth, not even cute anymore. I don't care if you have your shirt on or off. Dude, can you please put it back on now? It changes you completely. A man? No. Damn, she looks hot. He's still looking, still caring. He's still interested.
So how do I
Different.
pass the test with my Norwegian?
Oh, I don't know, honey. I wasn't trying to put you through a test for me. You'd have to ask the world around me, not me.
Oh, that's so unfortunate, but I'm asking you.
Yeah, but that's another thing. Accents. Like we go with based on different things. I love a good accent. I love intelligence. Right? You gotta have some kind of substance. You work hard. You know some shit. If you're just out here looking hot and cute, it's not really cute. It's kind of nerdy and boring. You almost look at them like they're 20-year-olds, like they're like little kids or something. Women have a different mentality. We're looking for something like a family, a home, nurture as we used to be. Now the women over here popping their ass up in the air, going hot, drop it like it's hot, and everything else on a daily basis. My nieces are doing it. The songs that I'm hearing, whoa, no.
You know
So
what
no,
you
I mean,
noticed
so yeah.
actually? I like watch the whatever podcast and they bring on all the OnlyFans and like super liberal girls and stuff. And when they're asked like what their ideal guy is, they describe a conservative religious man.
See?
The ideal guy is real power.
The ideal guy
They're
is
so
TI.
confused. They are literally confused. My nieces are talking about being feminists, right? And I have to break that down to them and explain that to them. And they do understand it, but they still want no relationships, no kids. No, I'm serious. They're like, no, I've seen it, been through it, don't want anything to do with it, can't raise a family in this. I mean, the negativity coming from that generation right now, and we're talking about from 12 to 19. That's the range for those three girls. All feel the same way, and their friends. And now they're all talking pronouns and everything else. The generation that we're in right now is not the generation that we grew up in. Let me tell you something. It's not even grandma's where she was flipping going, oh, these kids, they don't understand. No, this is totally different. This is a totally different timeline. It's actually, I'm worried about it.
irony
Yeah.
of what you just said there, Tora, is that the conservative guy, you don't want anything to do with those types of people. Like that's the irony of it. But the it's funny because women might. Oh, did Discord just do a shit?
Yeah.
They kind of want the bad boy too, don't they? That's the funny thing. I think perhaps when they've grown up a little bit, then they realize, oh wait a minute, I need someone's a bit more stable.
Needless to say, we need to boost this server.
But doesn't that come with probably peer pressure in high school, middle school, all that? You get a understanding of what you think a man is or relationship is in this little high school love crap and all that, and you want to get away from the household, your mom, the structure, the telling you what to do, the curfews, all this, and you want to live life. You want to just go out, experience. We all do,
Yeah,
and then end up realizing that's not what you want.
There's definitely there's a rebellious side to our nature, isn't there? And perhaps in women, it's you know, I thought this might sound really weird, but this is why it might say the things that it says in the Bible about women, like they shouldn't run nations, they shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that. And I'm just speculating now, of course.
I hear you.
That's the spirit.
The rebellious nature, okay?
But
Yeah.
people tend to jump on that as if, oh, look, it's subjugating women. This is horrible, terrible thing. but maybe it knows a bit more than we're giving it credit for
Mm-hmm.
about human nature, right?
Well, I've learned too with men, even recently, God, man, that they tend to evaluate differently than I do. And there'll be a moment where I'm like, we spicy, some of us, we will tend to put you to the fire in the moment. You know what? Right now, you're done. Done. Then 2 weeks later, we might change our mind and we might have more sympathy, understanding. For some reason, women have this nature of a wrath, right? Done. So we don't
It's,
necessarily want them making those decisions sometimes in a moment of, well, your emotions are on play right now, not looking at it from a bigger perspective. You're using your emotions. Yeah.
there's certain translations of Genesis that say that a woman's desire will be to rule over the man, or to rule the man. That's always like a desire to take the lead. Now, some women know they know their position. They don't want to be leaders. They don't want to be the head honcho.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, it's weird because I know I've told you this before, Lion, but I sort of almost had to accept there is a hierarchy through gritted teeth, because I love the idea of women doing the thing and they can have the equal opportunities and all that, but it's when listening to people like Rachel Wilson and seeing Owen Benjamin's wife absolutely flourish, knowing your position, knowing your place. And that's not to say that they subjugated in any way, but there's a balance between the two where they come together and they complement each other. That's really what it's a realization of. It's like, oh shit, I see now.
Absolutely, gender roles, classical gender roles.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of women. I actually seen a video the other day of women adoring being a housewife. Like, she loves doing the laundry, she loves cleaning her house, she loves cooking, and she couldn't see it any other way. And she's bewildered why women hate it. They hate being housewives.
Amen. Amen. That's all I want to do. It's everything. Look, I already go cook and do everything at home at work, like 15 hours a day, taking care and managing a damn whole staff. Why can't I just manage my house, manage my home, take care of the house, clean it? You come home and it's spotless. You got food on the table, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You can come home for lunch. What do you mean? Taking care of the kids, make sure the schoolwork's done, training them, not training them, but you basically are, right? Teaching them. We should be doing that. They shouldn't even be at school. They should be at home. We've lost it all. I love laundry. People are just lazy. They don't want to do specific things because they think that's a role. No, this is called managing and get shit done, keeping things clean, keeping a household where his mindset's okay. And if your house is clean, your mind is clean. Keep your streets clean. That's what the house is, what the lady's supposed to do.
That's Jordan Peterson. Oh, tidy your room. You got to do with the hands.
Yeah.
Oh, you got to clean your broom. Tidy your bed.
If your house is not clean, you're in chaos. My mom taught me that's a military thing too. My mom said, clean your room, make your bed every single day. Because if not, I don't care how bad you feel, you clean your room, you make your bed, then you sit down, you look around, you go, less chaos. Headspace, everything's important.
I'd agree with that. It's you can think of it from the perspective of a hoarder, right? Because what's a hoarder doing? It's just shit everywhere. It's an outer, it's an outer example of an inner reality. It's projection, if you will. It's them saying, look how fucking how much
I'm
shit I've got
chaotic.
inside.
Yeah. and it's expressing in my home and expressing outward. Yes, it is, and they don't even realize it. And this is escapism in many, many ways that people do. They don't even realize what they're escaping to. They're not fixing the within. The within is super important, but everybody is confused. They don't even know what the within is. Like, a woman doesn't even know what a woman is anymore. We over here fighting to be a woman now. I just want to be. Listen, we're sitting here joking about it. You're taking my rights. What my nieces were saying. Trump's doing this. Trump's doing that. I'm like, listen, what? You gonna give your right to stay home again, clean, do this, and be a woman? I ain't got no problem with that. Listen. So they have it backwards, hon. My nieces, I'm trying to explain to them the world around them because I get where they're at. I know why they're feeling the way they are. I mean, it's not just the woman's fault out here. The household has been broken. Now they've broken the individual.
Yeah, that's why I say, and again, I realize any females listening, they might start clutching the pearls. I love women. I came out of one. But when I was back in, when I was a younger man, and I was like, "You go, girls," and I just didn't realize I was being tricked, and
Right.
it was completely designed to destroy the nuclear family. And you know, that's just looking into it and realizing. And by the way, he's set the perfect groundwork for this whole trans situation as well. Because obviously, if you kick against gender roles, then all of a
Yeah.
sudden gender's now a spectrum and it can be anything and all this wild
I know.
shit.
Honestly, these kids don't even know where to put their head at about anything right now. They have so much on their plate to deal with that they don't even know. They're all over the place. I hear everything, the pronouns, the confusion within themselves, on a level that I've never seen.
It's a tricky tightrope though, because I do still appreciate the fact that women have got, you know, I've still, you can call me a simp, guys, I get it, but I still kind of appreciate the fact that women they've got equal, they better, though the pendulum swung too far, I would say, but yeah, I like the fact that they've got some opportunities that they didn't have in the past, you know. Like when my mum passed a test, for instance, a car test. I mean, my mum ended up driving heavy vehicles and all sorts. So, you know, she's strong, independent woman is my mother. So that's obviously where I get it from. But
But who taught me as a woman to handle my gun when I was younger? Who taught me how to change my tire? My dad did all this stuff. My dad, a man, taught me how to do most of the things. Thank you, Daddy. I'm not saying a woman can't teach me, but a man did teach me all this. My grandfathers, and so I taught him. It continues on. And thank you for teaching me these things that a woman can do as well. But it doesn't mean that we still don't have a structure and roles that people are forgetting, you know. And I learned a lot from these people in this community, like a lot from you guys in relationships. I've heard Tora speak, and I still apply it to my life right now. Right? You know, like a woman should be submissive. Yes, I agree, 1000%. But at 42 years old, it's very hard to find a man you could be submissive to, because it's
That's
very difficult in the situation where I'm working my ass off, I'm doing everything, and if you can't make good decisions, and I have to come in and keep fixing them, then I can't give you that role. We can't be submissive then. But there should be a balance, right, Tor, where the woman is leaned on for those times where you go, you know what, you might be right this time. And it's a balance back and forth, but you let the man have the role. But he's got to guide you. He's got to be able to guide you is the problem.
wait, he's
You know, that's what.
Sorry, Tori. I'm
Go
just going
ahead.
to say he's got to be worthy. That's the fucking key, really. And I'm not saying I am either, by the way. I'm looking around and I'm not seeing too many worthy men. A lot of weak-minded men is what I'm
Amen.
seeing.
No, that's
And
a
I'm not
big
calling
thing.
anyone here.
My wife was very independent. Got pregnant at 17. Dude was a complete jerk. Had to raise the baby all on her own, and she was never submissive. So I met her family before I met her, and when I met her, I don't know why it happened, but she became submissive to what I would say and listen to me. And her family would all the time say, I don't know what the heck you did, but this lady is nothing like she was before. But honestly, I think it is the mutual respect, because I know
There.
how much she's accomplished in her life, that I value her opinion, because that is what the scripture is. Like a woman also, once the man treats her as the precious pearl, the most delicate thing that you know what I mean? It's you want to be super careful with and just protect and show your value towards her. She will, when you're going in getting crazy with she balances it out in such a beautiful way, and you have to take that advice as well. And it's a mutual thing. It's not.
You know, someone said to me recently, not Torah lies, you know, it's a relationship built on trust. And I'm like, no, it ain't. Because I can't trust you if I don't respect you and you don't respect me. First, it starts with respect. When you use that word respect, if your man respects you, doesn't talk bad about you, you know, builds you up, never lets anyone, his friends or anything, there's always that just mutual, just absolute respect. There's trust there. There's everything there. I can give you that role to be submissive because I know in that moment I can trust you and you respect me. And also, I can't respect somebody that I can't also value their opinions and all that, right? So she has faith in you. All that comes with
Yeah, which is
respect
crazy.
first.
It's
Yeah.
crazy too. My wife and I are 9 years apart. She is 9 years older than I am. So that's
Yeah,
just
I'm 8 years older than him, so it's a little. I'm trying to fill it out too, Tora. it's it's a weird generation gap, but at the same time, it's not that big of a gap. No, yeah, it's cool. But Tora, no, thank you. I just want to say that because I'm leaning on some of your stuff that you've told me, and I've heard through your relationships. That's why it's important to break down sometimes these things and be open about your own problems or lack of them, whatever. You know what I mean? Because I'm listening. Others are as well, and we take these on board seriously. I have a lot recently in the last 6 months. No joke. So thank you for those comments over the years. You know, that flat mess and everything about very personal things, right? We've gone through in our lives, and they matter. Little things like that. These conversations are probably the most important than even the shape of the earth, right?
yeah, we've had awesome conversations about that stuff, and yeah, I do think it's important to be open and apparent to people, so that way, because isn't our testimony the best way that we learn from one another, you know? And when we portray that honesty, it really helps to like see. And yeah, I agree with you, Stace. I've learned a lot from a lot of different people in here, and that's why I keep coming back. I gotta say.
Oh, and you know, I appreciate too. And there's times where I've been in my life, you're like, Stacey, you know, you're a very positive person. You don't sound very positive. You seem quite negative. I'm like, you know what, Tora? I'm gonna take that on board. I'm gonna sit back and ponder on that for about a week. and I'm like, you know what, Tora's right. I ain't kind of been a little bit negative lately. What's going on in my life? You know, this is why balance is important though too. You gotta let a man tell you what to do and tell you sometimes you're wrong. And listen, sometimes us women we need to analyze things about 3 or 4 times before we get it. This is what I mean. The difference of a man and a woman is huge. And there needs to be these roles that they want to literally make a huge gap between now.
Haven't you heard, Stace? They're exactly the same. What are you on about?
Oh, exactly. I said backwards actually. When it created we're exactly the same. But in reality, it's making a huge gap between us, is what I mean. And it's pulling us apart from each other. It's not bringing people together, men and women. No, no. In the worst way possible. Most people don't even know what a relationship is or love. I had to figure it out, so I'm still figuring it out, aren't we? Mm. I think when people get they see a relationship like a marriage and they go, that's easy. I want that. And they don't realize how much work that actually takes between those two people, that couple, the balance and the, what do you want to call it, compromising along the way. All those specific things that a man has to give up the role, sometimes a woman has to give it up. I'm going to compromise this situation right now. It's a commitment. You choose to love someone. You give your time to that someone. You don't. It's not like you just one day wake up and go, "It's going to be this way. Everything's going to be fine. I'm going to be married and everything's great."
Yeah, it's like we have a very Hollywood-esque version or picture in our mind of what marriage is. You see it and how people treasure their wedding day, which don't get me wrong, it's a beautiful day, but it is just another day. And what you have ahead of you after that day is a long journey, and it's going to be an interesting one. And it's your responsibility to hold to those vows, you know, because a lot of people forget all those vows after their wedding day for some reason.
Right? Absolutely. So that honeymoon phase, they say, goes away. What do you mean honeymoon phase? Shouldn't it already be the honeymoon phase the entire time you're already there, you're stuck in it, but you also you realize that the fantasy of the honeymoon phase is not like it's not always, but it's there. That feeling, that love, that respect. I think every day, Tori, you wake up and so I feel blessed. I know I am right now. Wake up, I'm very blessed to be beside the person I'm laying next to, and I am thankful for every moment that I am with that person. Like those are the times that you bank on, not the wedding, not that day, the everyday.
Well, in a way, we have our all theories of when did it all started, the separation and the molding of what is a relationship. But you know, in the same time, you know, we're holding these relationships as dear as possible. And of course, we try to pass these values to our children because, like you said, these stuff on the TV or stuff that's being taught kind of like separates us what is value, for ourselves instead of just valuing the relationship or the community. And sometimes, we'll have all these theories about, oh, it was in the 60s that that's where it started. But I don't know, it's just weird how sometimes we see the destruction of our communities going up more away of more of individual. Because of course sometimes, like I said, the feminists, they say, oh, I have to be independent. That's more being individual. But sometimes they forget about the family unit of what makes a family. But that goes back to the husband to make those lessons to teach those children as well, because I think there's a balance of how much work do you have to do. It's like the whole concept of if I'm away from the family, I'm making money, but when I'm with the family, I'm not making money. But at the same time, you're creating values and lessons and memories with the family, because sometimes they say what family is more important than making money.
Wow.
Yeah, it's important
That
to
whole
remember
circle right
there are
there.
things. Yeah, it's so important to remember there are things that are still sacred, and then for someone to say, I want to be independent, um, but is a dependent creature, or like, I want all the freedom I can. Like, once you have children, that goes away. Like, freedom is something, yeah, you have, and you like give up based on sacredness and what your values are, and that's okay. People are just scared for some reason of that.
Yeah. But it's the most beautiful thing on earth. You have kids. Listen, I don't have any that are living on earth right now, but I've also raised children. I had to raise my niece for her first 8 years of her life. And let me tell you something, the responsibility at 18 years old, it was on my plate, was like, damn. But it is, even though you're given it all, like you feel exhausted to no end, there's a purpose every day that you get up for. Like, oh God, it gives you another reason to breathe and live. And I wouldn't take it away for anything. It also builds you to be a very strong individual and changes you, makes you start thinking about life, the bigger picture, the long haul, what's coming after this. Kids make you
Well,
question a lot.
that's what they're saying. Like, what, do you guys theorize that it was the 60s that was kind of like the real push of that departure of the family unit?
Yeah.
Hey
I
guys.
mean, I'm trying to think about. Go ahead. Eddie.
Yeah. So we have a suggestion for 1v1 Dawn versus Jen. I'm entertaining it, but people in the channel, you can tell me if you wish for to see that on pay-per-view right now.
Hell yeah, let's do it.
Pay for review. So where do I pay?
Okay.
And
You all may live to regret this, but
we're getting
Omni, no,
Sponsored
we didn't
by
regret it
Omni
because you
Cash
did
App.
this. Yeah, you
Listen,
did this to us.
just to be clear, I say no from the start. So
Yep.
so we
I
all
say no
know.
too.
Bring the
I say
chaos.
no.
Bring it on.
Andy,
That sounds horrible.
you're real. Exactly. You're realistic here. My brain's gonna go. It's gonna explode.
Well, there is Omniverse other conversations that will serve as the fallout shelter. So if you cannot handle the Dom versus Jin, and I'm not sure I can.
Sorry.
But I'm going to give it a try. In the spirit
Okay.
of discovery.
I'm trying. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go down there.
Here we go. Okay. Andy. Omni's too funny. He's only doing this because he feels like he has to. Sorry. I remember running a server once before like this. I'm caring so much. Hey, wait. Are they coming up here though to run it? Or are we going down there? He didn't explain that, did he? Oh. Am I walking into the mayhem? Or is the mayhem coming to me? Oh shit. He hasn't changed anything. Let me see. I'm gonna go find it, I guess. Am I welcoming this chaos in my life? Gosh. Like I haven't heard this before. Oh yeah.
Okay, they're going to do it down there in Omnipresence. So everyone who wants to see Neo fighting Morpheus, go ahead and
Nice.
move down to that channel. I've
Just
given
because you,
Jin permission to post in the main chat, which he will probably spam with memes. However, for the purposes of this experiment, that's what we're going.
all right, you sold me on this, so let's go do it.
See on your souls.
Is Siak there? You there, Siak? I thought you could tell us all about Norway, just so while the conversation was dead.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get that.
Get what?
What you just said, I didn't.
I was just saying, if Siak was there, he could tell us about Norway.
Oh, okay, yeah. I understand it's cold.
Yeah, that's about the extent. That's my knowledge too of it too. Like, I used to watch a guy who used to do electric cars on YouTube. Like he just used to test all the latest electric cars, and yeah, it looked absolutely freezing there. And I thought, God, electric car, they must lose about a quarter of the range before they've even done anything in an electric car, I would imagine.
So, are you gonna buy that truck, the electric truck that's been promoted all day, all day? This is a little electric small truck, supposedly backed by Bezos by Amazon. I think it's a slate truck.
I think I saw that on Jay Leno. It's like it's got a similar wheelbase to a Mini or something like that. It looks pretty cool, actually.
Supposedly it's under 20 grand for the base model, but of course, anything you add on, maybe it's another 5,000. But I don't know. But yeah,
Yeah, it'll be more like 30 by the time you finished. But I think they said it had a range of about 250 or something like that.
no 150. But
Oh,
that's
150.
so you always cut it like 30% off of it, or 20%, or at least 10 to go accurate. So 100 miles, just go 100 miles.
We might be talking about two different things then, because I seem to recall thinking, because think about it, like 150 is no good, especially in America. It's no good in the UK. In America, it's just completely useless, basically.
Well, yeah, I was thinking like it's like a golf cart. You're just doing just go get some groceries and that's it. You have to keep charging it. Yeah.
This is it here. Can I post it in here? I don't even know.
Yeah. You can post. You can. Hold on a second. Let me check.
Yeah,
So
I've done it.
I
Is
will
that
generally
the
give
one?
image. Hold on a second. You got image firms.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I'll generally give them to anybody who asks. Just put memes in meme pool, and you can post. I mean, if you want to post pictures of your dog or your skyline or whatever, that's all fine. I'm just saying, it's gonna be memes. Put them in meme pool. All right.
Yeah, so I posted that Mark Twain thing in the meme pool because I wasn't sure, but it's really not a meme.
So yeah, I'm okay with that. I just don't want the deluge of memes in there because I wound up ignoring or blocking people just because I wanted to read the text chat and it was it was full of memes. And I was like, so anyway, I'm that's my major innovation. But yeah, that's not a problem.
It's interesting because memes are like modern graffiti, or I'd like to hear your take on that, Omni, actually, because me learning a lot about the French Revolution and and just how much influence the satirists had. For instance, they let them eat cake and all that. That was nonsense. She never said let them eat cake. This was all propaganda, and it was what was it, Monsieur Duchina, and how's Monsieur Duchina feeling today, and all this shit. And so memes are incredibly powerful propaganda tool, aren't they? And so once I learned that, I was very much more cautious about posting any type of memes. So it's interesting this line you've taken, where you're like, oh, memes are. So what's your take on it?
Well, so first off, I find that a lot of argumentation, quote unquote, is attempted through memes, meaning that it's like if somebody's like, well, I'm gonna post my my argument here, or my instead of making the argument, I'm gonna post a meme that says some stuff and strawmans the globe or makes fun of flat Earth or makes fun of astronauts or whatever. And it's not really an argument. It's just it's just somebody taking a shot at another person's set of beliefs. And, I think that's lazy. Gakushi posted a common gas law, trying to post about the second law of thermodynamics. And I was like, well, he's just, I mean, it's like he's not saying anything actually about the second law of thermodynamics being violated. He's just posting a meme that he's not really prepared to defend. It's just taking a shot. It's like, well, I'm gonna tell you about the second law of thermodynamics, but I don't really understand it myself. And like I said, I'm not, I don't really like that. But I get that people want to post memes. Meme pool is fine.
So because it's a bit lazy, is that what you're saying, or
it's a bit lazy, and it's just I can't make this argument. I can't explain what any of this means, but I'm going to post this to you, and then I'm going to say, well, you don't have a rejoinder to that, and that's it. I've made my argument, and you can't refute it because whatever. Like I could explain to Gakushi why that post is rubbish, but he doesn't really want that. He's just taking the shot and then leaving. Effectively. So yeah, it's lazy. It's not really argumentation. It's not really discussion. It's just, making a claim that he's not really understanding, and then going with that.
Yeah, I understand that completely.
So yeah, I mean, I don't hate them. It's like I told Gakushi, like, I don't think this is making the point you think it's making. But but what are you gonna do? So yeah, I'm not anti-meme. I just thought keeping it in that spot was probably for the best.
Yeah, again, like, I know I don't want to keep banging on about French Revolution, but just having learned like a little bit about what the satirists actually accomplished in swaying the crowd, it really changed my mind on the whole meme thing, and it is a very powerful social engineering tool, nudging, as they say in the business.
Yeah, I do think I think, well, so they certainly can be used that way. However, I feel like in a very specific space, like the public is not going to see anything you post in this server, right? The public, although welcome, is not going to come in here. This is going to be people involved in a very weird rhetorical space. So,
Oh, have you not got the text chat in the on? I thought you'd be streaming it live, maybe on another platform or whatever.
The what?
Is my mic muted? No, it isn't. Are you streaming on YouTube?
Yeah, we are. Yes, we are streaming on YouTube. I don't know if we're streaming live right now because Earth is Life is streaming it, but we do streaming. Yes, but still, I mean, I don't. Maybe a ton of people will come watch it. That's possible. Great, but I don't know. I don't know if that's going to happen or not.
I think you're cutting out, Omni.
I said I don't know if people are going to come
Oh,
and
I'm
watch
cutting
it
out.
on YouTube. So I'm just really I'm not sure.
I can't. Respectfully, I can't listen to Jin. I mean, I'll literally go to another server.
Yeah, well, okay. That I
I'm
feel
sure he's a
you.
nice guy. I don't mean to sound horrible. I don't mean to be horrible.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Well, he did say it's a bumpy ride, so I don't want a bumpy ride.
Well, that's why we have two VCs, right? I don't want to subject people to to experiences that they legitimately don't like. So, but also, it's like, if you're going to throw the shit show into the dumpster and set it all on fire, some people are there for that. There's people down there probably digging it. So
I just he doesn't really engage. He just chants, and then I don't know. I don't see what value there is in that. And again, I'm sure he's a nice guy. And hey, if I went to Japan, I'd meet up with him. I'm sure he's lovely. I don't mean to
Well,
sound.
he tells people. He ranted at me that he wasn't going to be nice, and he wasn't going to be a nice guy about this, and he was I mean, he made it very explicit that he was not there to be pleasant, which was not a great move in convincing me to take off his push to talk. He also wasn't going to follow the rules about memes. He was entitled to post his memes, and that was that. So, I was like, well,
everyone has their own taste of the conversation. Like I don't like Nathan Oakley, the whole 24/7, how they moderate their stuff with insults or just screaming on the mic. Well, that's why I'm not here. I'm over here because of course,
Yeah, well,
you're not
they're
you're not
working hard
screaming
to
at
be
me,
horrible.
or you're not fucking insulting Andy for don't meme here. It's like you kind of have an understanding. Like, okay, yeah, people do meme, but come on, just reduce it. Just don't go too absurd, ridiculous. Just don't put all this ridiculous stuff.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Nathan Oakley is like a very especially bad case. Like he's really, he's working overtime, to be as horrible as he could figure out how to be, in my assessment.
Yeah, I like very much some of the people over on 24/7. Like I like Miggy, I like Indio, I like AI. There's a few over there that I really like to talk to, but generally speaking,
you got a mention from him yesterday.
If you can get Indio to come over
nice.
here and do a debate with Jesse Path of Life, like I would get Jesse, and I think that would be a huge draw.
Yeah, I'd like to hear that, but I've heard it before actually. They did go at it on 24/7, and it was fair. But I generally speaking, it does feel like a cult over there at times, and that's why I sort of leave, because I remember a couple of whatever it was when Dell started first talking about his thing, and so then I started talking about the laws of motion and acceleration and all the rest of it. And Miggy just flat out said to me, "You were like, well, this type of rhetoric will lead you back to the globe." And I was like, well, what if it is a globe? I thought we were about truth here, right? So
narrator's voice. They were not really about truth.
So I was like, that just put me off completely, because that's what I'm interested in.
Well, I definitely agree that they're not really. I don't think they're really seeking much truth. I think it's a lot more about the battle.
You did get a mention yesterday.
All right, you sparked my interest. What was it?
No, it was Omni. He was getting the mention. You was mentioned. You got a mention.
Oh,
there we go. Now that Omni voice had to get you, Nathan.
Oh right. Okay.
What did they say?
He's that Omni voice. He's gaining traction. He's had to get you.
Oh no.
I think he was trying to.
They are 100% welcome to come over here and have the conversation.
He comes out with like, yeah, he pays me and I'll come on his show. That's his new thing. He wants to be paid.
Well,
so if he gets muted, no problem. He's getting paid.
Yeah, I mean, so if it was Nathan, I wouldn't mute him, or at least I'd try not to. Now, he got banned from 24/7 apparently for spamming the N-word, hard R, and if he does that, he's out of there.
I think that was on politics.
Yeah.
But funnily enough, yes, I agree that Nathan's behavior and the way he carries himself, he's like a bloody child. But the on that specific what he was talking about, I agree with him 100%. Of course, he didn't have to go and then say it fucking 7 times like an idiot. But the point he was making was actually a valid one.
That could be. If the point he's making is just a word, and I should get to say it, okay, that's not like that. I understand the position, but come on, man.
It's against the server guidelines.
Yeah, it's against server guidelines. Don't dude, you don't have to do that. So, narrator's voice, but he had to do it. And I mean, it really just doesn't help, with people. I guess I don't know, trying to take the server, seriously. Like, it's going to cause problems. And we just, I don't think I don't see a reason to want that, to accept that as something that we have there. I don't think it's very value added. It's like, I don't think we get like a great, a great benefit from that.
You played The Last of Us Part 2, Omni? It's bloody intense.
What's that?
Last of Us Part 2.
I haven't played it. I read about it. I didn't play the first one. I watched. I watched. I was curious about it, and I started watching a playthrough, and then I was like, "Oh, this is good. I should play it." And then I never got to it.
Yeah, the remasters are pretty good. When they port them over to PC, it's like, phew, it's so good.
Yeah.
And I know they've just done that with that other zombie one. I can't remember the name on it. With the Deacon, with the guy with the motorbike. Days Gone, I think it's called.
It could be. That sounds right. Yeah, I don't know, but I what I heard about it, I quite liked. It definitely got my interest somewhat, and I believe it. I don't have, like, right now I'm talking. I'm not doing stuff that I should be doing, but generally speaking, like, I can leave this on in the background and that's fine.
Yeah.
I don't have all the time to play computer games that I would like to.
Yeah. I came to Cyberpunk really, really late, which is a good thing because it were all a bit of a mess. So I hear.
Yeah,
But
if you avoided the bugs.
Yeah, but it's really good. I'm so impressed with that game. I'm like,
It
wow.
is good. And did you see the Netflix show that's in the same universe?
I didn't know.
Yeah, they have. I believe it's the same intellectual property. Like, it's, they have to credit the guy who came up with it. I don't know his name, but
I'll have a look on
the
Rotten
Netflix show is pretty
Tomatoes.
good.
I'll have a look on Rotten Tomatoes because I've got quite a good feel now for the critics and the audience. I get a really good feel for what a thing is going to be like.
Yeah.
And if it's something that I'm just going to watch anyway, that I'm like, oh, then I never look into it because I don't want any spoil. You know what I mean? I just that's silly.
Yeah.
But
No. Yeah. It's a short. It's it's short. It's not that many. It's a few episodes.
Right.
And I was like, well, it's Netflix, so if I don't like it, so what?
Yeah, I just got finished watching Stranger Things as well, so I was.
Oh,
I
yeah,
went
that's
to the
pretty
party.
good.
Yeah, it's so good, absolutely brilliant. The first season, I remember I watched it. I think when it first came out, and I was like, meh, and then I just sort of left it and forgot about it. And so yeah, it's like 2, 3, and 4. I just watched, and I was like, wow, this is so much better. Like, it just makes, I don't know, like, I guess I'd say it's a slow burner. It like takes a while to get going, and then you're like, oh, okay, oh, now this is interesting, like how they tied it all together.
As somebody who played a bunch of Dungeons and Dragons, I was like, oh, I like that.
Yeah, it's the kids kind of make it, don't they? It's like Goonies
were
back in
good.
the day.
Yeah, the kids
Yeah.
like came in strong. I was, the child actor thing is like always a bit of a risk, but I felt like they nailed it.
Yeah, I also like when they do, because for me it's like how can I put it? It's like when I saw Winona Ryder, who was excellent, by the way, but it kind of spoils it for me a little bit because it kind of breaks the fourth wall, if you will, because I don't know. It's like when you've got a cast of straight people you've not seen before, and then all of a sudden Winona Ryder pops in. you know, and then they got the other guy who he played Rudy, didn't he?
Yeah.
And he was also in Goonies, but he was brilliant too. Sean something his name is.
Sean.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's really good too. But he's
yeah,
another
he was
one.
good. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but he's you know what I mean. When it's just when I see that a cast, I like it when I don't recognize any of the cast. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I feel you, but also you're an executive going, we're going to spend $4 million on this thing or whatever it costs, probably a lot, and you know we want to make sure that people will watch it. So
Yeah, that's the kind
and
of
then
I
they
feel
say,
like
well,
this
if we
old.
get somebody who's a big name,
Yeah, that sort of goes back to the studio days, where you know they had to pin a name to the thing. Completely understand that, but I don't think that's the case now. I think it's completely changed. I think Sopranos just changed the whole landscape of TV. Because remember, back in the day, TV, if you went to TV, it was over basically. That was the bottom run. It was like that was the bottom run.
yeah. I mean, yeah, well, yeah, true. And Sopranos was, yeah, I think I have to agree. Sopranos was a game changer. I'm not sure it was the only one. There were other things that were like trying new stuff, you know, but yeah, Sopranos was a big one.
What was the David? I'm not a big fan of David Lynch, and because I always talk to Flatty about it because he likes him, and the transcendental stuff with him bothers me, and there's a few things about. I don't want to get into that, but the point is, he had a show, didn't he? A big show in the '80s, I think.
Twin Peaks.
Twin Peaks, yeah. Nice.
Yeah, that was
Omni up there with the pop culture references.
Twin Peaks was so. It was like, okay, yeah, I see, you know, it's the FBI guys going in there to, you know, check out this murder. It's like I've seen this before, you know, and then it's like it goes just off the rails, like weird. And I like that. Have you seen Severance?
Yeah.
So
I didn't watch number 2 though. I'm sort of holding back from watching that second season. Don't ask me why. I don't really know why, but
well, I mean, I will say, you know, I totally dug it. Like when I saw just the preview for it, the on Apple TV, I saw the White Halls. Like they had this guy walking through these halls. Like, you know, what is that? You know, and I went in completely cold. I had no idea. And like when I watched the first part of it, I was like, how are they going to explain any of this? You know, and you know, and I was super impressed with it.
yeah, somebody else has said that. In fact, I've heard it from a couple of different places. I think I went to do that Rotten Tomatoes thing that I was telling you about, and some of the audience was like, I think I've just been put off a little bit, but if I get desperate, I'll definitely look into it. I think I'll probably watch it.
No, it like I was just, I mean, it may not be the greatest thing ever, but it was so weird, and it delivered on its you know, it delivered on its weirdness. I was like, yes, it's weird, but yeah, they did explain what was going on. You know, I gotta say, you know, they did, you know.
Yeah. So when can they meet their other selves, or is it? I forget the exact premise because they have like workies, don't they?
Yeah. Well, so the people who are in the office cannot meet their other selves, but they can interact if they can get out of there. So there's a case where the main character, you know, finds another location that will activate his office self. So, and then they can like communicate via video camera. So like he'll go to the location, he'll type a message, go to the location, his office self wakes up, watches the video camera, tapes a response, and then leaves the location, which activates the outside guy who can then watch the message. So they cleverly did some of that. But it's still I'm not sure what the uh-oh. Okay, hold on a second. I gotta take a call. Hello?
Well, I'll give you the right. I did give you the right link, Andy, for that TV show.
What was that? Sorry, what TV show was it?
Severance.
Oh right, okay, dude. Yeah, yeah. I
I
don't know
haven't
why
watched it.
that
I
that
haven't
put
watched
me
it
off.
myself either.
Oh right, okay. Yeah, there's something that put me off it, and I can't really put my finger on exactly why. Plus, I mean that I would consider that sci-fi, but I don't know why. But I was into like spacey stuff. Don't ask me why, because I've never been into spacey stuff. But I watched that like Foundation. I thought this is a great TV show. Have you seen that Foundation? They got like a mathematician guy. I don't know. He's clearly a British actor. His name's Harry Seldon, and it's usually like a thing like that that captures my imagination, where it's like just one performance. And I realized as well that certain accents pull me in. Like I really love to hear. Um, the the young girl she's South African, I'm pretty sure, and she does a lot of the narration. And I was like, when you're trying to I'm trying to put my finger on why I like that show so much, and that's one of the reasons. I love that South African accent. You're right. I'm thinking of Lethal Weapon 2 now, where it's like, brown bread, white bread, diplomatic immunity, all that stuff. But yeah, they did they had the strikes, didn't they, in Hollywood? So that
I got to step away for a little bit. Okay, everything's
no
fine.
worries,
I'll
Omni.
talk to you guys later. Yeah. Okay. All right.
All right, dude.
Oh, the truck.
They did those strikes in Hollywood, and it sort of put the thing back years. So they are talking about doing another season of that Foundation, but who knows when you'll get it. But I'd recommend it. I think it's great show. There's a little weird game bit in it with this general, but even that they did really well. So they have to put in that, that stuff.
But the writer's strike is because they were getting underpaid while they're outsourcing their writing to something else.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what the situation was with that. I thought it was something to do with something to do with AI, wasn't it? Or I'm not exactly sure. Does anybody know the exact situation with that? Wasn't it something to do with the copyright of their image or something like that?
Yeah, I thought that like every strike, right, is just you're getting underpaid. if they're outsourcing your work on something else, but or something else, you know. But it's always you're always getting underpaid, right?
Sorry, I keep thinking I'm talking, but my mic's I'm muted. Yeah, somebody's getting shafted for sure. It's like Prince with his name, isn't it? You know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I didn't learn that till later. I just thought he was being pretentious. I didn't realize. I'm like, what the fuck? The artist formerly known as, and he's just a symbol now, and it's like, oh my god, what a dick! I didn't realize that. Oh yeah, he's just getting totally shafted.
Oh, we talked about the painter that you have, your icon. What's his name? Bob what? And I already forgot his name.
Bob Ross, yeah, they did a little documentary, didn't they, showing how. I don't know if you saw that, but
Yeah, I saw it.
yeah, the rights to his name and his family completely got shafted with. That's kind of the way it works, though, isn't it? So it's such a shame because he brought so much peace, I think, to the world, and he's one of the good ones. What can you say? That's why I like him as my PFP. Because people often, if they'll hear me like denying a Holocaust or something, they'll go, "Oh, you're Nazi," and this, that, and the other, and I'm like, "Oh no, I actually like Jews very much."
Well, yeah, exactly. It's like, he inspired well, I was watching old episodes from him in YouTube for my children, and they're all inspired like how does he make a tree and make a lake, like, and they're all inspired trying to do the same. But of course I'm not buying the products, but but still I'm going out there buying paint products, like you said, it does inspire to paint. And that's what's kind of genuine from any artist, right? To inspire to do something.
Yeah, I've got a Bob Ross copy in my front room, and it's one of my favorite things.
Is it
It's
genuine? Is it
no,
genuine or is
no,
it?
no. It's just some woman did it, I guess. I just got, and we did the mountains, and he did it with a knife. You can literally see the. No, I love it. The thing with me as well, I can live vicariously through others and enjoy their thing. But I understand also that that's kind of an issue because I know I'd get infinitely more pleasure from doing that myself and then having that end result. That's wonderful. But there's a part of me that's like, I can live just vicariously through others and just go, oh, and enjoy it with them, almost as if I'd done it myself. So it's a little bit delusional. Because
Yeah, it's like I got my one of my boss, his daughter's an artist, right? She's really good, and but it's funny that he threw all her art in the garbage, and I'm like, and I went to well, I went dumpster diving and started looking at her paintings. I'm like, wow, these paintings are great for my daughter's room. Like she's it's like a girl swinging in the sunset in a tree, with a swing. Another one's with trees, and it's like, wow, I don't know why this father just threw all the art. But I don't know. Everyone has their own preference. But I did dig up. Well, I didn't tell my boss, but I digged it up and put it in my daughter's room because like you said, it's just the art of it's hand painted. It's not this
Bro,
fucking AI generated fucking images that you get in the stores.
I'm gonna need to come and hang out with you in a couple weeks. I'm gonna go slap the shit out of a grown ass man for ruining his child's future.
For fucking getting some old paintings from my old boss's daughter's art.
Bro, I'm listening, all right? She
That way.
paints. He threw her stuff away and she
Oh, you're
paints.
talking about my boss. Yeah, yeah. Wow.
That's messed up. So I don't know
Cuddles is
what.
armed as well, by the way.
Well, I don't know his situation. I don't know if the daughter's like maybe I don't know why he did it. His motivations of why. I don't know the story, but of course. we all can think about and assume. But I don't know what motivated him to throw it away. But he may have a story why he did it. Why maybe he's angry with his daughter or he disowned her. I don't know what happened.
That is a bit weird.
It's okay. Look, something like that requires like getting pregnant for me to throw shit like that as a daddy. And if she ain't pregnant, he ain't got no reason.
Well, I'm gonna. If you want me to ask, I'll try to maneuver to figure out. But it's kind of like suspicion, like a looking. What's wrong with your daughter? Like I said, I asked questions. I just took the paintings. It was like maybe 5 paintings. Took 3. My other coworker took another 2. He liked them as well. But like you said, Rod, Andy, it's like that art. It's comes from a genuine hand, not from these like you're saying, these AI generated stuff. Because like I don't know if the writers, it's they're fighting because AI is going to take over, or they're using AI themselves. It just takes the creativity of the human hand.
I've had to fight with parents to try and get them to invest in their children and into their children's hobbies. It's amazing how messed up this world is.
Well, I had a conversation. Supposedly he came from a really wealthy family, right? And he said he wanted to sell a clothing line, but his dad told him, "Why? Why the fuck are you going to sell clothing? You make so much money and during this business." It's like, "Well, Dad, I want to do clothing line. I want to sell clothes. Like, why? Why sell clothes? We're so wealthy. Just get into this kind of field and make a bunch of money." But the son is like, "Well, I don't want to do that." It's like, "Well, you make so much less money selling clothes." But that has the whole conflict of the making money, which where's the passion in it? Like there's like a TV show called Paradise. Supposedly the president, he's the president now, but before he was president, he just wanted to become a teacher. But the father says, "No, you're gonna become a U.S. citizen, and the U.S. citizen, you're gonna become a president because that's what you're gonna be." And because they come from a wealthy family and they kind of maneuver their children through whatever they want to be. Same goes with one of my coworkers. He wants his son to be a soccer player, and he's pushing him to be a soccer player, training him and all that. But of course, I'm not going to get involved in his personal life. It's like they don't even ask the kid what he wants, what's his passion. But it's like it's a fine line where if the kid wants to be a tattoo artist, and I don't want him to be a tattoo artist, what makes me to stop him to not be a tattoo artist? Because I don't like tattoos on my body. Yeah, or a son that makes a bunch of dildos. Like, there's, I don't know. It's like, where do you draw the line of where the kid wants to be? But yeah, but going back to the whole art, I like art and I appreciate just handmade. My father-in-law, he appreciates when he goes to like yard sales. He likes little statues, but he likes the details of like these little details that he likes. He doesn't like this, you know, like you said, factory made little statues. He likes the whole art of it, the details of they put in and these concepts, and it's great because sometimes you can't replicate in massive.
Didn't mean to crash it.
I know, Cuddles, what you done? Bloody hell.
Look, that was a sad story, and that type of behavior has to stop. I put $1 on it. I know exactly why, too. Oof. What if
Are we live?
Yes, we are.
No.
I hope not.
Yes, we are. It's being
I'm
streamed.
recording this in the past.
Cool.
Step right up, Step right
posted
up,
a link.
Glover. Take your shot at the undefeated champion.
What?
Clover, step right up. Take your chance at the undefeated champion, Cuddles.
I don't know about undefeated.
I'm still waiting to be defeated. The poor guy couldn't give me an accurate measurement. Well,
It's
I'm
not really
measuring angles. Okay. At what point do I use measurements over any distance for any type of deviation? Yeah, I won.
I wouldn't look
Because
at
he's
this
a
as
moron.
I wouldn't look at this as like a fight. Just exchanging information. Your information might not be accurate. That's all we're saying. You ever think of that? You know, the information you've been given might not be that accurate.
Bro, that's the whole point of them having an opportunity in a debate. To
No,
question my side.
Yeah, but like, are you asking questions? Like, what's your?
Do I need to do anything other than that to defeat a cultist?
So when I ask a question, right? Like, what's the point of asking a question? You get an answer. Now, when you get the answer, like, what do you do when you get the answer? Do you accept the answer, or do you deny the answer and ask
Move
more
the goalposts.
questions?
I defeat
That's kind of what we see.
I defeat the premise that he's asserting with his question. That's what I do.
Okay, but why ask the question if you don't really want to receive the information, or if you don't want the answer?
Okay. You asked me what I do when they ask a question. So I answered. Now you have a new question. Just making
I'm
sure
just
that
saying, like, when you say something like, how is curvature measured? Right? That's a question you guys ask, right? How is curvature measured? When is curvature measured? And then we give you all the answers of how and when and where curvature was measured.
Never was.
Okay,
Not
that's
by
your answer. So when we give you the when we give you the answers, you come back with, what did you say?
Oh no, the answer he gave me was that he added it in. It's called arc sine formula. He put it in at the end of everything to add in his curvature that he presumed was there. I actually had him admit it last night or the night before on the debate. So you can't tell me that's not what you do when it is. So you're gonna lie to me?
No, but okay, so instead of saying that, right, what you could do is you could replicate the measurement and see if you get the same result.
Okay, but why would I say that when we're in a debate? Debate is words, what I say.
Yes, but what you could do if
But
you want to
but
verify
what?
what he's telling you, you could
But
go out and
what?
replicate.
What's your gripe with me?
You could go out and replicate the measurement to see if you get the same result. You know, repeatable, observable,
Okay.
repeatable. You know,
And what's your point? Where the fuck are you going with this?
that's
Make
the
your
point. You
statement.
can go.
I know, I did. That's why I'm not a fucking Glober, duh.
What did you do though? What exactly did you do?
Like the measurements along the coastline, man.
How did you? Could you explain your process?
Do you not know how to use the surveying kit? Does it not come with an instruction manual anymore?
I don't know what a surveying kit is.
It's a kit.
What's the kit? Wait, explain to me your method.
Bro,
How
you're
you?
talking about measuring deviation over distance and you don't even know what tool is measured. Why are you talking to me?
I do.
Why?
I do, but I want you to tell me what you did, your method.
I'm not going down this weird ass avenue, bro. Either you're a Glober and you're a challenger, or I don't give a shit unless we're having a better conversation.
All right, so let me explain to you what I did then, okay? Because I've done a few of these things. I took an auto level out to the beach in Hawaii, right? I set it up at 11 feet of water, measured my elevation from the water to the crosshairs inside the auto level. And when I looked through the eyepiece, I could see buildings about 15 miles away, right? Now, my theory is if there's no curvature, then the crosshairs should be hitting at the same exact elevation on the building that I'm seeing, right? Wouldn't that be a fair assumption?
Yeah.
You said
You don't presume you're trying to
yes.
measure. That's the first problem with all the Globers.
I'm asking you, do you think on if there's no curvature, right, then the crosshairs should be the same exact elevation above the water all the way across
Bro,
the building,
no.
correct?
Elevation. Okay, God, I swear to God. Okay, take a piece of
was 11.
paper. Take a piece of paper. Draw a straight line across from one side of the paper to the other. Now, put an arrow pointing up away from the line, and then put an arrow down away from the bottom of the line. Up is elevation, down is deviation.
I know that.
Zero,
Yeah, I know that.
zero is the flat line. That's it.
Exactly. So here, okay, perfect. So the water would be the bottom line, and then the crosshairs would be the top line, right? There'd be two parallel lines, correct?
I don't know what you're talking about. I just told you how there's no curvature because you said elevation, and elevation is positive deviation away from a straight line.
Yes, I get that. Correct. Now, in a scenario where we think the Earth there's no curvature, right? That means the water would be a flat horizontal line across the paper, right? Yes.
I don't have this issue, so like, who are you? What do you want?
We're walking through this because I'm going to walk you through what I observed when I went out here. The water would be a horizontal line, right? The water would be a flat horizontal line across the paper. And the crosshairs, which are 11 feet above the water, would also be a flat horizontal line above the water, right? I mean, I would presume, that they would both be the same exact elevation. Because with the auto level, I'm creating a horizontal plane above the water. But when I went out there and observed this several times, I observed that the crosshairs are hitting at an elevation on the building that is a lot higher than my elevation. Are you following? Mr. Cuddles, you still there? Or are you busy?
Bro, I got shit going on.
Okay.
I mean, I'd love to sit here and pick this apart. There's not a glober in the world that can defeat the undefeated, and it's
I
okay.
mean,
It's
it's
hard
okay
to
to
be
have
undefeated.
confidence. It's fine. It's, I love the confidence, man. It's great. I feel the same way when I step on the basketball court. Nobody can defeat me.
Yeah, you can dunk, sure. Yeah, just let me put these springs in your shoes.
No, I can't dunk, actually.
Yeah, I know, white man can't jump.
I'm not, I'm not white.
It was a joke. Plus, to me, I don't know what the fuck you are. You sound
It's
white.
not true. That's not true, though. There are some white guys that can dunk fucking easily.
I know. Look, Larry Bird was the best player in the NBA ever, but nobody knows that.
That's debatable.
All them nut job Globers are on the other channel, huh?
I don't know. Probably all busy. Anyway, that's the observation that I did. If you were listening.
I got puppies, I got dogs, I got shit to clean up, and there's messes everywhere. I'm a little busy.
Yep, that's fine, man. I'll even put the observation in the chat. Let's see here. Auto level. Let me see, auto level 1 or level 2. Here we go. We'll just do auto level 1. So here's my elevation above the water. And here is what I saw in the distance. Oh, come on, Omni. You know Nathan's not going to come here. That's stupid.
I don't know what part of Globers follow us around. People don't get. They follow us around.
But this is a Glober channel, so you guys came here.
Bro, how long have you been in these debates?
Probably since 2018.
Right. So you should know what I say. Because literally, we create a new place and they all flock. And we create a new place and they all flock. And they
This place was created by Glober.
It's happened for hundreds of servers.
No, this place was created by a Glober, though. So.
No kidding.
Okay, so we didn't. So we didn't.
One time.
I think we invited you here.
Big goop. Right, but there's still no proof of any of it.
What?
At least not from your side.
I mean, what proof would you accept?
Dude, I've given you what. What the problem is you fuckers can't do it. You just
Yeah,
can't
but
seem to wrap your heads around getting a measurement of what deviation is.
what would that look like?
It would look like people actually using the equipment correctly instead of pointing two theodolites at each other like retards.
Okay, so what exactly? So explain how exactly you would do it.
Bro, why?
I mean, if you really want to know whether or not it's curved or it's flat, I think you've already made up your mind, and no matter what is shown to you, you're gonna deny it anyway. But if you can do your
Okay.
best, exactly.
Without an appeal to fallacy, well, without appeal to authority fallacy, what evidence do you have
I just showed
that
you.
I can actually verify using
I
instrumentation?
just showed you. It's in the chat. I took an order level out to the beach in Hawaii. I measured my elevation above the water, which is 11 feet. I looked through the crosshairs, and the crosshairs are hitting a building, right? Not at 11 feet. That
Yeah,
means
so something due to the Rayleigh criteria, often the distance appears to be smaller than its actual size because you're far away from it. What does that prove about curvature? Nothing.
that doesn't. I don't think so, man. That doesn't work
It
like
doesn't
that.
prove anything. What you're doing is looking at something that shrunk off in the distance because of the fact of the distance.
Hold on a second. But hold on. Here's
I don't
another
see
thing
any
about the
curvature
picture.
measurement. I see
Hold
it.
on.
You looking through something and presuming a bunch of stuff.
Hold on. So for one, let's think about this scenario, right? Let's say we're in a hallway, and I've mentioned this before. Let's say we're in a hallway, and on the wall of that hallway, there's a line that's right at your eye level, right? And I tell you, or you tell me to walk down the hallway, right? At what point do you think my head will drop below that line? Does that make
I
any
don't
kind of
do
sense?
shoulda, coulda, wouldas.
No, let's think about the analogy, right? We're in a hallway. Think about the scenario. We're in a hallway that there's a line on the wall that is the same exact height as your head. If you tell somebody to walk down the hallway and you're watching them, do you think there's a point when their head would drop below the line on the wall? Let me see if I can post a picture to give you an idea. Perspective.
Like, it's real cute that you're obfuscating to some
Now, I'm trying to give you an
non-secular example, but this doesn't have anything to do with ground.
Let's look at the
You're in
picture.
a hallway. You're in a hallway that was commercially laid and leveled. Its surface is horizontal in all directions and flat.
Exactly. So look at the picture I just posted, right? At 9:03 or 9 minutes or 3 minutes past the hour, right? I just posted it. That's a hallway, right? All those different color rectangles are the same exact height, right? They're all at eye level. So as they go away, they're all intersecting at the same. They're all the same height, right?
Yes, they all appear to be shrinking. Duh.
But they're not
It's
shrinking.
called
They're
an
all
optical illusion.
None of them are shrinking. They're all the same height.
What did I say? What did I say? I said they appear to
No,
be
they don't.
shrinking. Okay, who said they were? Nobody.
You just said they
You're not listening.
I'm
As
listening.
usual. They appear to be shrinking. That's part of the Rayleigh criteria.
Are they dropping below? Are they dropping lower than eye level?
What does that have to do with anything? If something is changing its size based on an optical angle that you have to it because of a distance, what does that have to do with anything?
Because they're all the same height and they're all at the same eye level, and nothing is dropping below eye level because they're all the same height. That red line across the center, that's 5 feet above the surface. All of those rectangles are 5 feet above the surface. The one all the way in a distance, the blue one, is taller than eye level. Right? This is because we are on a flat surface, right? Do you agree?
Bro, you're gonna have to make points, like actual points that make actual sense.
I'm trying to get you to come to common ground, right? This is what would happen over a flat surface.
Bro, you're trying to take me somewhere that I've never left.
No, but this is what we would expect over a flat surface, right?
This is what we get in reality all the time.
Hey, okay, this is what you think we get in reality. Okay, perfect.
So this is what we get in reality all the time, aside from any optical illusions that you have happening.
Okay, now
This is what
let me show you this. Okay, where is it? Right here. This is a perspective view, right? So you see all those red rectangles, they're all the same height. This is the same thing, but looking on along the side. That's what we would expect over a flat surface. They're all the same height, right? Now, but the thing is, when you go back to my picture, where is it again? Let me go back to auto level. When you go back to my picture, right here, that's not what's happening over the water. That 15-story building, right? That 15-story building is either it's a lower elevation, which is impossible because I'm on the beach.
Okay, so what you're saying is the building doesn't appear smaller in your picture than it is in real life?
No, that's a 15-story building, and I'm only at 11 feet.
So it doesn't appear to be smaller than it is in real life.
It's taller than me. It's taller than 11 feet, right?
Answer the question that I asked. Stop answering the questions that I didn't ask. How about that?
I'm telling you.
But you didn't answer my question. So answer the damn question I did ask and stop making up answers to questions I did not ask.
He's asking the relevant question, which is, given what we know about perspective, something taller than you should be above your eye level.
Exactly.
He says.
No.
So what? He said it. That's not a criterion. That's not a criterion.
No, that's what we know about perspective. It should be above eye level because perspective says so.
I asked him for a measurement. Oh yeah, I'm gonna give you one, and I'm still waiting for it. You still haven't given me one. One measurement.
Yo, Earth is life. I actually agree with you what you were saying regarding perspective on a planar surface. What you would expect, and those rectangles, their height would remain fixed at eye level through distance. Right? That's what I would expect, and that's actually what we see in real life. But if you include, but hold on, if you consider the Atmos, right, it's going to affect
not
your perspective.
Not
now, wait, hold on. With the satellites and optics, like cameras and telescopes,
we always get back to a refraction argument.
It gets exaggerated with optics.
It always
yes, it
gets
does.
back. It always gets back to Flurf explanations and reasons and excuses.
More refraction would help you guys. Do you understand that?
We don't need you to tell us what would help us. I need you.
Yeah, we don't need facts. Who wants to give facts to flat earthers?
Shut up, trolley ass motherfucker! Shut up. What we don't need is explanations. What we do need are measurements.
Okay,
so
here's
what
the measurements
of deviation. Listen to what I asked, so you don't answer the wrong question again for the 16th time. Deviation over surface from 0.
All right, let's ask the question. Has the crosshairs deviated from the surface? because
Is
it's
that
not
a measurement, or is that you just being retarded again?
you just asked for the
No
deviation, right? That
measurement.
what
Okay,
we're
thank
seeing
you
here,
very much for not
what we're
giving me
seeing
a
here.
measurement.
Okay, let me know when you're done because you keep talking over me.
But
I'll
I
give
know
you.
you keep doing it to me. I'm gonna do it to you. It's fun, right?
Hey,
This is what you wanted.
Don't show them reality. Show them
I'll go
the
on mute.
flat Earth. Don't show them reality. Show them the flat Earth.
Hey, I'm gonna go on mute until you're finished, and then let me know when I can talk.
There's 3 other motherfuckers trying to get in this conversation right now. Don't blame me. I'll slap the shit out of you.
You won't.
No,
You bet I will.
We're not gonna do idle threats here, okay?
No, you won't.
But
It's Discord. You will not. It's not possible.
here we go, dude.
All right, are you done?
Are you done not answering what I asked you for? I'm looking for a measurement. Don't give me something other than a non-measurement. Let's start there.
Okay, you posted a measurement. It's a fucking measurement. So there.
Not a measurement. You don't have a. It's not a measurement. You don't have a.
I'm looking.
You don't have a tape measure.
That's not a measurement.
Yeah, you don't have
That
a tape
is not
measure.
a
Tape measure is
measurement.
the only way you can measure something is with a tape measure. Come on.
Carlos, go on mute for a second, please, while I explain this. Mute yourself.
While you explain how you used everything incorrectly, go right on ahead.
Go ahead. All right, so if we look at my picture, right? Let's go back to it. That's a 15-story building. So let's say that each floor is about 10 feet. That's 150 feet, right? So that means that the crosshairs are hitting 150 feet above where they should be because my crosshairs are only at 11 feet, right?
Yeah, 139.
11 feet. They're 11 feet above the water, right? So if it's a flat surface, we should see. If it's a flat surface, we should see what we see in the previous thing that I showed you in the hallway, where everything that's at 11 feet should be hitting at my crosshairs. But that's not what we see. And if you want to talk about refraction would help you guys because refraction works in the opposite direction.
All right. So what about when objects are obscured sooner than what the globe radius predicts?
Where do you have an observation of that?
Dude, there's plenty of observations where things get obscured way sooner. It would make the globe would be way smaller.
They're called optical illusions.
Obscured how? What observation?
Observation of that?
When things that should be resolvable should not be obscured.
Well, okay,
prematurely, but yet are because of atmospheric conditions. Things seem to disappear over the geometric horizon.
Okay, first, there's a difference between being unresolvable and obstructed. There's a difference, right? Are you talking about when we've seen these videos where people are not zoomed in and didn't see anything, and then all of a sudden they zoom in and you see things? Is that what you're referring to?
No. For example, the bridge in Louisiana. What's that bridge called?
Bridge, Lake Pontchartrain Bridge.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Plenty of examples there, even with drone footage from Taylor.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a great example because you can literally see the curve like right there.
Right, you can see the curve at basically sea level, which would be impossible according to your model, and things are becoming hold on. Things are becoming obscured and unresolvable way sooner than the globe radius predicts should be possible, right?
Hey,
So what's going on?
Do you realize that picture, when you guys see that, it's heavily zoomed in? I think that's the thing that you guys kind of
yeah, and you're in the picture that you're showing right now, isn't?
Well, yes, of course it's zoomed in.
Okay, so what's your point?
It's out of focus. What's your point?
What's out of focus?
Like, I don't understand. Like, when you guys, you're saying that it's obscured before it should be. Well, that's because the picture's zoomed in. It's not like you stand there and you see exactly what you saw in the picture.
I don't think you realize what you're saying. You shouldn't even be able to see a curve, dude. Yeah, you see a clear curve. That bridge is clearly curving. According to the scale of your model, you shouldn't be able to see any curve.
Let's post it here. Let's talk about this one.
You can't even see a curve at 40,000 feet, 60,000 feet, 120,000 feet. You're saying that you're seeing the Earth curve at sea level, dude? Come on, man.
You see the picture that I just posted? You're not going to see that standing on the shore. You're going to have to zoom in to see that. Do you understand?
Even if you zoomed in your model, you shouldn't be able to see the curvature of the Earth. When you do see the curvature, when things go over the geometric horizon, you think it's a geometric horizon, you claim that's evidence for curvature. And I'm trying to explain to you, well, what about when things dip beyond the geometric horizon way sooner than what your predicted radius allows for?
Give me an example of that. Do you have an
I mean,
example?
dude, I'm at work. I just told you. There's plenty of drone footage and pictures of that bridge in Louisiana.
Okay, give us an exact example and we'll look at it, because I have the bridge right here. I'll post different pictures of it. Right? I mean, if anything, why doesn't the bridge look like this? Why doesn't it look flat all the time? It should look like this. It should never curve.
Because of optical illusions.
And here's one with the GPS coordinates over top of it. How are the GPS coordinates curved?
They aren't.
They are.
GPS is ground-based positioning system. Ground-based positioning systems use line of sight. Line.
Okay.
They don't curve. There is no curved line of sight.
You see those white dots on there? See all those white dots? That's because he drove over the bridge with a GPS receiver attached to his car.
Oh, there's an actual curve at the edge of the bridge there? It's actually curving, you said, right?
Follows the bridge.
Hold on, bro. B-ball, there's an actual curve there?
It looks like it's curved. Yeah, it's curving with the curvature.
What do you mean it looks like? You said there's an actual curve there before. Now you're walking it back?
Yes, if you go there and you take a picture and zoom into the end of the bridge, you're going to see it curve. Yes.
So there's a curve there. Okay, so if I was to put a skateboard right at that place where it started curving, could I ride it down?
No, you're not going to ride it down. No.
So not a curve, right?
That's ridiculous.
That's called reducto ad absurdum. See, he just said there's an actual curve on the bridge, and I asked him what would happen if I were to put a skateboard there. Could I write it down? And he said no. So that's not an actual curve there.
See, come on, man. That's what a third grader would think. Come on, man. Be realistic.
I love it, man. I love it when you guys double speak. It's beautiful.
Would a third grader sit here and say, I believe in Santa Claus ad infinitum and still never give us any proof when we ask for it? Yeah.
I don't know what proof you're looking for, man. What I don't know what
I
you're asking.
told you. Deviation measurement over surface.
I don't think, and there's nothing that anyone can ever show you that's going to change your mind.
Okay, so draw a straight line on a piece of paper with a ruler. Arrow above the line, arrow below the line. 1 pointing up, 1 pointing down. Anything away from 0 in a positive direction, 1 foot, 2 foot, 3 foot, 5 foot, 1,000 foot, is called elevation. Anything below that horizontal line called 0 is called, thank you for interrupting me, sentence, so you don't get an answer to your query. I know you don't want an answer. So then anything negative is called deviation. It's going to be measured in negative number. -1 inch, -2 inch, -3 inch. That's called deviation from 0. This is what you're supposed to be measuring to tell me Earth curva.
So there's, I drew your picture for you. I drew your picture for you. It's in the chat.
You've yet to measure anything accurately with the tools being used correctly.
Okay, here's a question. Let's say the Earth was curved. What would I measure? What would that look like? What would the measurement look like? Would it look like?
I don't know what it would look like. I've never lived on anything like that.
You're not already seeing it.
Look, if the globe were real, me and my grandmother would have gotten our space taxi ride to the moon before she died. And now, 20 years after she's dead, guess what? Still no moon ride, bud.
You just said that you don't know what that looks like. So how would you know that you haven't already seen it?
Bro, I don't know what living on a ball looks like because I don't do it.
Yo,
I don't do it.
He's giving you evidence you live on a ball, and you're saying, "No, got it."
Can you not
No, he
visualize?
hasn't given. Okay, hold on.
Can you
NASA,
not
what
visualize?
evidence did he give me to show deviation over distance for the surface? I'll
The
wait.
fact that you're not seeing the bottom of the buildings.
Oh, so an optical illusion.
Not an optical
Okay, cool.
illusion, an optical vision.
Okay, so it's not out of focus then? It's the building's completely in focus?
Pretty
Oh, here's the cool thing about these images, right? That I posted. Do you realize that in the one image that I posted? Let me see. Let me go back. The one at 6 minutes past the hour. There's an island there in front of that building that we don't see. That has buildings on it that are taller than me also.
You realize that that's still not a measurement and you're misusing the tool?
No,
still.
he's not.
Yeah, I know. All you have to I'm using it
That's
right,
your
even
job.
though
That's your job.
The
You're
book that
not.
comes with the kit says that
You're
you're
not
using it incorrectly.
to do what? Oh, to
Because you're using it outside of its parameters, outside of its visual range. It does have a visual range.
Nothing has a visual
The
range. You can see it.
magnification inside of it is not infinite. There's no such thing.
Yo, Deadpool.
So he's retarded.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because,
the globus-
I know. Say no because it shows the Earth isn't flat. Got
Well,
it.
I've
Love it.
given him an opportunity. Now, here's your opportunity. Instead of trying to ad hom me, where's the
I'm not
deviation
trying to ad hom you.
measurement? Where's your deviation measurement?
Why can't you see the bottom of the buildings? I'll wait.
I'm looking. Okay, apparently you don't know what a measurement
Deadpool.
is. I'm looking for a measurement.
Oh, what do you want? You want a tape measure?
Optical observation.
This is an optical observation. Yeah, what's a measurement?
Giving me a freaking headache. One at a time, please. One. Wait.
Yeah, because he keeps going on and on and on. I don't know. What do you want, man?
You keep going on and on. I told you in the beginning of this conversation that you were going to give me some crap. You've been going on. And you proved my point that you gave me crap. You still haven't given me a measurement.
What measurement would you like?
Do you know what tools we use to measure things?
Yes.
Your
I guess
eye
you
ain't
use a
one
tape
of them.
measure.
Your eye ain't it. You got a meter stick, you got tape measures.
Oh,
you
a
got
tape measure, right.
Yeah.
NASA,
NASA, you don't realize that theodolites are not made for measuring angles. They are only made for surveying, and they also only have a range of 50 meters. You must need a tape measure. You don't know that. You're just dumb, NASA.
They do have an optical range. Optical range. But you know that. That's why you're using it outside of its optical range every time.
Yeah, they're only rated for 50 meters. I know.
That's not what they're rated for, but okay. I know. You're just trying to be a troll today.
Yes, because
You're not
you are
being very
absolutely
good
not
at it.
understanding how theodolites work and for what theodolites are made for.
Because a good troll would at least use the book to read the actual distance limits that they have marked in the book. These are the operating parameters designed for the thing. It's like you guys are telling the inventor of the device that you don't want to use the device the way the inventor intended the device to be used.
Here you go. I measured the Earth. Is this good enough for you? Use a tape measure.
Let me ask you this: your Earth change the rate of curve depending on what? Like, for example, you have your 6 foot, guy on the beach, 3 miles, but a geodetic surveyor, it's considered flat for what? 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles? What's up with that?
Sorry, I had a phone call.
You missed what I said?
Were you talking to me?
I was talking in general.
Oh.
In your globe, right, in your model, a person standing at the beach, 6 foot tall, starts to see the curve at around 3 miles, apparently. But in geodetic surveying, you can go up to 10, 20, 30 miles and consider it level and flat. What's up with that?
Yeah, geodetic surveying is measured differently.
You don't want to worry about that, though.
It's a small inconvenience, but I'm curious. Like, what is that? Selective curving? What's up with
I
that?
don't think it's not how they measure in geodetic surveying.
Well, you do know that they say they can, they consider the Earth flat, or use whatever term you want, for tens and tens of miles, right? So what's up with that?
Yeah, and after that they have to consider the curvature of the Earth. So I mean, they wouldn't say that if it wasn't there.
So
Yeah,
so the curvature is after that, after the tens and miles.
Yeah, that's when you start getting a pretty heavy error due to curvature. Yeah.
Yeah, but we see boats disappearing after 3 miles in the other story. ¿Qué pasó, man?
I mean, you're still seeing things disappear due to curvature.
So you have selective curving. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No, it's not. Well, it depends on your height, of course.
It just
It
came
could
to
be.
me. It's too good, man. You guys give me gifts every day. Thank you for this one too.
It could be relative curving due to
I
the
mean, we can
relativity of where you are.
I mean, we can sit here and argue about the horizon all day, man. There's plenty of other ways to figure out the shape of the Earth.
That's what I've never
Yeah,
understood.
didn't I
Why?
just reduce it to a little bit of ad absurdum there? Like, how could you have two different, two different explanations?
You can't put two and two together, man. I mean, you see the curve, you observe the curve, you observe things obstructed at the horizon. I mean, you can argue whether or not that happens or not, man. But there's other ways to figure it out.
Not arguing. I've seen. I went to the horizon. I went to the beach, right? And it appears that things happen around that distance, right? And the thing is, why would the geodetic surveyors disagree with that? This is my thing.
I don't think they disagree. I think you're just misunderstanding.
Oh, it's a misunderstanding again. I got you. Okay.
I think she's let Cuddles continue with the.
We can argue about the horizon all day, man. I mean, you guys say one thing, we're gonna say another thing. So it's kind
Let's argue about the theodolite.
I mean, that's kind of pointless too. I mean, things.
But it's not an argument, bro. It's not an argument. It's you have two different opposing things in your model. A for the horizon, yeah, for regular people, and B for the geodetic surveyors.
They measure it differently.
I just posted, by the way, the technical specs of a theodolite in the chat, including the source, and there is no distance limit.
Correct.
That's the shortest distance, 1.3 meters, because shorter you can't see sharp, but there's no distance limit, as Cuddles seems to claim, which is stupid.
Right. The only distance is the distance at which you can read the rod or the measuring on the measurement rod. That's it. But you can use
No, it's a theodolite. It's not an auto level. It's not a total station. It's a theodolite. It just measures angles between 2 points.
Correct. Okay.
So, and the angle measurement is a limit. So 5 arc seconds is here the limit on that theodolite.
Right.
But there is no distance limit. He's always claiming some stupid stuff. For example, like about it's his auto level or total station, which has an automatic laser rangefinder on it that has a distance limit. But that's not about theodolites.
So you're telling me the theodolite can't measure distances in length?
That's correct. A theodolite
So what the fuck?
can only
What the fuck
measure
is Jesse half of lies, measuring and saying, I know that distance because I measured it with my theodolite. And you had Zanet and the king of all theodolites saying, yeah, that's correct. So when you're saying it don't measure distances, it does or it doesn't.
Can you measure?
Okay, I try to answer, but then please don't interrupt. Okay, a theodolite itself, with a theodolite itself, you only can measure angles. But with a little bit of math and trigonometry, you then can also measure distances. And that's what surveyors do. They don't only click a button and say, okay, what's the distance? They use the theodolites, they use their tools. Nowadays, of course, they use more modern tools that, for example, do have laser rangefinders, or they use just GPS, very accurate GPS, They don't need the line of sight anymore. But back in the days when theodolite was used, they were used first to measure an angle, and then by that angle determine the distance or the area or whatever.
I wonder why they don't use line of sight over long distances.
Because they know the distance between the 2 points.
No,
And
because when they factor in the fake curvature, it most probably gets their fucking drawing pinged back to them and say, "What the fuck is this?"
No, you don't factor in the fake curvature, right? So what you do is you get a distance between two. You get a distance between 2 points, right? So I'm at 1 point. I shoot my theodolite at 1 point, right? I know that angle. Now I shoot it to another point. Boom, I know that angle. Now because I know the distance from my location to that first location, and then from my location to the second location, I can just do a little trigonometry and figure out the area of that triangle, right? And if those angles add up, and if those angles add up to more than 180 degrees, then I know, wow, their surface must be curved.
Let's reverse a little bit, yeah. When you shoot, you say that you shoot your angle, your first angle. What's that distance? How are you gonna like?
Do you not think we can figure?
I'm just asking you. I don't care about do you think. I'm asking you what a specific question, not about your feelings. I'm asking you what is the distance from the first shot you take?
There's no distance. There's just an angle.
Depends on the location. I know where I'm at.
What location? What are you
using? Where I'm at, where I'm standing. I know where I'm at. I know the location of where the other place is at. And I know those two places have a lat long location or GPS coordinates.
So that's what I'm going to say. So you're going to use GPS, yeah?
You could use that, or you could latitude, longitude, whatever you want to do.
Well, they're still the same, isn't it?
You can also use a wheel measure where you can just roll the distance. You can use a laser rangefinder. You could even use multiple times a tape
I think
measure.
if you use the laser rangefinder, you might be in a world of trouble if you think you can do what you're saying you can do. I think you're going to get like.
What is the problem with laser
This is not working
rangefinder?
out.
Schlitzy, what is the problem with laser rangefinders? You're a carpenter. Come on. What's the problem?
At a longer distance, yes, you probably wouldn't use a laser rangefinder, but you know,
laser rangefinders can easily work up to 1.5 miles.
Yeah, but why? Tell me what house or what block of flats is 1.5 miles long.
No, I'm not talking about these. So there are different laser rangefinders, let's see. The one that you just hold to the wall and you see the light dot, the red light dot, and you just click a button to see the distance. These are for construction works. These are for short distances. They are specifically made for short distances. For a long distance, you use a retro reflector. Wait a second. I'm just finished. Nearly finished.
Let me get my
nearly finished. Schlitzy, I'm nearly finished. Over long distance, you use different laser rangefinders. Same concept, but you have a telescope or a monocular, so like a glasses where you look through, where you have a crosshair on it, and then you point the crosshair to the retro reflector, which your other buddy has, or your target, which has a retro reflector, and then you can measure up to 1.5 miles, depending on the rating of the laser rangefinder, for example.
So you're going to tell me your first shot is 1.5 miles?
No. I said there are laser rangefinders for long distance that can easily measure 1.5 miles because that's what they are rated for.
I'm asking, what is your... I'll go back to the question. I don't think you understand. What is the distance, like, say you're going to put a tag in the ground, yeah? You're going to shoot something in the ground for your first marker. What is it? What is that distance?
Yeah, if you have just one marker in the ground, there is no distance.
There's no distance. Okay. So from the
but
marker,
now you go to your second point, and then you shoot a marker, and then you can measure the distance between your first and your second point. And then you measure take a third point that is not on that line, and then you can measure the distance between the first and the third one, and the second and the third one. Then you have the length of the sides, and then you can measure the angles. Or you need one angle plus the opposing side. Or you need You need different things in trigonometry.
I'm
You
skiving
should
off
know
school.
that.
I'm skiving off school, yeah? I'm bunking your lesson.
Yeah. So if you have two angles and one line, you know the area. That's simple trick that should be taught you in the, I don't know,
I ask
5th
you a
grade or
simple
so.
question. I didn't ask you a simple question, and I just got like a spiel of nonsense.
There you go. Are you already asking, or? Okay.
No, I bunked off your lesson and gave up.
I have several hobbies, by the way. This is not my only one.
You two, Earth is life, are confusing me.
What's up?
That's now 2 of you here is confusing me.
How did I confuse you?
Yeah, because there are 2 times Earth is live. But the one is just the streaming one, right?
Yeah. That's the one that's streaming. Yeah.
Okay. Do you keep the streams active, or do you delete them afterwards?
No, it's it's still up.
Yeah, I think at least at AE, no, EA, the Earth Awakenings, Gio said that he is not keeping the stream. I mean, you can go back and forth in the stream as long as it's still streaming, but then he
Right.
said it to YouTube that it disappears, because if it stays there, YouTube is doing subtitles on it, and then it will find out kind of a lot of swearing and a lot of funky stuff,
shit.
and will kind of degrade your server, your account pretty quickly.
Oh, okay. All right.
So that I don't know if you have any experience with live streaming on YouTube, but
A little bit.
okay. But that there is a checkbox if it stays up after stream is ended.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good. Thanks for reminding me that. I forgot about that.
Yeah, because when it's dark in the night and some people are kind of drunk, then the real
start
shit
acting
happens.
crazy.
And also, if you don't want to have Jin on your server, maybe talking about genocide and stuff.
Yeah.
Not on your server, I mean on your account.
Oh yeah. I'm fully aware of Mr. Jin. You might have to change that.
Doesn't talk about genocide.
No, of course. He's just declining that it ever happened.
He's said some pretty questionable things for him.
Well, he's not really here to defend himself, so.
Correct. Yeah.
No,
Wait till
he's in the next room, but
yeah, I'm sure he will appear.
yeah, don't say his name a third time, then he will come over.
So I want to establish your go-to tool to measure Earth is the theodolite, yeah?
It's the simplest one.
Pardon?
It's the simplest one.
The simplest.
Yes.
Okay. Just for good. Just to know. Just for no basis, yeah.
I mean, you could also just use a camera and point it to a city on the other side of a sea or so, or lake.
I'm still trying to find you on that dike. I'm I'm in London, still trying to find you on that dike in Den Haag. I can't see
Yeah,
you.
that's funny, right? You can't see that, and often you also can't see Dover, right? Or no, Dover you can see. Calais you can't see, right?
Dover? What's Dover got to do?
No. I mean for that over the channel. Can you
Well,
see France? I
right.
think you can see France, right?
I'm in East London, right?
Yeah, no,
but
from London
that's
not. But if you
really
go
different.
south to the sea, I mean.
Yeah, sometimes you can see it.
Right. It's like southeast, yeah? And you go to Dover. You're standing on the cliffs at Dover on a clear day. You can clearly see France, yes.
And if you go down to the beach, you can see it as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, just the top of it, maybe. I don't know.
You don't have to be on the cliffs to see France. That's for sure. I can be in Ibiza and see Denia. I think that might be a similar distance. I'm not too sure. Let me check that distance actually. Because in Ibiza you're basically at sea level. And you see there's I've got to take a call.
Was 20 miles or what?
Yeah, about 25.
No.
Well, it's 40 kilometers, so
Yeah,
kind
it's
of
not
reckon that.
5 miles.
What? 25.
Who said 5 or 35 or what?
How tall is the land you're looking at?
Did you say
25.
35 or 5?
25.
No, it's more. 25 miles. Yeah, 25 miles. Sorry, I was in kilometer. Yeah. That can be.
How tall is the land you're looking at, though? If you can still see it.
I don't know. Can you see the boats in Calais? Can you see the ferry the whole time? Or does it disappear above the horizon? Or below? Or behind?
I judge a lot of distance from all the times I spent in Hawaii, looking at the buildings in Honolulu from Barber's Point. And I think when you try and if you look at Hawaii, there's Diamond Head, the famous ancient volcano that's on Oahu. If you look at the buildings that are there right on the coast, those are about 20, 25 miles away from my location. So you can't see any, and on that coast there's houses, buildings, hotels, everything. When you get down to the shore, you can't see any of those houses or buildings or anything, but you can still see Diamond Head because it's a pretty tall mountain or volcano.
If you increase, are there any mountains that you can increase your elevation or so that you see them again, or?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, so when you're like in, let me see if I can post a screenshot. So if you're like in the center of the island, going towards the coast, you can see Diamond Head, and you can see all the houses and buildings on right that are right in front of Diamond Head. But as soon as you
What?
get down, sorry.
So you get further away, and you can still
No,
see it,
no, you get higher. You get higher.
and further away, right?
Yeah.
Oh God, what does that
So-
mean?
Let me show you 1 second. Let me get a
When you got a
screenshot.
second, get back to me.
Here we go. See if I can do a distance measurement from here. Oh, it's only 16 miles. There we go. 16 miles. Oh yeah, so yeah, my bad. It's only 16 miles. But yeah, when you get away from the coast and go a little bit higher, you can see all these buildings.
So did you just say at 16 miles things are disappearing?
Yes.
God, from Dover to Calais or to the closest shore to France is 21 miles. How is that? What I wonder what's causing. I wonder what's causing things to be seen and things in your side to disappear. I wonder what that is.
So it depends on how. Like, are you seeing the coast? Are you seeing things on the coast? You seeing shore to shore?
Yeah, shore to shore.
Now, what's the elevation though? What's your elevation?
I'm on the shore. We've got the sea in front of us. I think we're kind of the same height, isn't it? I don't see sloping sea.
Okay.
Or you got the curve in the middle, which then I wouldn't see nothing.
Well, also remember, so if you are seeing it, remember, you do have to take that refraction into account, which would bring things up above the curve.
It would bring things up. How far would that refraction be?
Depends.
Now you're again claiming magic. Refraction is just magic.
No, refraction's a thing, but like how you have your measurement. Look, if you went down to the sea today, oh, this is an average refraction. It wouldn't even play a part. Today is absolutely insane. You couldn't say any of your, the average refraction. It wouldn't come into play today.
So if you have a cooler layer of air below a warmer layer of air, yes, you're gonna get refraction.
No, a warmer below.
So
let me give you a demonstration real quick.
So the humidity is like not playing any part.
Yeah, sure. Humidity.
Because the water in the air would like cause some effect for sure.
Yeah, it
no,
will
regardless
increase.
of the pressure, let's talk of pressure. I don't think that's gonna. I think the most important thing is because when you've got a lot of humidity in the air, you breathe in and you feel the water come into your mouth. So you know there's water in the air, even though you can't see it, but you know it's going to act upon what you see.
All right, here's a demonstration. So this is over a curved surface, and it's a curved 2x4.
Yeah, but that's what you believe. I don't believe in the curved surface. So like,
I'm showing it to you. This is what happens.
Where have you posted it?
What you showing me? Where?
It's in the Omnipresence text chat.
Okay.
I don't see it. Wait a second.
Oh, hold on. It's not there yet. My bad. There it is.
Oh yeah, there. Okay.
What's that?
So that's a curved 2x4, right? He sprays like a really cold. I'm not sure what it was. Something really cold, and he sprayed it on there. And
is that a GIF?
The refraction brought that laser light above, so we could see it.
Is that a GIF?
Yes, it's.
Yo, dude, bro, we're not denying refraction, dog.
Post GIFs.
He was asking how he was able to see whatever from wherever.
Listen,
that's why.
Look. You can post whatever you want. That's absolute nonsense. That's not a citation, is it?
But that's what refraction does.
Yeah, that's in your head that might do that. In your little GIF, that's why you've presented it as a GIF. There's no citation to actually demonstrate that. It's just nonsense.
Okay.
I think you should actually delete that.
So let's see. It's not even I can't see the GIF, but who cares, dude? There's refraction. We know that.
I know,
that's why theodolite measurements aren't reliable. They're considered second-order measurements.
There's levels to refraction. Is the thing. There's levels to it.
Whoa,
Some days there's more. Some days
I
there's
know.
less.
I know
You know
there's
as well
levels
as
to
I do. You're not
refraction,
gonna use-
but when you make an observation through an optic, right, and your observation is not lining up with the predicted radius of the Earth, what do?
No, so that's
You
why
you make refractive corrections, right?
You asked me a question. So that's why you go on a day when you know that there's not high levels of refraction. So if you see miraging and mirroring, you probably go, okay, this is probably not a good day to make these measurements, right? But if you go on a bunch of days and there's a lot of days where you don't see any miraging or mirroring, those are probably the good days where you can make these measurements.
No. There's always a refractive index, dude. Come on,
Yes,
bro.
yes, there is
Stop
exactly.
playing dumb.
But some days are more than others.
Yeah,
Right.
but how
So
do you
this
get
is what
your
I'm saying. We're dealing with variable refraction, and then when it doesn't fit the predicted radius of the Earth, you have to correct for it to make it match. You have to affirm the consequence.
No, man. You go to a place where there's not high levels of refraction.
Bro, when you look
Like I
through a
said,
theodolite, right, you have vertical and horizontal refraction. You know that, right?
no, there's no horizontal refraction.
There is horizontal refraction.
Okay.
Left and right. Yes, there is. There's left and right refraction, dude. Believe it or not. Go look it
Is there
up.
a density gradient to the left and right?
And it's not humidity that causes refraction. Whoever said that, it's not humidity. Technically, according to Fermat's principle, it's the gradient densities, not necessarily the humidity itself, but when you have gradient, humidities, that's what happens.
I
So,
said
okay.
it's a part of it. I didn't say it causes it. I said like you have to take that into consideration. Humidity.
It's like it's more. I guess it more has to do with water vapor and like evaporation. Than actual humidity.
Yeah, but the humidity is the water in the air. That's what humidity is. You only have to like when you go down and you got a lot of humidity, go and you feel your mouth fill up with water because it's in the air.
No, but what I'm trying to say is like technically it's a technical thing, but according to Fermat's principle, it's not the fact that there's humidity in the air in general, right? Like I guess you can invoke like diffusion or some shit, but when we talk about refraction, it's the sudden change from one medium to the other, sort of like Snell's law. When you have a sudden change, from one condition to the other, is what causes the light to refract, to change its incident angle, right? Not necessarily the humidity causing it to refract.
A steeper than normal temperature gradient.
Yes. So look, let me ask you a question. Yeah, I was in Argentina once, right? And the humidity was insane.
You cut out, man. The humidity was insane. Is that what you're gonna say? Like I said, you go on days when you know there's not a lot of refraction, and and you make these measurements.
Yeah, you say that, but you need a reference point. You need a benchmark, right?
So
what's your benchmark? The benchmark is the predicted radius of the Earth. So any deviation from the predicted radius of the Earth, you're gonna say, oh, there's this much refraction today.
Well, yeah,
there's negative refraction, there's positive refraction, or because there's on the theodolite, there's an axis, right? There's a vertical and horizontal axes. If the horizon, the apparent horizon, it's on a geometric horizon, the apparent horizon, if it's dipping below, right, more than what's predicted, or if it's for whatever reason rising above more than than what's predicted, your reference point is the radius of the Earth, bro.
Well, yeah, that would be apparent. That would be very apparent when you look through and you see some weird shit going on on the horizon, like miraging or anything, and you're like, okay, yeah, I probably shouldn't make these measurements on this day. But if you go multiple times throughout the year and you see the same thing, then you can say, okay, and you go in a place where there's not a really steep temperature gradient.
Have to go over there or not?
You're not going to get a lot of weird effects at the horizon, and you're going to get exactly what you see, what you should see.
There's always a refractive index, dude. Unless you lived in a vacuum, bro. Like even in a vacuum, you're gonna have some type of effects. But that's besides the point. You act like there's gonna be the ideal conditions. Even in the most ideal conditions, you still have visibility, right? You still have what's
Yeah,
it's called.
I agree, but not everywhere is like Skunk Bay. I know you guys like to use Skunk Bay as a reference, right? But you don't see those effects happening where I made my observations. The water temperature and the air temperature are virtually the same all year round. So you're not going to get very high levels of refraction. Now, I'm not saying there's no refraction, right? Of course, there's always refraction, but not to the level where it's gonna play a huge part in the observation.
You're supposing that though. No one's actually. Yeah,
that.
because what's your reference point to even say that? What's your benchmark? What's your base?
Exactly what
are
I'm
you
saying.
referencing?
The air temperature and the water temperature are virtually the same. Listen to what I'm saying. They're virtually the same, so you're not going to get heavy levels of refraction. If more refraction would mean you would be able to see more or further over the curve. It would more refraction helps you guys.
That's not true.
It is very true.
That's patently false. That's patently false, dude. When the less refraction you have, the higher visibility increases, dude. The more visibility you have.
Yes, but that doesn't.
I know that you guys try to invert reality. You guys try to say the only reason that we can see further than what the geometric proportions allow for of the globe is because of refraction. That's what you guys say, but we've already patently debunked that.
No, you didn't.
With with infrared photography. Infrared photography.
No, who's infrared photography?
Dude, you know who Run Boston is?
Robotham?
So there's a guy called Run Boston, right? That's his handle on Discord.
Okay.
And he has an interview with a Navy pilot, either an Air Force or Navy pilot, on record, who flew in Afghanistan and was able to see the K2 summit with infrared line of sight video on his plane. And they did all the. I don't have all the math. But they calculated they calculated the observer height and the distance from Afghanistan to the Himalayas, bro. That it should be impossible to see that mountain with the given radius of the Earth. Yet you have a Navy pilot on record, on video, saying that he was able to see the K2 summit line of sight.
Wasn't it you that yesterday said that this kind of evidence is hearsay?
What are you talking about, bro?
It's hearsay. So because you heard it from a flat earther, therefore it has to be true.
No. I heard it from a Navy pilot, dude. It happens that the flat earther was interviewing the Navy pilot.
And that means what? Because he saw it from a very high altitude? What altitude was he at?
What I'm trying to tell you, bro, is that consistently what flat earthers are seeing are observations that should be impossible with the predicted radius of the Earth, dude. We're talking about 20 miles, 30 miles, 60 miles, 800,000 miles, dude.
So this goes back to exactly what I said, right? So we can sit here and we can argue about the horizon and what's seen at the horizon and refraction all day long, right? But remember, there are other ways to show that the Earth is a globe. Like I said, we can sit here all day and do the same thing. You can say, "Oh, I have this observation. He saw 85 miles." And I can sit here and I can post my video showing, well, at 14 miles, I can't even see the beginning of this runway that's supposed to be in front of me. It's a 2-mile runway. I can't see it. Right? We can go through this back and forth all day. Right?
No, because there's evidence falsifying your claim that refraction allows you to see further. No, it doesn't, dude. The reason why the military uses infrared photography is because it's less prone to the refractive index.
The military.
When you talk about, hold on. When we talk about the light spectrum, right? You have RGB, red, blue, and green, and then you have infrared, right? For the most part. Our visible spectrum is prone to refraction. The blue is the most prone to refraction. The green is second to the blue, and then the red is third. It's the least prone to refraction. And when you go deeper into the red nanometer spectrum, 680 nanometer and above, it's the least prone to refraction, and we know this objectively. So there's less bending of the wave, allowing you to see further.
You know what else the military uses? GPS satellites. We point them in the sky at satellites.
What is more interesting, in my opinion, to discuss with flat earthers, because they claim GPS is something else, not satellites, but geostationary satellites for TV, for example. So if you have a satellite TV, you point a dish to a specific position in sky, depending on your position on Earth. If you're going south in your country, you have to point it a little bit more up. If you're going more north, you have to point it more down. If you're going west, you have to point it more right. And if you're going more left. So you point it to a specific point in the sky. If you deviate from that point by a certain amount, you lose your signal, you weaken your signal. And if you go somewhere else, you have to point it somewhere else. That is verifiable directly. This is not a God-made phenomenon. That is a man-made thing there that is either reflecting a signal or is there and sending a signal. And you can trigonometry. You can use trick to find out the position, and you will find out that these coordinates that you have to use on a flat Earth do not match up in one point. These lines are passing each other.
Right. I didn't mean to change the subject.
Can you Can you summarize what you just said? Because you said a lot, dude. Can you just summarize it?
Satellites.
Geostationary satellites don't work on a flat Earth.
I mean, honestly, I don't know enough about satellites to argue with you on that.
I can give you a walk. If you're
that would probably. I'm sorry. Go ahead, man. My bad.
Seriously in the data, I can give you a walkthrough at some point with kind of maps plus the positions that you'll have to point your dish at that point on the map, and then showing you a graphic where these points would meet in the sky or don't meet in the sky. But I'm not at my computer, so I can't do screen sharing right now.
But I was going to bring up other type of wavelengths. I think they've used microwaves line of sight 300 miles, dude, in the Pacific. You ever heard about those? I can pull up the study when I get a chance, but they've done line of sight with microwaves, bro. And microwaves can't bounce off the ionosphere. So if you think that that's the reason why they were able to travel 300 miles, it's not because they bounce off the ionosphere. They don't bounce off they can't bounce off of shit like that. Like regular
every time
radio
I hear
waves.
these claims like this, I always look into it, and there's always something that you guys like overlook or leave out with these claims of these long distance either observations or military things. There's always something you guys leave out. You'll agree with one part of it, but then there's another part, an entirely separate part that debunks your entire premise. But you'll think either that's some sort of lie they threw in there to make us think that it's a globe, or you're just ignoring
Right. Okay, so yeah, you're just building a straw man and beating it up, dude. I don't know, dude. I'm not doing that. You're doing that. You're actually the one doing that. You're cherry picking the observations with the satellites, bro. You cherry pick the observations instead of looking at all of them. Yes, hold on. Hold on, dude. Bro, wait a second, bro. Wait a second. You disregard the outliers, dude. That's what you do.
No, I didn't. I made the observations. Have you made any observations?
No, I haven't. Not with a theodolite. I have a Canon XH-A1S. Like I have a telescopic lens with a pretty nice camera, but I don't have a proper theodolite.
Dude,
with an axis on it.
Get yourself an auto level, take it out to the beach. Try and look at buildings as far away as you can see. Right? As far away as you can see. Tell me why the building that's taller than you is falling below the crosshair.
I already told you because of refraction, dude.
Then measure the refraction, right? Find out what the refraction should be. And then when you find that out, tell me why it almost matches the globe model every single time.
It
If you
doesn't.
don't
Though.
make
You
the
guys just say
observation, you
that.
can't make the claims, man.
Bro, you have a ton of observations, bro. When it doesn't fit the globe model, the outliers you disregard them. Dude.
All of mine fit the
You
globe
only
model.
keep the ones that you don't have. You do minimal refraction correction on, and then you use like, look, this is evidence for the globe, dude. What about all the other observations that show either the objects looming above or sinking below? What about those observations? What do you do with those?
Never made an observation that didn't match the globe model. I'm sorry.
Dude, so is there such a thing as looming and towering refraction?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, but what? Can I ask why the outliers are the only things that Flurfs look at? Like,
No, we
why
don't.
do they
We look at
disregard
all of it.
the non-outlier? No, you don't. Every time it supports the globe, you bring up the outliers, which don't support flat Earth. You just don't look into it hard enough, or you disregard optics. And then someone brings up having a nice camera and compares it to like taking a measure with a theodolite. They both share one thing. That is that they use optics as part of their thing, like part of their operating is to have lenses and optics. Other than that, there's no correlation, or no, sorry, that's the wrong word. There's nothing similar about a camera and a theodolite other than the fact they both use optics in their functioning. A theodolite is something that can be leveled and is calibrated and can take measurements. That's something a camera can't really do. Not in the same way. You could take pictures and use them for something. You could take measurements from what you get, but it's not the same. And taking a picture, looking at through a telescopic lens on its own without calibration and measurements in the unit itself does nothing except take a pretty picture, which is
agree, dude.
and great.
I agree,
Okay.
but I was just admitting that I haven't made proper theodolite measurements of the horizon. That's all I was saying.
Well, you can go.
The
You can go
closest
rent
I've
one
done
from
to
like
that
a
is
construction
dude,
rental
hold on,
center
bro.
will rent you one for a weekend.
Gosh. Bro, I get it, dude. But I did work in construction for 3-4 years, doing concrete work, doing foundations, not little foundations, Amazon foundations, 1 million square feet. Now, even then, that's
big
not enough.
to see the curve there.
Even then, that's not big enough. But I know about construction tools. I mess with Stabila, total stations, and zip levels, and all of that, dude. Like, you know what I'm saying? And laser levels, all that.
You know how
but
to
it's not
take
it's not a significant
angle.
distance, right? But even then, like when we're talking about distances, dude, I prefer a physical measurement, right, with a tape or segments than doing these long distance observations and claiming
there's too many human errors in a tape measure.
Dude, I can't even talk.
Why do they not use tape measures to survey the property for the Amazon?
I get it, dude. I get it. What I'm trying to tell you though is I understand that it's I understand that it's impractical and not pragmatic to use a tape measure over 3 or 4 miles. I get it, dude. But that's way more reliable as a measurement, right? Hypothetically, than try to use optics over long distance because of the conditions that we're talking about.
No, you don't understand surveying. You are not a surveyor. You don't get it. You just don't get it. I understand that you worked in concrete. I was a constructor for over 30 years. You guys just don't understand what's going on. You understand how to use the thing to take a couple of site measurements. That's great, but a surveyor who's properly trained and knows what to do knows what days you can't take reliable measurements on, and they don't take them. But they can also make calculations that allow for it and get great measurements on even some rough days, not the worst days.
Regardless, when we talk about an experiment, dude, a theodolite measurement of the horizon is not an experiment, dude. It's not a proper experiment.
The theodolite isn't used to measure the horizon. The theodolite is used to lay out construction sites and take surveys of properties.
It's a valid point. But I'm simply stating that when you use the theodolite for long distances, like towards the horizon, I know you don't use it to actually measure the horizon. That's a valid point. But when you're trying to measure objects at a distance or a total station, right?
Yeah, sure.
It's not. There's a ton of reasons why it's an unreliable measurement, bro, and why you need error corrections. There's correction for collimation. There's correction for collimation. There's correction for refraction.
So you reverse the optics to reduce the collimation error, right? You
right,
flip it both ways, right? And you
and then,
average it out to get rid of that or make it as small as possible, right?
Yes, but you're dealing within a specific paradigm, the premise with a fixed radius. So when you do these corrections, your baseline is the fixed radius of the Earth, bro. The geometric horizon that you've
the thing is without you don't understand this. Without knowing what that is, take a non-total station theodolite. Take a 100-year-old theodolite. You can take the measurements, and with the reciprocal genus angles, you can use that to calculate the radius of the Earth. The radius of the Earth isn't baked into the total station. The radius of the Earth is something that's been known and measured for centuries. For centuries, we've known the radius of the Earth. It's millennia, really, but like with modern equipment, like this type of equipment has existed for a few hundred years. Look at when the surveys were done. What you're seeing is nonsense. You're trying to pretend that something's baked into something because the modern equipment has computers and stuff in it that speed up some of the calculations and make the busy work a little bit easier. But the fact of the matter is, we've already known that it's a globe. To dispute it is silly, which is why people come here to laugh at the whole concept. But misunderstanding how the equipment works is nonsense. I get you can measure with a tape measure. So no, nothing's baked.
You're baking the math.
Maybe you. I don't know how many you've smoked today, but something's baked around here.
You can't have your cake and eat it too, bro.
Sure, I can. I bake a cake and eat it.
You got error corrections, bro. The error corrections are needed. Without the error corrections, you would have no globe, dude. Because you have you have various conditions of the day where the observations can shift up or down, up or down.
Have you ever baked a brain? I can smell it right now.
But anyways, the idea that flat earthers, we throw out the outliers. No, we don't, dude. Earlier, I was bringing up Lake Pontchartrain in Louisiana, where you have observations of a curvature that if we took to be geometric, the Earth would be way smaller than it is. Because you got shit bending over the horizon way sooner than what the globe model predicts should be happening, bro. And we also have observations of no curvature for 80 miles, 200, 300 miles, where and like the Navy pilot that I mentioned is seeing the K2 summit, bro. That should be impossible. So we have observations of both a small globe and a large, extra large globe. So which is it?
Yeah, you have small g and big G.
I think what's really a good point here, Lion, is just to go back to their claim that they so much need about the moon. And just by using some logic here and a grain of thought, it just falls on itself because it, is a paradox. And it really shows that it is a cherry picking of what really just makes evidently one's own statement believable in a certain way. But yeah, I mean, what's there really to argue about when you're only talking about models? Like, what really is the point? A model is a concept. It's like you are imagining yourself around the table and you're like looking at this architecture before something is built, and you think that's the real thing.
Are you done? We were in the middle of having a conversation, man. Are you done?
Yeah. This
okay.
is just
okay. Let me go back. Okay, so if you're standing on the shore next to Lake Pontchartrain Bridge, you're not going to see the curvature, right? You have to zoom in on the end of it, then you will see that curve. You will see it curve down.
Or is that what you believe you're seeing?
It's been photographed.
Has it? What
yes.
What did you photograph? Did you photograph it from the side?
Yes, it's been photographed. It's kind of like when you're looking down a 2x4 and you see the 2x4 is kind of curved. Same deal.
If you go into the horizon there and then you go equally an amount back to the side, so you get like a 90-degree angle, and you take a photo, I mean, you kind of get the same result, don't you?
He keeps talking about the zoom, but listen, Taylor, Taylor Bonchik, right? She was in here last night. She's got drone footage, not zooming in, just drone footage where the drone is elevating up, at a constant rate, and you can see the curve, dude. You shouldn't be able to see the curve with a drone, bro, on the Earth.
Show me the observation.
What camera was used?
It was
a drone.
Was it
drone
rectilinear? Was it a rectilinear lens?
I don't.
Ah, okay, so forget it then.
Was it left to right curve?
Yeah, it most likely wasn't a rectilinear lens, but
yeah,
it was probably a wide lens.
It's gonna be great when I've created my framework and you can actually use it. And I mean, it completely debunks fantasies.
Okay. What is that?
We all just love what is plain, clear, and publicly observable without reliance on model-dependent interpretation.
Okay.
And I'm glad I have a brain, and it's not
Okay,
baked.
great. Do you have an answer for the 24-hour sun on your model that you're creating?
I don't even know if he's a flat earther.
He is.
I'm an evident earther, I guess I can call it now.
So 24-hour sun on this model you're making?
Well, I'm not at all gonna say or put a claim that your fantasy of that supposedly debunking anything is at any, or like what's
sound real
really the
confident
point? What's your point about the 24-hour sun?
Yeah. Do you have this model that you're creating? Does it explain it?
Does it need to?
Yes, it does.
And it will.
Oh, that's cool. We'll love to see it.
Yeah.
And until then, we'll just continue believing, the observations that we've been given.
In the observations that you've been given, yeah, rightfully so. Go ahead and believe in them. Great. I'm glad that you can just put it so easily into words for me. Until then, you will go ahead and believe in the interpretations that you were given. Great. Thank you for the conclusion.
I mean, I don't have, you don't have to take my word for it. I mean,
no, I don't have to take your word for it. I know that, man.
Thousands of people have witnessed it with their own eyes. So, don't take my word for it. Or all those thousands of people could be lying, That's another option.
Well, we gotta now look at what have they witnessed with their own eyes. The fantasy that they have been given an interpretive framework to see through.
Yeah, the one that's explained it perfectly on the globe model. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see now. So preemptively assuming a model before even
the one that's
eyes
explained perfectly on the globe model. They don't have, you don't have to interpret anything. You just look at it and say, okay, that kind of makes sense.
Wow, you really think that it's perfectly explained?
Oh yeah, should I show you?
I mean, show me how. Let me find my papers. Let's see. I'm scrolling up here. Please show me this thing right here.
Here's a little diagram showing you, a little 3D diagram showing you how it works on the globe model.
No, that's not what I'm curious about.
There we go.
If you're actually attempting to convince me about anything, I mean, you really have to start with what I'm now scrolling to find.
Okay.
So let's see. I have it right here. Just give me.
So basically, what you're saying, unless it conforms to your own interpretation, you're going to either ignore it, deny it, or be agnostic about it. Is that my correct understanding?
No. I don't play stupid. That's not my type of children's game. So let's see here. I'm just very curious about this paradox.
Paradox?
Well, I think it is a paradox. So it's definitely a paradox, I would say. Which is
what is the 24-hour sun?
I'm about to talk about it. Yeah. So you claim to measure the moon's distance by sending signals and timing their return. Yeah. You remember?
No, we're not talking. We're talking about 24-hour sun. We're not talking about sending signals and timing the return. It's not the subject right now.
Yeah, but this is really what I'm curious about.
Because but that's a different subject, though, man.
No, it's not. This has to do with the cosmos, the space. Yes, and you are saying that on your model, the sun now exists some. I forgot the number, but somewhere in space. Yeah, you invoke the realm of space.
About the distance. We're not talking about
What
the
do you mean,
distance.
dude?
We're talking about the observation. 24%.
Yo, SEAT can't be bi-curious?
Yeah, I'm not allowed to get this paradox into the picture here because I found it. Oh yeah, he now gaslit me. Okay, so let's talk about it. You claim to measure the moon's distance by sending signals and timing their return.
Oh, he wants to talk about something different. Okay.
Again,
that's
we
really how
talked
you.
about the 24-hour sun, and you were deflecting to the distance of the moon. That has
Bros.
literally nothing to do with each other.
This is the most important thing you ever have because it's the only thing that you imagine is in space that you can actually have a reliant return by sending a signal to and
You
imagine
will
that it
just
exists
not
there.
address the arguments that were given to you and just deflect to something else. And you think that
Nope.
this is a good conversation, right?
No. It seems rather
yes.
that you're failing to see the parallel about how this is talking about space, which is really the topic, because sun in your model is part of space. But if space can't even be proven, then you don't have an argument that the sun needs to actually supposedly exist
about
24
evident things.
hourly in space and shining light on this imaginary globe of yours. So you see,
You are talking about evident things. It is evident that the sun, the same sun as it does here, does a 24-hour rotation in the sky while it's setting here. And while the sun is in the south of Union Glacier Camp, it's overhead in Australia. That is what we observe. We are not talking about distance. We are not talking about space. Just bring us your explanation of that. You don't have to invoke space. You can invoke whatever you like. Just give us an explanation.
Dude, obviously, you don't need to explain me basics. And obviously, it makes self-evidence or evident. It is evident inside your model. But you see,
the only thing that is evident right now is that you don't have any answers about the 24-hour sun
And neither do you.
because that
Just a
you want
model.
to deflect to a different topic.
No. The only thing that you're doing is giving ideas and opinions about what that is through your model. You're not actually doing that yourself.
Dude, it's all right. You can say you don't know. I can say I don't know. I don't have to replace anything, dude.
And that's absolutely fine.
So I believe in space. Do you get it?
Like Whitson
Yeah, we
says
get
a lot.
you don't know. That's fine.
Falsification is independent of replacement.
Do you know that space exists, or do you believe that it exists?
Just say it. That's fine.
Well, I don't know because I haven't been there. You see. But anyhow, I'm very curious about this paradox, though, because he wanted earlier to address it, didn't he? I'm just curious, if you claim to measure the moon's distance by sending signals and timing the return, but you also accept, as all modern physics does, that signal speed can be affected by atmospheric refraction, gravitational lensing, and electromagnetic field interactions, and possibly some more. There is definitely a paradox in your claim, you see. Because if you're going to claim a precise distance, you must assume that the signal speed remains constant and its path remains direct. But by your own science, you know the signal speed and path can vary, and sometimes does. So if you assume constant speed, your method ignores real physics, at least so you say yourself. So if you admit variable speed, your calculated distance becomes uncertain. So here's the thing, man. You cannot both trust the calculation absolutely and accept the physics that undermines its certainty. Do you follow along?
Yeah. How much do especially astronomy know about the effects of the atmosphere regarding radio waves, lights, and so on and so forth? How refraction, the higher angle, the steeper angle you have, the less refraction there is in the atmosphere.
Okay, before we go on a
These
tangent,
things, now, hang on. These
can you
things are known
concede
and tested.
before we go on a tangent? Can you concede to the very fact that I just explained that you cannot know that you're actually measuring the distance to the moon? You just believe so by ignoring your own physics through your own
Which
cherry-picked
physics?
interpretive framework.
Which
Can you
physics?
concede to that
You
as
have
an
to tell me
evident, real thing
you
that you're
have
doing?
to explain what physics has been overlooked or wrong.
I already told you.
No, you haven't. Be specific.
Do I now need to give you like a mathematical formula? Like, really?
No. Explain to me how refraction works in a vertical direction.
I don't need to explain to you how they work by just
Do you know how
pointing
it
out the
works
very
then?
fact that you are actually... Man,
Come on. Straight up, refraction is extremely low.
man.
It has been tested in many different ways. And it's a
Yes, sir.
known. How
Stefan.
do they do, hang on, how do they do the adjustment of optical large
I
Earth-based
get you're
telescope?
stressing and your heart is beating,
By,
man, but come on.
yeah, but I'm working uphill. By using lasers, shining laser through the atmosphere, and then they couple it into adaptive optics to get clearer images. This is based on the knowledge of how, like, electromagnetic radiation reacts to the atmosphere. And the atmosphere, compared to the distance to the moon, is just a fraction of the distance. So even if light is a tiny bit slower in the atmosphere, most of the distance between Earth and the moon is almost devoid of any major gas particles.
Really now?
Yes, really now.
Please tell me more.
You want more?
Yeah, definitely. Please tell me more.
What?
Please tell me how you ignore atmospheric refraction, gravitational lensing, and electromagnetic field interactions when you cherry pick your signal speed path
light
to the moon and back.
Photons do not react to magnetic forces.
Bro, please explain how you're sending the
on.
signal
Yeah.
and you're ignoring your own physics.
No, to have gravitational lensing, you would need a large object, but the Earth is calculated to be 0.00006 degrees due to its mass. That's almost nothing.
No, it wasn't.
And who said, where did you get the idea that the refraction is being ignored? What made you say that?
Seeing my brain that it hasn't been baked.
The refraction has typically nothing to do with radar waves that you're sending up to the moon. These radar waves have a specific angle they are opening. They are not straight. We are not measuring the position of the moon. We are measuring the distance. Refraction is not slowing light down in its timing. It's bending it due to one side basically slowed down. The difference in speed in air, let me just tell you the numbers. So 299,702,547 meters per second in air, 299,792 meters, 458 meters per second in vacuum. That is in air still 99.97%, right? So if we would be, but with a measurement, if the full path between the Earth's surface and the moon would have air on ground level density, ground level density, we know that there is a pressure gradient, but let's just assume we would have ground level density all the way to the moon. It would be 0.03% of our measurement. So your so-called paradox is just bullshit. Because you don't want to accept the measurements. And
did you test did you test photons or radio waves through plasma?
Yeah, as I told you earlier, depending on the wavelength of the radio signals, some part of the length of the radio waves can be blocked by plasma or ionized gas. Several others are not. So you can use the right frequency and the plasma will not do anything. The other thing is that the amount of plasma per volume is minimal. I think it's like, what is it, 5 ions per cubic centimeters or something like that.
Oh man, okay.
But the plasma hold on, the plasma layer of the atmos, the magnetosphere, it's according to your models like 10,000, 20, 30,000 miles, bro. Thousands of miles thick.
Doesn't matter because the density is extremely thin and it only stops certain wavelengths of radio and radar.
It still has an effect on the propagation of both light and. I'm pretty sure.
Not on the wavelength. Not on the wavelength.
Either way, all right, dude.
Not on the wavelengths, which is not. There are certain wavelengths that are not affected by the plasma.
Bro, okay.
And that's the wavelength that you're using?
That's the wavelength they are using, yes.
And another thing is when you aim the signal at the moon, are you leading the target? Because the Earth is moving.
So
the moon is moving.
Yeah,
you expect the waves to hit the moon.
Because the wave, you know how a radio wave spreads out over distance.
And you're only dealing with 1 second of time.
Yes.
So the amount of displacement in 1 second of time and the cone of the radar signal, insignificant.
Yeah, you got 1.25 seconds to the moon. 1.25 seconds.
But still, it has to travel 200,000 miles, hit the moon.
1.5 seconds.
And then return back to your
another 1.25 seconds.
Okay. Still
2.5 seconds total round trip.
You expect us to believe that though?
Yeah, the moon's not going to move that far in 1.25 seconds.
Around us, right?
We understand you don't believe it. We got it, man.
I know, it's got a big number.
Either
really
way,
far away.
Either way, you're affirming the consequence because you assume that the moon's a certain size.
Incorrect.
You assume.
No.
Yeah, dude.
No.
Yeah, bro.
For fuck's sake, the size doesn't matter.
Yeah, we actually prove how far away it is once we get this radio signal back, but that's okay.
Yeah, and same with the lasers.
Well, that's what we're talking about.
Hang on. They can even discern which of the laser light is bounced back by the reflectors and which is bounced back by the regolith.
You have to listen. The thing in question is the distance of the moon, right? And for you to know the size of the moon, you would have to know its distance, which you don't know. The very thing in question, right? How confident are you? Just because you're getting a signal back after a certain amount of time?
Super confident. Super confident. This is the same principle. This is the same principle. This is the same principle you get when you go to Home Depot and buy a $35 laser measurer.
Like, do you just deny everything? Where exactly do you get any truth from? Just by denying everything?
Not from you guys.
Well, no, but where exactly do you get any truth from?
Okay.
Not from NASA.
Let's scientifically.
Of course not, because NASA's telling you the truth. And it says the Earth isn't flat, so it must be wrong. Got it.
Ask these questions.
This is too ludicrous. Let's scientifically actually investigate
I always go back to the same thing. Why ask the question if you don't want the answer or you're going to deny the answer?
Okay, let's try something else.
Because
let's
knowledge
triangulate
doesn't
to the moon.
operate on your belief and cherished picking. So
and let's try something else.
Wait
a minute.
Explanation here.
Yeah, let's try something else. Let's try triangulation. I posted in the chat a simultaneous photo of the moon during the eclipse and the two photographs have a known baseline between the two because we know where they were on Earth. One was near Chicago, one near Seattle, and the background stars were used to align the two photographs, and we have a displacement of the moon, and that comes out to, guess what? A quarter million miles.
Oh, great. Okay. So scientific explanation. You see, when a signal is sent toward the moon and a return is detected, what is evident is that a signal was transmitted and a response or echo was detected. And what is not evident, but only assumed, is that the exact path the signal traveled, and that the return came solely from the moon, and that speed of the signal was constant and unaffected, and that the return time directly and reliably corresponds to distance. So, you see, the distance to the moon is not observed, as you say. It is calculated using assumptions. No, it is calculated using assumptions about signal speed, travel path, and absence of interference. And every step beyond detecting the return is model-based and not directly evident. There you go.
So
End of story. End of
so
story.
how do you explain parallax measurements to the moon by VLBI, which has a 3.7 10 to the negative 8 arc-second resolution? It's like you can see a patney on the moon using VLBI.
What's your point, dude? I don't understand.
The point.
So they can photograph the moon.
The point is you can use.
And again, I agree with you.
You can use very long baseline radio interferometry to do parallax to the moon. And
Right,
the VLBI has a resolution which is extremely accurate at distance.
Yeah, but through trial and error, you can determine, right, how long it takes for waves to reach the moon and return. But what I'm trying to tell you is that I'm skeptical about
He's still not understanding what you're doing.
Gosh, go ahead, dude.
No, Leon,
I can't talk without you clipping me. Go ahead,
Lion, you have to hear him. He tried to explain it. You were assuming that it has to do with signal runtime. It hadn't. It was about parallax. Maybe he can try to explain it again so that you can follow.
All right, go ahead.
I'm following, Lion. So
hold on, let him know. Let him respond. Let him clarify.
But maybe Lion is also interested in following. Zynek, maybe Lion also wants to understand the claim, not just you. So give him the chance to understand it.
He is going to understand.
But he did not. So give him the possibility to understand it as well. The whole room is not turning just around you.
Just calm down and just stop shouting so much. And
the distance between the different radio telescopes within the VLBI is known down to a few millimeters margin of error. They're spread all over the face of the Earth. You have them from Antarctica south to Svalbard in north, in US, in Japan, Asia. So basically you use the whole side of the Earth facing the moon and do parallax from several locations at the same time. The other strange thing is if you are at different places on the face of the Earth facing the moon and you do the radio or radar measurements, the distance will change, and strangely enough, it changes accordingly to your distance. So if you're just seeing the moon above the horizon, it's further away than if you have it straight above your head.
Okay.
All right, hold on. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so this is usually the typical move after signal-based claims have been debunked, and you shift it to geometric parallax as evidence. So
it's an additional, it's an addition to the radar. So if parallax measures the same, why isn't the radar measurements and radio measurements and laser the same?
My friend Stefan, listen. Parallax is not direct evidence of distance. It is the apparent shift of an object's position relative to a background when the observer's position changes. The observation is the angular change and not the distance itself. So to convert parallax angles into distance, one must assume that the distance between the observation points that you call baseline is known exactly, and assume light travels in straight lines without distortion. And you need to assume atmospheric refraction and optical distortion are either absent or fully corrected, And you need to use trigonometric models to calculate distance from the angle. So
Yep.
what now?
And as I said to you, the distance between these radio telescopes are known extremely accurately.
No, it's not distance. You are
The
only
baseline,
observing
hang on,
angular change.
the baseline between the radio telescope are known down to a few millimeter margin of error.
Bro,
And when
by
you
your
do
own
them,
definition.
no, not my definition. It's what's stated in the science.
Okay,
And when you
that's what I
do,
meant.
if you have two or three or more telescopes pointing at the moon, centering the moon, you have the angles, you have the baselines, and you have several angles. When you do the trigonometry calculations, they all end up with the same distance.
Man, parallax shows apparent angular shift, not actual distance.
No, you are thinking about a different type of parallax. This is nothing moving. It's just three angles or more taken at the exact same time from three or more different positions. You're not waiting for anything to move.
I don't know enough about the topic, dude. I know about stellar parallax. I can talk about that. But the type of parallax that you're using to measure distance, I'm not. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
It's basically just a triangle with a known baseline and two angles known.
What these guys always fail to tell you is that parallax is based on if you live on a globe. It's ridiculous what they say.
No, as I mentioned earlier, it doesn't really matter if it's a flat Earth or a globe Earth. The distance to the moon would be a tiny bit different. It would be a tiny bit different, but still the parallax measurements would give evidence for the moon to be far.
So you're talking
A tiny
about
bit different. Is parallax measurements assuming you're on a globe in the first place without even establishing you're on a globe? Yes or no?
he's not talking about parallax now. He's talking about triangulation and masking it as parallax, and now saying that it is a different parallax, when in fact he's actually just simply talking about triangulation.
Yeah, you can call it triangulation if you like. It's still extremely accurate.
Okay, so great. Now that we have established that you are indeed doing triangulation, here we go. 1. Baseline distance between two observation points is exact and rigid, no flex and no distortion. That's your claim, yeah? 2. The observed angles are precise, unaffected by optical distortion, atmospheric refraction, or observer error. Wow. 3. The triangle formula trigonometry applies perfectly in the environment with no geometric or physical anomalies. Wow. 4. That the space between the points and the moon is linear and unaffected by refraction, gravitation, bending, or lensing. You're just going back into proving my point.
No, I'm disproving your point again, because
No, you're not doing anything.
Refraction above 45 degrees and steeper angles is very, very low. And that's why, and mainly they do, like the laser measurements are usually done from the major telescopes, which lies at about 5,000 meters above sea level, as you get out of the thickest part of the atmosphere, to reduce the effect of refraction.
Okay, I know this is shaky and the heart is racing and stuff, but I'm just going to debunk you in a sentence, and that's simply
No, you're not.
You haven't debunked anything. All you're saying is
Tell me how much refraction would there need to be to make the numbers so completely wrong?
That's not it. The key point
Then what
here
is
is that your triangle does not observe distance. It calculates distance from assumed constants, and calculation is not direct evidence.
Assume constant. So you have a baseline.
Ta-da.
You have a baseline which is constant. You have angles which is constant. Then what is wrong?
What did I just not already tell you that you assume constants, and now you just told me you do? What is your point?
Are a distance measurement sort of a constant? I'm not talking about the distance to the moon. I'm talking about the baseline between the telescopes.
It's all about the base.
Okay, so well, first and foremost, triangulation use geometry. Yeah, triangles for that.
Yes.
Yeah, obviously, to, as it says, estimate distance. But triangulation itself does not directly observe distance. It requires.
It's calculated.
Exactly.
Are you
that's what I said
suggesting
earlier.
that? Yeah. Are you saying that the geometry of a triangle is invalid?
I am saying that a triangle does not observe distance. It
Doesn't matter.
calculates your.
You can
Man.
use a triangle to calculate distances. I suppose you were in the army. You probably
assuming
learned how to do a simple thumb rule.
Yeah, I know 1
yeah,
+ 1, dude. It's 2, I guess.
Yeah.
But you see, calculation is not direct evidence.
Well, how about the fact that the triangulation and the radar and the laser get the same, very, very similar answers?
Because they're all made within the same model.
And when
Get
a
it?
new model will show up that will make all those measurements no longer agree or continue to agree?
Are we
The thing
moving
is
from the
that he said the
triangulation now?
flaw is that one and the same model can explain all that this is a flaw. That's so ridiculous. You need a single model for everything that you measure on flat Earth because everything together doesn't work.
But bro, I'm not a flat earther either. That's equally as cooked brain.
You sure sound like one.
No.
Question your model.
Yeah, I don't have a model that I believe in and worship in, you see. I realize that it's a religious object.
It's not, though. It's science, which is totally the opposite of religion, but that's okay.
Yeah, okay, great. Look at your Lego spaceship on your bookshelf, and we might talk about it later when you grow up.
Yeah, it says the guy who thinks that science is a religion.
Well, real science is not a religion, but
Correct.
this
Very good. You finally admit it.
Finally admitted it. I have man. My position has always been aligned with science, but
no, it's not.
You know, you gotta debunk hypocrisy when you see it.
No, it's not. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gone through that big rigmarole you just went through trying to debunk stuff that you don't understand.
Keck, it is why I went through that, because
No, it's why
all
you
your
went through
claims
that.
are unfounded. You are not actually aware of your claims.
Incorrect, but you know we know that there are some measurement errors in there.
Keep
there always
gaslighting
are.
me.
Yeah, I will because you're totally
you will.
full of shit.
Exposed.
Yeah, you're totally full of shit, but that's okay.
Now you admit to gaslighting me.
That you're full
Great.
of shit? That you're full
exposed.
of shit? Yeah, you're full of shit. Got it.
Oh, great. Keep going. Keep gaslighting me.
But
This
I'm
is
not gaslighting you, I'm telling
intellectual
you the truth.
dishonesty at display, guys.
You're full of shit.
Intellectual dishonesty.
It's correct. You are. You have
given
no.
here. Let's make a
But the problem with
song.
you, the problem with you is that you would need an intellect before you could be. I mean, you are dishonest, but you're not intellectually dishonest because you have no intellect.
I guess so. Maybe I need to think about how everything you
trauma,
say is
please?
just making brain rot. And let's see.
For you,
my
I would think
intellect
so. Yeah,
still exists.
because but first of all, you need a brain in order to have it rot.
Ladies
in
and
the first
gentlemen,
place.
what NASA Show is doing is going to contribute to this room dying in the end. He's
Yeah.
being
Oh, fuck off.
selfish, using this room to attack people for his own personal gains, regardless of the consequences of what it'll do to you.
No, I'm pointing
which
out that
is
this
this
guy
room won't
like
exist
you,
if all the flat
like
earthers are
you.
ran off. You can't just attack them like that.
Hold on, guys. He's not gonna do that anymore. NASA, you know the
What?
drill, right?
This guy is lying his ass off and continues to lie. And when I call him on
Please
lying,
don't
he's
make me mute you. You know the drill, NASA.
So
Why would I lie when I have this child in the background?
Because you're born a liar. I don't know.
Oh wow.
I don't know. I really don't know why.
Did I go
I really
into
don't.
did I go into the field of teaching and are interested in the safekeeping of our children because I'm a liar and want to corrupt every child?
What subject do you teach?
Drama and theater,
Drama and theater? Yeah. Okay, that's good.
also known as human action and relation.
Mm-hmm. Drama and theater. That makes you an expert in physics. So why don't you keep on talking?
It does make me an expert in human action.
Doesn't make you an expert in physics and science, though, does it?
Behavior.
Drama theater.
Makes me an expert in you being confused about your reality because you're imagining.
Yeah, says the
because I know what
drama
imagination
teacher.
is. Says the drama teacher, yes.
Says the drama teacher.
Says the teacher that creates realms of fiction and can go into
right,
them
right,
and
right.
believing them as real.
Right. Drama teacher.
Quite an
You're
expert,
up there
actually.
with janitors and yoga instructors, right? As an expert in science.
No, they are not experts, dude. But
you're not
I
either,
hear your type of science is equally as disturbed as those.
Well, incorrect, but nice try. You see, I actually know what science is. Actually done it. Actually been educated.
So
in
what
it,
if you make a
not drama.
positive argument for once instead of just coming in?
Oh, I made plenty of positive
and
arguments.
What
You
if
guys
you
say
do something
we
positive?
made.
Try it. Might
we
like
made
it.
You made plenty of positive things, and all we hear from you is nuh-uh. We were talking about
No,
positive a while ago. We're talking about measuring the distance to the moon and stuff,
then
and
you
all I
started
heard was
poisoning
here
the
was
well.
nuh-uh.
And then you admitted to it.
And then Mr. Drama Teacher here, who knows a lot about science, came up with a whole bunch of bullshit reasons why it doesn't work.
Well, I know a lot about how to
No, you
reordain
don't.
this room away from the drama, and that is that you openly admitted to gaslighting me,
Yeah,
and you're
except that I
continuing to
wasn't.
poisoning the well.
And then not doing that. I'm
sit back in the
all I'm
audience.
doing, Mr. Drama Teacher.
You sit back, dude. Chill.
Yeah, Mr. Drama Teacher, what's your background?
Chill more
when was
than
the last
what you're
time?
doing around.
When was the last time you actually took a science course? Sixth
That's
grade?
a show.
Ninth grade?
Is this how you conduct
When I
your,
took my master's degree in pedagogics,
life?
that's when
Your
I did
master's
science
degree
as well.
in what? Drama?
Pedagogics. Teaching.
That's a good question, Rob. Guys, we're gonna move on. We're not gonna listen to you guys just do this back and forth. Or say something of substance, or we move on.
He just believes I'm stupid because he wants me to be stupid.
Well, you are stupid. I'm sorry.
Okay.
What you just said was totally everything you said basically was wrong.
Wow.
But you're a
Okay,
drama
thank
teacher
you for
and you know
gaslighting
better.
me so openly.
Not a
and,
gaslighter.
I mean,
This
it's
is
noted.
truth. This is
Oh,
truth. You're a drama teacher. You know nothing of science, and you just came up with a big, huge thing of why science is wrong, and knowing that because you're a drama teacher. I mean, when you go to a
You're
doctor,
just
when
jealous that I can actually
imagine-
speak science with you, and you
when-
aren't even aware of your own models, dude.
Imagine.
That's really
oh,
sad.
here we go. Now imagine that you actually get hurt in a car accident or something, and you go to the hospital. Do you want a doctor that's actually studied the subject, or do you want some, I don't know, drama teacher to operate on you?
I want an
Are you-
immigrant.
like, what on earth is this kind of comparison? Obviously, I want
just-
someone who is professional.
Excellent. So why are you talking about science then when you don't know what you're talking about?
Because you are a wannabe professional, simply. And I have to actually go into the modality of teaching myself because you're
have
unaware of
mistaught
what you're
yourself.
doing.
You have mistaught yourself badly because you're a drama teacher and don't know anything of
No.
science.
You have conditioned yourself to worship a
Not
religion
worship.
you're
Sorry.
unaware of.
Not a religion, moron. A religion. Which
Actually,
religion is
it
based
is
in
a
belief?
shadow
Nope.
religion.
A
It's
religion
called
is
dark religion.
Religion is based
Go
in
study
belief.
psychology and
a
learn what dark
religion
religion is.
Go ahead, interrupt me now. Go ahead, interrupt me because you don't want to hear what I have to say. I understand that.
That's
It's
what you've
it's
been
tough.
doing to me all the time.
It's tough to hear, when you're wrong and you can't admit it. But you see,
Yeah, it sure is.
religion
Listen
is
to your
based.
voice. It's
A
trembling,
religion.
shaking.
A religion. It's not shaking. It's frustration at
definitely
a drama teacher who thinks he knows what he's talking about. In the meantime, though, science is based on fact.
That's really
Religion
sad.
is based on belief. So you're totally wrong. But okay.
Okay, appealing to your own history books, actually the drama teacher, or really the dramatist, is usually the highest intelligent. What now, dude?
Right. Because
What about,
actors are real.
what about Shakespeare and Ibsen? What did they not teach you about morality, for
Actors
example?
are real. We're not talking about morality, though. We're talking about science. There's a difference.
Oh, but don't you see what births the science? Bro.
Science is based on facts and observations, not what you feel.
Bro, I get that you're hurt because you have like a
I'm not
favorite
hurt. I'm
play
laughing at
toy
you,
that
sir.
you use your
I'm not.
cubicles and place them inside
I don't
and
feel.
shake and have fun
I
with
feel sorry
making
for you.
sounds
How
with
about
and
that?
stuff.
Feel
Yeah, I
sorry for
think
you.
we
How about
had
that?
about enough of this. What do you guys think?
Yeah,
Somebody
this
want to
is-
bring up another topic? Please go ahead.
He has admittedly decided to
Well,
gaslight me and keeps
means
voicing
stop
the world.
talking, bro.
He
About
keeps on going
him
about it,
and
doesn't he?
you
He
and-
can't.
yeah.
He can't admit he lost. And
I never lost. You just went
Yeah,
into
you both won.
gaslighting
You
me.
both won. You both won.
I'm not about winning. I'm about the fucking reality, dude.
You would know
get back
reality
to the
if they hit you in
topic.
the
Okay,
eye.
let me see if I can bring up a topic. Let me see.
You're a drama
No.
teacher. What do you know about reality?
Let's talk about triangulation.
Hold on,
bro.
hold on.
And you know that when you triangulate in the
see,
theater?
guys, you're not gonna continue doing this.
Wow.
It's
Listen.
that
Tell him to
simple.
shut up.
There's other rooms you
I
guys.
see. I'm not doing anything. I want to get back to the topic. He keeps gaslighting me. That's it.
Gaslight, right? That's they use that in the theater, don't they?
Yeah, it actually
Oh,
is from the theater.
Well, I did post, a professional,
Means I have
aspect
professional
of laser
expertise
ranging.
of what gaslight is too. But please stop now.
I'm
okay?
not. No, I'm not gaslighting you though, because you don't know what that term means. You should look it
Okay,
up.
let me
That,
try.
ter-
Let
that
me
term
try this,
comes
guys.
from
Let
my
me try
field
this.
of science. So shut the fuck up, please, and sit back.
Theater is science now?
Yeah. Hold on, guys. I mean, really, you overdid this.
Of course it is.
No, theater is not a science. Theaters.
Hello.
You're
Can anybody
doing the
hear me?
theatre right now.
This man needs some help. And can we get back to the topic?
Yeah, why don't you get back to the topic? Something
Yes,
that you know.
please.
Let's talk about something you know. Let's talk about.
I'm not even clear what
making
the
the
target.
stage.
I'm not clear
Before
what
you
the
need
topic
like
is.
the elderly to come and save you or something. Like, let's get back
Why
to the
aren't you
topic.
in like Shakespeare room or something like that, talking about something you know about like theater?
Wow. Okay. So triangulation, huh?
Okay, I just temp muted these guys because they're not gonna shut up, right? So, does anybody want to talk about anything else, and then I'll unmute them.
We talk about the circumference and diameter of the equator.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Give me a second. Let me unmute them. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'll just point out, and we can see where it goes. Anybody can measure the equator. Well, first of all, the equator is a collection of points that are all 6,225-ish. Maybe that's the number I'll use today. From the North Pole, 6,225 miles from the North Pole. That makes it a circle in anybody's book, right? Even if you think the Earth is a globe, it makes it a circle. It's just you have to use non-Euclidean geometry in that point. But a collection of points is the same distance along a surface from a point is a circle. The equator is a circle, and anybody can measure the circumference of that circle, and it's 4 times that radius. So there it is. Take it away.
Okay, sorry, I heard part of that because I was trying to unmute.
Okay, I'll just say it again. The equator is a circle as established by the fact that its center is the North Pole. If you start at the North Pole, every point on the equator is reachable by traveling 6,225 miles directly toward it, confining yourself to the surface on which we live. That makes it a circle. And it makes it a circle with a radius of 6,225 miles. And its circumference is 4 times that. And you can't have a circle like that on a flat surface.
Okay, and is the radius constant?
By definition, of course, if it's a circle on the
I just want
Earth,
to make sure.
yeah, I mean there are minor fluctuations because of oblateness, right? You get a different. The thing that we call the equator is a circle. I would guess probably to within a mile or two. There's no point on the equator that deviates by more than let's say 3 or 4 miles from that 6,225 mile thing.
Are you sure? Because if I'm not mistaken, in your model, because of the rotation of your sphere, of your ball, of your globe, the water bulges at the equator at about 20
Right.
miles, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's right. So fair enough. Let's make it 100 miles. Let's make it plus or minus 100 miles. The point still stands. You need a circumference that's tens of thousands of miles longer than it is if the Earth is flat.
So that would be kind of like a variable radius. I know it sounds silly to say it, right? But
Yeah, this is where some appreciation for measurement, uncertainty, etc., comes into play. It's like the size of the sun. The size of the sun does vary, but it doesn't vary by as much as you have to have it vary for it to disappear in the sky at night.
so how would you envision? Because been having this convo for years now, and even some flat earthers get confused with this, shall we say, right? How would you
Even flat
envision the
earthers get
bulge?
confused.
Like, how would you envision a wider radius at the equator? Like, how do you envision that when you're on the water? You don't
Well, I'm
notice
not
it at
sure.
all, or how
Yeah,
how
you
would
don't
you like
notice it at all.
put it in
Yeah.
your own words?
Yeah, you don't notice it at all. The Earth is flat, for local things. There's no surface we ever encounter in our entire lives that's as flat as the Earth. The Earth is really flat.
Okay, so Ed Puzzle just posted a picture of 59 past the hour with the windmills, right? The famous windmills, right?
I'm not interested in talking about things disappearing over the horizon right now, though we certainly could.
I mean, okay, I figure it's kind of related in a way, but
Yeah, I'd just like to stick with the simple fact that anybody can measure the circumference of the equator. Anybody can measure its radius. If you don't believe all maps ever published, then you can, rent a plane, drive along roads that run north-south or east-west, figure out how much mileage there is per degree, et cetera. Find out that every degree of latitude, every degree of change of latitude is 69 miles. Find out that every degree of longitude along the equator is also 69 miles. And then understand that the equator has a circumference that is roughly 4 times, I think the actual number is 4.008 times its radius. I'd have to remember that. I did that one time, but it's basically 4. What it is not is 2 times 3.14159 times the radius. What's that? 6.28 times the radius. Doesn't even begin to be 6.28 times its radius. And you can't do that on a flat surface. Period. End of story.
so okay, you see what I posted there? 1 past the hour.
Let me see.
We have a geoid, an ellipsoid, and the globe.
I can't get to the chat. My phone sometimes freezes up on me. There we go.
And the highly exaggerated geoid.
Right.
So,
Right. Geoid and ellipsoid, highly exaggerated geoid. On that scale, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Yeah, but you notice the R's on the ellipsoid?
Right.
Now
Yeah,
imagine
well,
the R's on the geoid.
Yeah, well, I mean, the point is that the geoid doesn't have a sensible R, but every point on the surface of that geoid is, within 10 or 20 miles of the number that we use for the radius of the Earth. The geoid, you can't, on that scale, you would never be able to tell the difference between the geoid drawing and the
But you can think like if you place a circle in the middle of this lines, you basically get the topography. So you get mean sea level, kind of. Some mountains above, some valleys below.
And so I really don't want to be distracted from the fact that geoid, ellipsoid, globe, they all look like the globe in this to the scale that you've drawn there. They should all look like the globe. And that's a thing that has a radius that you can define easily to within 100 miles. You can really define it to within 10 or 20 miles. But let's make it 100 miles. Let's suppose there's a 100-mile uncertainty. It's still It still doesn't give you a circumference to radius ratio that is 6.28. You might be able to boost it to 4.1, but you're not going to boost it from 4, which is what it is, to 6.28, which is what it'd have to be. It would literally have to be if the Earth were flat.
Mord one asks a good question. Which one has the hump?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Which one has the hump?
It's an old joke. It's an old
okay.
joke. Yeah, from the old days.
get
The humps, the drops. Yeah. See, you
I'm
gotta
curious.
envision some fancy physics when it comes to your water, you know?
So, Essie,
Oh,
is the
just gravity.
globe is the globe in your meme like the idealized latitude longitude system, or how are you defining that exactly?
Well, no, that's just something I asked Chat GPT to draw, right? How it
okay.
envisioned, yeah, and that's from Chat GPT, and of course I asked it to put the skateboard there for, you know, for the paradox. But seriously, I want to pick you guys' minds on this thing, right? And I'm not joking now, right? It's not a troll, not a joke. The windmill picture, right? You guys scroll up.
Yep.
Okay, you see where he has
So, can I
A, B, and
can we
bigger.
just have some closure? Are we conceding the fact that there is no explanation for the circumference for the equator being the way it is? It sounds to me like that was a give up. I just
On the
want to be
AE
really
map?
clear that it was.
No, I was just merely trying to
talking
there
about
was
the
no
AE.
give up.
Sorry?
But you're talking about the AE map, John, right?
No, not at all. Not at all. The equator, every point on the equator is reachable by walking directly from the North Pole to it. 6,225 miles. That I'm making no assumptions there.
Okay.
There's a place called the North Pole, and there is a thing called the equator, and it is demonstrably a circle centered on the North Pole. Yeah.
Yeah, and by this distance traveling from the center point to the circle and then the diameter of the circle, it couldn't be flat. Could be a cone,
Yeah.
but can never be flat.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it literally all by that one observation literally rules out a flat Earth. And it's interesting to notice that the Antarctic Circle is a circle whose circumference is less than its radius. That's a really hard thing to do on a flat surface.
Okay, so you did admit though that there's multiple radii on your model, correct? The radii.
Well, the radius
different at
varies.
different locations.
The radius varies by 5 or 10 miles, maybe. Yeah.
Well, the
Thank you.
The ellipsoid of Earth is defined by a biaxial ellipsoid. So there is a major and minor axis, and the major axis is center of Earth to the equator. Minor axis, center of Earth to the pole. So and that's only different by a fraction of a percent. But yes, it's very, very real. And between the equator and the pole, you have a continuous function change of radius, of curvature between those two. So it's the definition of an ellipse, a biaxial ellipsoid. The biaxial ellipse, and then rotated to make this the spheroid that we use in all navigation and precise measurement, and that is a best fit of the volume of the Earth.
Do you know, Shoebill, because it strikes me, I would bet that the distance from the North Pole to every point on the equator probably doesn't vary by more than a mile or two.
In the WGSA 4 ellipsoid, it doesn't vary at all. because that is a
No, but I
mathematical
mean,
best fit. That is a mathematical best fit of the planet. Now, the
right.
equator is very well defined, and the center of the North Pole very well defined. So, if you're going to make topographic or measuring a physical measurement across there, yeah, then you'll get some, the error of measurement. But there's no a mile or two or three would be ridiculous error.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's what and I'm not even talking about going up and down over mountains on the way. I can imagine that the reference ellipsoid doesn't capture kind of the true average shape of the Earth to within maybe a mile or two. But it's pretty damn close. And so the distance from the North Pole to the distance from the North Pole to every point that's really literally on the equator as we define it, as you'd look up, could vary a little bit, but it wouldn't vary by the 2,000 mile. Not a very right. It has to be less than it is by something like 2,000 miles in order to get the actual circumference of the equator, and it just doesn't. It varies by a mile or two, probably at most. I'm willing to spot them 100 miles because you can't change it by 100 miles and get the result. The simple fact is you cannot have the equator and its distance from the North Pole on anything that's flat.
Okay, let me read this out from the National Geographic Society so you don't think I'm making it up, right? Here goes, short paragraph. The Earth's equatorial bulge is about 43 kilometers, 27 miles. The equatorial bulge means that people standing at sea level near the poles are closer to the center of the Earth than people standing at sea level near the equator.
Right, but that has
This is your
nothing to
model.
do. But that has nothing
that's well
to
known.
do
That there's
with,
no pretense. That is very well known.
and it has nothing to do with whether or not the distance from the North Pole to the equator varies. Nothing.
Well, you disagree with National Geographic?
No, Jesus,
in a little bit.
Can you not even hear us? That's very well known, and it has nothing to do with the question of whether the distance from the North Pole to the equator varies. It doesn't.
No, the distance? No. I would assume. So what do you make of this? Let me ask you guys, how do you envision this bulge? I call it a hump, right?
Can we
But we'll
stick
call
to
it
the
a bulge.
subject? You keep trying to change the subject, Essie. If
No,
we,
I've been trying to ask you this, and you've been pulling me back, like the mob. I want to leave, but
you're changing the
What's wrong, bro?
subject. The subject is the length of the equator, the circumference of the equator, and its radius. And the simple fact is that the circumference of the equator, which is a circle centered on the North Pole, is 4 times its radius. I don't care about the bulge. I don't care about anything else. All I care about is the fact that you cannot draw a circle that has a circumference that is 4 times its radius on a flat surface. That's not possible.
Okay, you made your point. Okay, very good.
Okay, so if we conceded that point, the
I didn't concede
equator
anything.
cannot.
I didn't concede
the
anything. I brought
equator-
up something else. I didn't
You're
concede anything.
changing the subject, and that's fine. We can change the subject, but I
I'm
want
not
to be
changing
clear.
the subject.
You
I
have
brought
changed
up
the subject. Circumference and radius of the equator. That's the subject.
Okay, and you conceded that there's different radii
Okay,
on
I
your.
can't do this anymore. This is too dishonest for me. I'm out of here.
So pop out, bro. Pop out.
Yeah.
If you can't handle the combo, pop out.
Yeah. Now the ellipsoidal shape of the Earth was first confirmed in about 1760, and has been repeatedly measured ever since. And the ellipsoid definition has been revised minutely since then. So yeah, the distance to the center of the Earth from the North Pole, surface of the Earth at the North Pole, yes, is shorter, and by those 20-some kilometers, yeah, absolutely well known, and it shows up in geodetic measurement, shows up in my own distance from the surface to the center of Earth is latitude dependent. Yeah, no problem.
Okay, so one final question on this subject, and then I want to ask you about the windmills. If you guys want, if it's too triggering, we can change subjects. I mean, no problem. How would you envision this bulge, which I have named a hump? How would you envision it? Like, how do you see it in your mind?
Yeah, a ball, a nearly perfect sphere that if you take the Earth and shrink it to the size of a cue ball, it would be very difficult to measure the difference. And even in photography, satellite photography, the difference from the polar to the equatorial is only a few pixels. So yeah, these are, 22 kilometers sounds big, but it's really also small. Over the the total, either dimension, the major or minor axis. So the precision of which this has been measured, it dates, hundreds of years.
Okay, fair enough. So at least we brought that out. 27-mile bulge at the equator. Okay, fair enough.
Well,
Let
it's
me
not.
ask you.
When you describe it as a bulge, it sounds kind of episodic, as opposed to a continuous, smooth transition across the 6,200 miles from pole to equator. So it's just progressively these little bits all along the way, as opposed to a bulge, which sounds like, oh, it was a sphere. Then all of a sudden, there's this like speed bump.
Yeah, but it's not me that describes it that way. I describe it as a hump, but the National Geographic Society explains it as the equatorial bulge.
They don't speak for the globe model. They're
Well,
not an
okay,
authority.
and that bulge, if we want to call it, which causes the difference between the perfect sphere and the slightly oblate sphere, is really quite small. So the envision is you have a pool ball, which you could still tournament play with.
So it'll still go in a straight line if you roll it down?
If you took the Earth and scaled it to a pool ball and lagged it across a pool table, yeah, it would.
Are you sure, bro?
Yeah, because it's not different enough.
Imagine having like, would it be the equivalent of having like, I know we're going off the rails here, but it's kind of fun. Like if you had a sand, a little grain of sand attached to a pool ball, don't you think it would affect your shot?
Well, yeah, it would, because a grain of sand on a pool ball would be like 100 or 1,000 times taller than Mount Everest.
Yeah, I'm overdoing it, but I'm trying to like give you like,
Okay,
a
take
visual
that
of
grain
it.
of sand, take that singular grain of sand, and then smash it into the finest of dust particles, and then take one of those dust particles and stick it on the pool ball.
So you think that would be an equivalent, a dust particle?
Yeah.
So 27 miles to 39.59 will be like an equivalent to a dust particle to you? You're
Well,
good in
if it
math,
were
right? Let's math the heck out of it. Who can
if
math
it were if it were a bump as opposed to a continuously smooth transition,
Maybe some math geek could math this out. Like a cue ball, what grain of what object would be the equivalent size? Who's a math geek?
What was the question?
The question is, if you would have a cue ball representing your globe, and you have a bulge at the equator, which would be 27 miles. How would you represent that? What size would it be? A grain of sand, smaller? What size would it be?
I have to check what a cue ball is. Is it some kind of sport thing?
A pool ball, a pool. You know, billiards.
So yeah, okay, pool. Okay. What is the size of these things?
Couple of inches across. I don't know.
Let me just check.
I think a pool ball is about 2.5 inches.
Yeah, I have to check that in real unit.
I knew we'd find a math geek. See?
It's okay. It's so snooker. It's 54 millimeters, something like this. Pool is 57. So roughly 50 milli, 50, 52, 55, something like this. So, okay, let's just assume. Okay, a Russian one is 68, which is nice because our Earth has also, what was it, 6,800? Yeah, 6,300. So let's say, okay, it's scaled down. What was the hum? 40 kilometers?
27 miles. What's that in kilometers?
Yeah, roughly 40 kilometers, I think.
So
it's something like 1.6 or so, maybe a little bit more, but it would be 0.4, roughly like half a millimeter or so, with the equator wider than the north-south distance, so half a millimeter. And Mount Everest is 8. What wasn't it? 8,000? Something like this.
30,000 feet, about 8 kilometers, something like that.
Yeah, so that would be 0.08 millimeter on a pool ball. So have you wow, what's the name of this metal measurement device that you move, where you can measure kind of, for example, this ball height?
Yeah, a caliper, a dial caliper.
Yeah, it's a caliper. So they are capable. If you do the sub-millimeter lines, you can measure something like 0.1 millimeter. So you could measure the distance, but you wouldn't see it.
So I got an answer. So are we talking about the circumference?
No, he was talking about how much wider the Earth is than it's tall.
Okay. So what I got was, so you said what? So basically 27%, 27 miles of what? 24,901 miles. That's like 0.00108%.
You just compared the difference in diameter against using that difference of 22 over circumference. So you have a very dissimilar scenario there, because the difference at 3,960 mile radius, basic, and then one of them is 22 kilometers or 22 miles longer. So you have 3,960 over 3,982.
Oh, okay. Radius, not circumference. Okay, my bad.
Oh yeah, and I also made a mistake with radius and diameter. Sorry, so that it would be less than half of what I said.
When I roughed it, I got about a 1/100th of an inch. If you take the Earth and scale it to a pool ball, the difference in one diameter, the minor diameter to the major diameter, is about 1/100th of an inch.
And what would a grain of sand be? What would a grain of sand be in relation to an inch?
Depends on what sand.
An inch.
It depends on the sand. I mean, that you have sand that has a millimeter. You have sand that has a tiny fraction. So like sea sand, very fine.
Okay, the question is, and of course we're talking silliness now. Will it, if you stick that grain, will it, if you take a pool shot, will it like pull you off your shot? Will it not go in a straight line?
Well, and don't forget, on a pool table, you're shooting on felt. So it would not.
No.
Yeah, it would probably. Yeah, as I was saying it, I thought of that. Yeah, maybe different on a marble or something, but yeah, okay, all
But I
right.
think this deviation, I would say that the scratches on the top of the pool table are are maybe more disturbing or deeper than the actual difference.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
a
the
grain of
cloth
sand,
would probably be thicker. Yeah.
I think a grain of sand would actually be too big.
Yeah, that's why I said pulverize it and take the finest particle, and then you get something like Mount Everest.
Well, not exactly pulverize it, but smaller than a grain of sand. But it would make a difference
Well,
on
and
on
yeah, and I
on a
was and
smooth
that
surface, but probably not on a pool table.
that's why I said that's why I said Mount Everest and not the difference in diameters.
Right, the grain of sand on a pool ball would be like almost the size of like a small town or city.
Yeah. Anyways, as
Oh,
long as we
so
now we're off silly hour, right? But as long
so
as we
SE,
agree that there's a bulge in your model of 27 miles, I'm good. I'm good with that. You guys agreed with it. I'm good with that.
yeah, SE,
Yeah,
I made the real calculations now. The other thing was basically like just eyeballing it. So it's a tenth of a millimeter.
A
So
tenth
zero
of a
point
millimeter.
yeah,
Okay.
0.12 millimeter would be the diameter. It's not the radius, the diameter. So both sides, if you really measure it with some device, the diameter horizontally would be 0.1 millimeter more than the height of that ball. I think if you would roll it, you wouldn't see the difference.
Right. If the Earth was
Absolutely not.
the size of a pool ball, it would be legal for tournament play.
Yeah.
That's a shill from the left. Yeah.
Totally true. If the Earth were the size of a pool ball, it would be legal for tournament play. It is that round.
I even posted an example.
Didn't Neil deGrasse Tyson say that the Earth is smoother than a cue ball? Did he not say that?
Yes.
Yes, he did. That's why I
Yeah,
brought up
yeah,
a cue ball, Jin. Very, Jin picked it off. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. You see, and SC. By the way, if you go into the meme pool, from yesterday, it's still there. I put in 6 beautiful illustrations that totally dismantles the idea of this fire can bring down buildings to free fall speeds. If you look at it, it's really compelling, and excerpts from the NIST report, compelling evidence. Okay, it's there if anybody's interested. Okay, because I was bringing it up yesterday. I posted it in the meme pool, and it's there. It's right there. You don't have to scroll far. 6 images, beautiful images, self-explanatory. You see it all. If you've got any questions, please ask. Go ahead.
Well, please don't.
Well, I guess we can switch topics. I think we did this. We came to a conclusion with this thing. So I guess so. Whatever.
Session, yeah.
You
Continuation
wanted to
of
talk
yesterday.
about the windmills, SE, before we start with Jin.
Oh, the windmills. Oh, yes, Snooze. Thanks for
Okay,
reminding me. Yeah. Hold on.
Yeah, go
One
ahead.
more
You're
thing I want
welcome.
to ask them.
Yeah, go ahead.
That was my last grab of straw I could take.
Yeah.
Talk about anything.
Okay, this is a question to the ballers, right? And to the flat earthers, whoever. But of course, it's the ballers mostly. I've only had a few flat earthers. Anyways, let's not get into that. The windmill picture, right? Can we bring one up so we don't have to scroll up? Hold on. Does anybody have a windmill picture handy?
Yeah, wait a second. I had the original one here. Wait a second. Come on. Sometimes Discord is just hanging. So this is a very original one, and then there is this the zoomed in one.
better.
Yeah, wait a second. I have to check if this is the original resolution, so that we get the best out of it. So this one, and then I think you also want
No,
to
that's
see
good.
the
That's
left
good.
the
That's
left
good, bro.
windmills. No, okay.
That's
There
good
was
enough.
some. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Snooze. So this is my question, right? This picture, oh yeah, that's good as well. Okay. So any one of these pictures, the ballers say this is proof of Earth curve, right? Look, you dumb flat earthers, look at the windmills, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, maybe not
So
in
my
these words.
right?
Yeah,
I'm right.
maybe not literally in these words, but yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so the picture that you posted there, now this is my question to you guys. Where the first windmill is, right? Or any one of them, you see that you would say that's the horizon, right? Where the drop, where they start to
No, they are already behind the horizon, because if you see
they're behind. Okay,
biggest,
right.
even the biggest ones are the tips are touching the water, kind of.
Yeah, they're behind. Maybe I used the wrong choice of words. So they're behind the horizon. The water is going down, right? Of course, around your curve, right? And this is what we're seeing here, right?
Yes.
Okay. This is my question now. At the edge of the whatever call of the horizon there, right? If you were to draw a line to the base of that windmill that's almost touching there, how do you envision that? What do you envision there between that water and that windmill? What do you envision is happening with the water?
I don't get the
or
question.
whatever.
What
I don't want to
what
put
do you
any
mean?
words in your mouth.
What do you mean with withdraw a line from the horizon to the foundation of the windmill?
Well, let's say you were at the edge of the water there where we can barely see you, right?
Okay, I am sitting in a little rubber boat on the horizon, and I'm looking towards the windmill, or what?
Or let's say, okay, let's put you on a helicopter. You're right at the edge there, right? Where we can see, where the water is blocking the rest of the right? So you just go up there. What are you
Yeah.
seeing? Are you seeing water dropping? Are you seeing level water? What exactly what's in your mind? What's going on there with the water?
We would just see level water.
Level water, right?
Yeah, I would like see a circle around me of horizon.
You would see so you would see, like, if you would see it from the side, you would see a hump of water, water going down. What would you see?
No, it's the same what you see on the beach. You see water is going away from you, level, and then it's at some point it's meeting with the sky. The same what we will see here, I would see there in all directions, except of I would see a guy standing on a dike or something like this, taking a picture of me.
So from where the person took the picture to the bottom of that, like, what's blocking the bottom of the windmill?
Water.
The water, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So the water is not higher at that place, at that it's all the same, like it's not one part higher than the other, it's completely level from the observer to the bottom up. No?
Higher is a tricky term here. It has not has not more elevation compared to mean sea level, because the water will probably, I mean, there are tides in Denmark and so, but so which the picture is from, it's from the, I think, the Danish or the Belgian, I think it's Danish coast. So there are tides, but I would say the water is all the way mean sea level. It's not higher in that case in elevation, but from our point of view, it is higher than the foundation of the windmills. Yes.
So it's higher but not higher, kind of a thing.
It is in our view field. If we see the bottom is the sea and the up is the sky, then the water is higher than the foundation. So if we could look through the water, we would see the foundation of the windmills below the horizon. What we see here, like the very left windmill is lower than the very right windmill, and then one of the front windmills. It looks lower for us, but they are all at the same elevation. If you are there at the wind park, you see they all have the same size. It's the same, like I would say the one windmill looks smaller, like because the wings are smaller, but they are actually all the same size. It's just further away. That's what I mean with higher. So
yeah. So yeah. So this is. I hope everyone's listening to this, right? That you have to say that, right? You have to say that it's higher, but it's not higher.
no, it looks higher, but it has the same elevation.
So what's blocking the view? The looks of it or the actual water?
The water.
So it doesn't just look higher then, right?
What? I mean, if you look at kind of horizontally or so, if you would put a horizontal line at the horizon, then yes, it is, and compare the distance to this tangent, then the foundation of the windmills have a greater distance to that horizontal line than the horizon, because it is meeting the horizontal line. I don't know how I cannot explain it to you. If we would say we are in a reference frame, not on the Earth but outside of on the Earth, looking down to the Earth, and then we would say up is there where our head is, and down is there where our feet are, and that picture is taking on the top, then yes, the water is higher than the windmills. The windmills are lower, but that doesn't make sense if you're standing on Earth.
Where are those windmills?
Denmark. Let me double check. I don't want to lie to you. No, Belgium. Belgium, not Denmark. Denmark.
Yeah, I was going to say I had a couple of other places as well, but and we're talking about the ones where there's many.
This is the Thornton Bank Wind Farm.
You posted 2 pictures, yeah?
I posted 1 picture and 2 crops of that picture.
Where's the observer taking these pictures from?
Again?
Where's the observer taking these pictures again?
Wait a second. Yeah, the coastline of Belgium.
So refraction has to be pushing them up a little bit as well, yeah?
Obviously, yes.
Yeah.
And there is also the one that I think someone claims that there is some windmill in the very, very back, a very small one, and you can still see it at the same height of a bigger one. That is probably some refraction effect.
I would have liked to see the actual picture, because you can see that.
This is how they look really. You can see there. There's the close up of these windmills or wind turbines.
Yeah, but what I mean to say, so that you've got a long shot, you've got like a camera, so there must be compression from the camera taking that shot.
What compression are you talking about?
When you take a long shot, especially over water, there'll be camera will cause compression.
The camera
it's standard.
When you talk about camera compression, then it is and specifically on long shots, so on tele lenses, then you typically have this situation that is an apparent effect that something you have, for example, a main object in your view, and then you have something in the background. The background looks closer to that something than it is in reality, because we humans are used to a wide field of view. If you zoom in, you have a psychological effect.
Say that again, because I want you to repeat.
Compression.
I want you to repeat what you said, because I'm gonna say what you said again, Snooze, because it's important.
So lens compression, what is typically referred as lens compression, is a psychological effect that you see things.
Psychological.
Yeah, it's a psychological effect of the viewer. So if I look at a picture, it appears to me that an object in the background looks closer to the main object that is in the foreground if I'm using a telelens. If I'm using a wide angle lens, there is not such a thing as lens compression.
So
if you're
this-
talking of anything else like refraction compression or whatever, it's a different topic. But if you talk about camera compression or lens compression, then it's that.
So you took this picture?
No.
Who took the picture?
Wait a second. This picture was taken by Leven. My name is Leven. I'm an expert in Klingon language. View my German user page for more about me. That's the guy.
Right.
He's a Klingon.
Klingon.
Yeah. Originally born in Belgium,
Uranus.
living in Germany since 1986. He is an architect and sci-fi fan, and he likes Klingon.
So that's him about his personal details. So what camera and what lens was he using?
A good enough one and a perfect one to prove the globe to himself.
Oh, stop it, you.
And us.
Ain't no one kissed you yet. You ain't turned into a prince, have you?
Just stop lying, and then you'll be a better person.
Let's not derail, guys. Come on.
Wait, did you just walk past my window? So what? So my question again, Snooze.
Hey, I just posted a picture of the Wikipedia or the common stock Wikimedia org page where this picture is from. There's also the wide angle original one, and there you can also see all the information that the photographer has provided, including his link to its page.
If you want to learn Klingon, yeah?
No.
We won't fault him for his Klingon. He has some good pictures though, so we'll give him that. Now, what he makes out of the pictures, that's a whole different story, but that's some good pictures.
Your resistance is futile.
The Borg.
These were the Borg. Yeah. So what are you making
so I
out
think
of it?
Jin wanted to get in. I think.
Oh no! He was in the other room.
Come on, Jin.
Please.
Oh, God.
You're gonna be ginned up.
Can no one read with us? Oh God.
You know what they say, innit? Jin makes you sad.
There is no curvature, ladies and gentlemen.
Sipping on gin and juice.
Well, he's not here, so you guys don't have to worry, I guess.
Gutted.
That's right, I'm here. Gin CVR1. There's no curvature, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Earth is flat because the Earth is flat. And by the way, it's proven by torpedoes.
Hey, how are you? Oh. This one. Oh, this one, yeah? Oh. Thank you. All right, lovely, thank you.
Well, that's a good one too, yeah.
Sorry.
What? I've just had an idea. Let's put these windmills, on every coastline, everywhere, into the distance, so that
Making things more difficult.
can never lie again.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Gin CVR1.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
No. Sorry, no,
we
cannot
hear you,
hear
Jin. Let's keep calm, everybody. Remember, short and sweet, and back and forth. Go ahead, Jin.
I was just going to say, if you can go into the if you can go into the, what's it called, the meme pool, and just scroll back just a little ways, you'll come across six images that I posted together, kind of. And the one you're looking for is where you've got the 2 blocks of wood. One's going to hit a building and the other one's going to free fall down. That's where we want to start from. Okay, if you can find that in the meme pool, we can begin.
At what time?
As to what it is. That's all it is.
Which time?
Got to scroll back. I posted them yesterday, you see, unfortunately, but it's there because I just seen them, okay?
Can you post them again?
In this regard. No, I can't post them again because it took
It's
a while.
28.
I
got you, Jin. It's 28. I got you, Jin. It's 28 past the hour in the meme pool.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate that. And that first image shows the block of wood and it's asking you which one's going to land first. Yeah?
Yep, we got it. Yep.
Right, right. And what do people think to the answer to that? Because NIST implies they're going to hit the ground at the same time, right? Those 2 blocks will hit the ground at the same time. That's what NIST is saying happened to the Twin Towers, you see. That the top section smashed through all the unaffected steel all the way down to the ground at 9 seconds.
Please.
Well, you just did many things, man. It's just a finalization for now. I mean, if you don't want to do it, we can go and do it another time. I'm very easy for that.
Does anybody want
Is
to
there
defend
anyone
this?
interested here talking about Twin Tower conspiracy, or could we do that in the other room? Because we were really talking about some flat Earth stuff, which was interesting, and now you're coming again with some totally different topic.
Well, you were doing some flat Earth stuff, and you did what you wanted to do. Now I'm asking to do this. You did what you wanted to do. Everybody listened to you. I'm only asking you to look at the images and see the facts that I brought yesterday. Here they are for you to look at, and you only have to spend like 2 minutes and move on.
Yeah,
you can see
okay,
that
thank
first
you.
image. Yeah, thank you. That first image is
Yesterday was a
posted.
special. Listen,
Yeah,
yesterday was a special case. That guy was really in defense of 9/11. Not many other people will do that with you.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Thank you very much. Now, the second image shows how the building came down. The thin black line is the free fall line, of course, and those dots are dotting how the building came down, which was almost close to free fall, as you can see. Yeah.
Those 6 images of CGI.
Okay. Yeah. I love the CGI from time to time. And then you've got other material there. NIST reports telling you about the fires, etc., etc. Essential information. It's all good anyway. And then what I want QE to look at, what I want SC to look at is the last one with the aeroplane going into the Pentagon. That brings it to scale. Can you see that one? And Major General Albert Stubblebine III is the man who commented and said that hole that was made by the Boeing 757 allegedly was too small. The plane couldn't have made it. And can you see the size of the plane and how it's going into the Pentagon? That's what they say happened. But at like 500 miles an hour, or whatever it was, they said.
Oh, yeah. I spotted that, Jin, way before the reports came out. That's one of the things I was arguing from the beginning. Like, it's comedy. If you buy the Pentagon one, I mean, seriously, like, yeah, you have no critical thinking skills. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So, Jin, is the second picture, can I ask you about this graphic? The second picture there, is that the fall rate?
Yes.
Why is it not accelerating? Why is it linear?
Basically, the architect who brought this forward, what you're looking at there, that thin line is a linear acceleration line. You're reading it wrong. That thin black line where the dots are, that line, that is an acceleration line. It's accelerating. That's what that is. That's what you're looking at, an acceleration line. All right? And you can see it for yourself. It's clearly self-evident that is an acceleration line. You shouldn't have asked me that. You should have known that yourself. And you can see that the dots are how that building came down. Very close to the linear straight line, yeah?
Brilliant,
does it
isn't it?
say acceleration? Because at the top it has a little V. I think it's velocity, right?
Correct.
It's
Yeah.
not.
That's the
Where's the acceleration part?
Look. SC, can you see that line is an acceleration line, can't you? That's how we wrote it in maths. When you're showing acceleration, it's obviously straight diagonal, straight down. That's the thin line. And then the building, hang on a minute, the dots are showing you as time in motion how the building came apart and it was close to the free fall line. What are you disputing here?
That seems pretty clear cut, guys. I mean, that diagram.
Yeah. What's going on, man? That's what I mean. It's
I don't know.
embarrassing for them.
The left agenda is the left agenda is hidden, so I can't say what are these numbers on the left side. And there's also no. I mean, at the bottom we see time in seconds, but on the left side we don't see anything because it's hidden by the picture.
That would be the height. That would be the floors, wouldn't it? The floors coming down by floor. The 110 story.
So
high building.
if the left side are the floors coming down, and the y-axis are the floors coming down as you claim, and the x-axis is the time, then it's a linear velocity.
You're making a meal out of a snack. I don't want to get embroiled with a clearly demonstrable illustration. Okay, I'm not going to do that.
I'm just asking you a question. Are you too shy to answer questions or what?
I'm just not going to do that with you.
You should stand up to street.
It's clearly you can see what you can see there. You've got a thin black line that represents the velocity drop rate going down. The little dots that are there showing you the building in each stage through time as it came down. Okay, that's it. There's nothing else to take from there.
Can you deliver me on the left side the numbers per line and the unit, please?
I'm not going to do that for you. Sorry. It's
okay.
Clear,
This chart
clear that the building came down at 9 seconds and 12 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, is that
that is visible?
It's sometimes.
Okay, hold on, Jin. So we don't argue. Technically he's right because the picture covers the thing, but big deal. Try to find a chart without the picture. But that's like is that really a big thing, Snooze, for you?
I mean, if you're posting any charts and these charts has only the half of the information on it and some line, and you can't determine what is the other unit, the chart is completely useless.
That's why I'm here. I'm here to tell you that, okay? Building.
Okay, what is the unit on the left side?
Let me tell you now. Shut up and pay attention, please. The illustration you're looking at demonstrates to you how fast the building came down close to free fall. That's what you're looking at, okay? Now, we know that the buildings came down at 9.25 or 27 seconds, and then the South Tower, 12 seconds, okay? So 9-point-something seconds and 12 seconds. Would you all agree that that's free fall, isn't it? 110-story building, floor by floor per second would be 110 seconds, okay? So 9 seconds and 12 seconds is almost at free fall. That is what you're looking at. I'm not going to give you any more information than that. That's a slam dunk. That is exactly what happens, what you're looking at. That's what that graph is, okay? If you want any more information, please go to the, what's it called? The New Pearl Harbor. That's where this has all come from. The New Pearl Harbor. 5 hours of beautiful, epic, forensic science approach. Okay, thanks. Next image, please. Anyone got any questions on the next image? Please go on. I'm not going to start arguing. It's not necessary. I know it hurts your eyes because it's slam dunk, especially the first one. Which one's going to land first? And then this wants us to accept that that top piece crushed down like 80 or 90 floors all the way down at free fall speeds, denying laws of nature and laws of physics. And then the structural integrity of those towers. They were the best built ever in the history of skyscraper buildings. In fact, Larry Silverstein, after he got $5.7 billion from all the money that he made from the buildings, he rebuilt the building in the same building method, the exact same, except the asbestos. That should tell you how good they are. So please, you're arguing with an expert here. Sorry. The professional expert specialist.
That might be the reason he fucking pulled them down.
The reason he pulled them down, my man, was because the asbestos removal
removing the asbestos to complete was going to cost $1 billion.
I bet.
So that's why they brought him down. Yeah, exactly. Okay, and then he made 5.7 billion, and then he built his new Freedom Tower, I think it's called, or whatever it's called, the exact same way as the Twin Towers, but we're minusing the asbestos in this case.
Just for the irony.
Yeah, there you go. Right. So do you like the images? Are the images making sense to anyone? Especially the one hitting the Pentagon. I thought that was a really good one. Really, really brings it home. The size of the plane that was a Boeing 707. The Boeing 757 is of similar size, maybe even slightly bigger, but there you are. Okay.
Where'd you post these, Jim?
In the meme pool. It's called the meme pool, and you've got to go back, I think, 28 minutes past. They've got to keep going up to get to 28, and you will see them come up. 9/11 stuff.
Let me help you. Let me help you, Jen. So your argument is it was falling really, really fast, and that proves there was bombs inside, and it was exploded and planned to be exploded, not just a plane crash, right?
Yeah, that's correct. In fact, there were no planes that hit the building. Is exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, but that's for a building to come down at free fall speeds, fire cannot generate that precision or that kind of force to hurl. Last point is his last point, to hurl material horizontally at 80 miles an hour, covering 160 feet per second. Now, fire can't do that, or do you think it can?
On a globe Earth.
I think at this point, Jen, people want to know who put the bombs in, why, how it was done, and all the detailed evidence that they haven't seen before.
Okay, that's a great question. That's a great question for what's his name, Jeb Bush and Bush's other cousin. So Jeb Bush is just Bush's brother and Bush's cousin, because they headed the security company called Securicom that were charged for securing the World Trade Center sites. Okay, so Bush family, you have to go to them, class. Who put because the terrorists couldn't have got in there as what they say, the under infrastructure, and place this material there. So good question. Go ahead.
Would you agree with me that the reason they did it is to make some money, but mostly to traumatize people?
Yeah, both is correct. I would agree with both. No problem. In full agreement there, and other things as well, but full agreement.
What do you think, Dawn?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, go on,
What do
Dawn.
you
What do you
think?
think?
And to set up Islam as some type of modern aggressor.
Yes, thank you very much, Dawn. I'd agree with that as well, because there was this war in what do you call it, Iraq, which was an illegal war anyway. But there you go. And Afghanistan. So,
Yeah, not just
yeah,
Islam, but certain countries.
They got caught with their pants pulled down with Iraq, didn't they? They knew they were out and out lying.
Yeah, yeah.
So they had to have an excuse to go into Afghanistan.
Some people say it's to control the land. Some people say it's to take the heroin. Some people say it's to make money, and some people say it's traumatic satanic abuse.
They got heroin.
Yeah, it's all of the above is what I'd say. All of the above, because all that happened, you see. That was a result from all that. So.
Oh, oil. I forgot oil.
Yeah, of course, and the oil. Not wanting to go too deep into it because I think others want to move on, of course. So I just wanted to show that, there's compelling evidence and compelling questions as to what really happened. Was it really the terrorists that did that? Now, I'm not sure who it was. If it was Snooze, I think, put an image of the so-called terrorists supposedly boarding the plane to get on and hijack it. That wasn't the place. That particular airport is a different place. And it was highlighted in the new Pearl Harbor that there are some images of the terrorists supposedly getting on the plane. That image is not of it. There are no images of them getting onto the planes to hijack them. So that's a fake imagery right there. That was put forward. Yeah, more falsehood. But, again, when you watch the documentaries and listen to the experts and the way they scrutinize, you become an expert yourself. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and Jen, we actually have someone here who regularly
News
joins the
vacancy
conversation.
reports on the same grounds as our CNN.
Yeah. Sorry, who's this person? Sorry to take back Eden.
It's okay. Yeah, Schlitzy wanted to say something, but thank you, Jen.
Yeah, please go ahead, sir. Anything you like. You go ahead.
Yeah, there's even someone who joins the chat regularly, and he says that his dad was told to stay home from work that day, as if he had some insider knowledge.
Yeah, that's really good input, and that's what was concluded in the documentaries that I've watched, that certain individuals were warned not to go to work that day, you know. And then Larry Silverstein himself said that my dear wife had booked an appointment for me to see the dermatologist. Oh, what's the word?
Dermatologist.
Yeah, dermatologist. Couldn't get it out. Dermatologist. Okay. On the day of the restaurant meeting. They had a meeting up in Yeah, thank you very much. He was there to have this meeting at the restaurant level of the Twin North Tower, but he decided to go to the dermatologist because his wife had booked it, and he went, and everybody else died.
Check his hemorrhoids.
Yeah, what a horrible man to do that. To not cancel the meeting so everybody else didn't have to turn up. You know?
Opposition, Jim. Got to take him out.
Yeah, terrible. So yeah, you know, I think the images that I posted, and I've got hundreds of those, so I've only given you a little taste. If you scroll back even further, you can actually see Pratt and Whitney refuting the material that the federal agents put forward as part of the plane that slammed into the Pentagon, and they said that's not of anything that we manufacture, not familiar to us, is what they said. You see. So we know there wasn't any. This is the point we're making, that there weren't any planes because no parts were recovered. You see, the parts of these planes were not recovered and set up in a hangar to show us what happened to the plane and how it broke up. Wings, tail sections, undercarriage, and then you've got the people and the luggage. All this stuff was just not there. Where was it all?
So how are you going to stop these guys who keep blowing up buildings?
Well, I don't think they're going to do that ever again. What they did recently was gave us a hoax virus. Now, how far they're going to go, who knows? Okay, they did a week after 9/11. They started attacking the Americans with anthrax.
Yeah, how are you going to stop them? That's my question.
Well, the only way you can stop these kind of events, obviously, is for people for themselves to realize that their government hasn't got their best interest across the world, and their government is at war with their own citizens. If you're planning medicines and blowing up buildings and poisoning you with anthrax, clearly that's a war status. So you've got to wake up and have a revolution, of course.
That anthrax, didn't they catch their own sending it out?
Yes, that's correct, because it was military grade inside job, laboratory
They said
grade.
it could only come from one place.
Yes, they shot themselves in the mouth with that one, didn't they? Yeah. Yeah.
But your government wouldn't lie to you, I promise.
Exactly.
I don't know if revolution is the final answer, Jen, because that's been tried before, hasn't it?
It's been tried in such a way that it wasn't properly organized. If I'm going to organize a revolution, I'm going to be going to the military, the Air Force, and the Navy to say, look, we the people who you are supposed to be protecting and giving us freedom. First and foremost, please be advised, we are not free. So for all your efforts and for risking your lives, you're actually not freeing us. We're not free currently. We're under tyranny, right? And then what you're actually doing, being cannon fodder, is corralling humanity for the elite. You're keeping us imprisoned. Okay, that's exactly what you're doing. So you need to stop that immediately, as it's our funds. When you die, we pick up the bill. When you're living, we're picking up the bill. So can you stop that, as we are your bosses, and join the revolution we're going to have, because we want to have peace? And the two questions I want to ask you is this. When do you want peace on earth? I'm sorry, I got it round the wrong way. First question is, if you are in your uniform, who is it you want to kill and why? Which country do you want to have a war with and why? That'd be the first question. Who do you want to have a war with? You, the man in the gun that's going to be killing people, who do you want to kill and why? And then the second question is, when do you want peace? And that's to the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. When do you want peace to happen? On your birthday? On your great-granddad's birthday? On the Prime Minister's birthday? President's birthday? When do you want it? If you want it now, then come and join the revolution. Simple as that. That's what I'd be doing. And then the revolution's going to work. For when you have the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force back in the ranks with the society, with the citizens, and then we march on the government and remove them from office. Simple as that. And put ourselves in the seats. Simple as that. And then we start again. That's what I call a revolution.
Wouldn't we become corrupt though then?
No, not really, no, because I know for a fact that there are so many good flat earthers out there that not about making money and look at me, look what I've got. Let's live on earth in harmony. So what's going to ensue that if America has this revolution and people start to realize that this is what has been going on, the earth is flat, vaccines are no good, the wars have been illegal, and then the rest of the world follows suit, we will all live together because we, the people who are paying the taxes, just want to live in peace. And that's the same in any country. So when you go to this country, you say, hello, yeah, I was from America. We had a bad time. What was happening for you? And then you become friends because your government leaders have gone. You're living in peace now. So you wouldn't be corrupt. What would be the point of stealing the money?
Have you seen the, there's like a bit of an experiment that they do where they get like prisoners and guards. They're all playing parts. They're all playing roles essentially. And they have prisoners and guards. And it's like a sociology experiment.
Yeah,
and
I
the
saw that.
guards always, pretty much, become, abusive.
I think that experiment may be flawed with some wankers they put in there just to throw us off and make us believe that we can't do that.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I interrupted there. My apologies. Yeah, I did see that. I saw that experiment, and the guards did exert excessive force in the end. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry for cutting or interrupting into myself. I just wanted to get that point in. And also, I think I love this discussion. And I think with the integration of the internet as it becomes more and more pervasive, I'd say within 10 years, we're going to be able to know each other's intentions. And so that will help us become corrupt. You know what I mean? Because we'll just be able to weed out the sinister and greedy folks that are out for themselves.
Thank you very much. And because I was in the army, that gives me a chance. And when I say the army, the territorial army, I have to get that correct. Home reserves, part-time army, weekend soldier, if you will, weekend warrior. That gives me room to speak because I've been through the training. I know what is involved to become a soldier and how you get indoctrinated. So I will be an expert in waking up all those soldiers around the world. Because when you tell them that I am the man you're risking your life for, and I'm telling you I'm not free, what is it? Are you doing a good job? Or are you being used to keep us under control? Okay? And we're picking up the bill whilst you're killing innocent people in an illegal war, which you didn't check before you went. Yeah? Can you see how that message would ring home quickly, and I'd have my uniform on. So I put my uniform on, I'd be shiny as a shiny pin, and say, that's what I'm telling you, this is a waste of time. Okay?
And once everyone becomes aware that most wars are just satanic sacrificial rituals on a mass scale, that these powers that be, they worship Satan, so
yeah.
Once we realize that, then that will help us
that would help that would give us fuel for more impetus to really want to put things right, because we can't have lunatics literally in control, because that's what we've got.
They are psychopathic, fucking murderous, Satan worshiping lunatics. You're completely right.
Right. And when we are injecting babies and we're allowing women to be in the theater of war and fight, we have reached rock bottom. For man has totally devalued life itself. You're injecting the children of the future with poisons, and the women who are going to bear those children are also in the war fighting with gun now, wearing the uniform. A woman that gives birth is now killing life. This is where we've become. There you are. Very compelling and damning situation humanity is in, and we've allowed it. We, the people, the cowards at the moment, the indoctrinated, the blind, are allowing this to happen at the moment. The 1% is controlling the 99%. That is madness. But, you know, it's going to happen slowly. And the man had just said, as the internet becomes more pervasive and people start to get educated, but the problem there is as well now, they're removing good content. Have you noticed that, everyone? That they're removing good content.
Yes, but they've been censoring and doing that for over 10 years now, right?
Amphibious J, how does one worship Satan?
Build statues of Baphomet, inject children with poison, encourage abortion, spitting in the face of God, stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Baphomet patches on Blue Origin space flights.
Excellent.
Yeah, and pretty much just put it out there in the open. Just watch Hollywood. They have all kinds of symbolism and mass ritual worshiping.
Does it
And
actually do
if you
anything
just if you just open your eyes to it, I think that's irrelevant. I mean, even if Satan doesn't exist, it is the idea of evil that they want to promote, and that goes against what humanity should be doing. Psychopaths. So regardless if it has any spiritual or other phenomenon that has an effect on this world, they are still committing these atrocious acts against humanity.
Thank you for that. That's excellent. And I will just add to that, very short. Stanley Kubrick's what's it called? The Eyes Wide Shut documents that, as you've just described it, very well indeed. It's a good film to watch. Released, by the way, on the 30th anniversary of the moon landings, 1999, the same day that RFK Jr. dies in an airplane crash 5 minutes from Martha's Vineyard with his wife and sister-in-law. Okay, same day they released this film called The Eyes Wide Shut. 30th anniversary of the moon landing.
That's a really great conspiracy, Jen.
Well,
how did they manage to do that?
I'm just putting the facts down there.
How did they manage to do that, though?
Well, yeah. Remember, a conspiracy means people plotting, grouping together, gathering together to plot to do something unlawful and harmful. That's what conspiracy means. That's the definition.
Who coordinated all this stuff?
Well, you know, you've got to work it out for yourself if you don't know.
Them. Got it.
The
Them.
powers that shouldn't be. The powers that shouldn't be.
Right, them. I got you. Them.
Thank you. The powers that
Well,
shouldn't be.
I had an interesting thought about this a few years back, so I've said it before, so forgive me if you're hearing me say it again, but I thought it was a quite profound thought while I was just laid there in the garden with the sun on me, and I was thinking of, because if you've been in the truther community for a while, you perhaps know about the Illuminati and how it started, and Adam Weishaupt and all this stuff. You know, if he had some sort of lightning struck and he had all the plans sewn into his coat seam, which were found and then handed to the German authorities or something like this. But it occurred to me, I don't know, it just hit me all of a sudden that it would be. Jin, I'm getting an echo through your mic, dude.
Happening right now. Give me a few seconds to open my screen up. Sorry about that.
Do you know what? Do you know what? It's weird how it hit me actually, because I wasn't thinking about this specifically, but I was thinking of that Batman scene, with the one with Michael Caine with Christian Bale. So they get on the plane, and he's sat there and he's going, as a man, I can't do anything. As a single, like some dude, I can't do anything. But as a symbol, oh, I can put fear into the hearts and all this sort of stuff. So that's the sort of line of thinking I was thinking. I was like, well, hang on a minute. What if they just fake that whole thing? What if some shady group of people put this story together for us to see, right? And then who do we actually point at? Well, we go Illuminati. Well, who are they? It's just some entity that's out there. You can't point to any specific person, can you? So if it was just a ruse, that would be quite clever, I think.
Yeah, that would be, but the Masons do exist, do they not? Freemasons, the Illuminati, they're there. They're definitely
Well,
there.
the Masons certainly do.
Stanley Kubrick tried to warn us that's what it's all about in his film called Eyes Wide Shut. It touches on the Illuminati and the parties that go on and the orgies and the sacrifices they make. And people are trying to whistleblow and they kill them off and they make it look like an accident, and then they hit the newspaper headlines. So and so committed suicide via drug overdose, for example, etc., etc. So I mean, these things are going on. What was it? The young girl that said she was raped by Prince Andrew is dead now. She's dead. She's 40 years old. She was 17 at the time. She's 40 years old now, but she's dead now. Did you hear about that?
I didn't hear about that, no.
Can I make a quick point?
Yeah, I heard that yesterday. Yeah, please.
So NASA shill, he questioned who is they. He's pointing the obvious that we don't have names, right? But what we can identify are the tools, at least what they use. And that's, mass media, Hollywood, the music industry, the big pharma or the medical industry, education system. These are the tools that they use. So we can point out, hey, here are some nefarious things going on within these industries that are, impacting us directly. So just because we don't have names, like to your point with the Batman point with, not being able to identify individual, they do that,
Well, it would be hilarious if it was the
excellent rebuttal. Thank you very much. Sorry,
if it was the
my mistake of my time.
I mean, I'm just saying, to me, a lot of people looks the people with all the bloody money, the people with all the wealth, they tend to tell you that other poor people is your problem, is the problem of society and all this. So instead of looking sideways, I think this is a top-down issue. And let's just say, if we think about BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, and they essentially own everything, and they could have cooked all this up. That would be brilliant. That would be brilliant, wouldn't it? That would be like they just send people on a wild goose chase, essentially, that leads to nowhere.
Yeah, that's why I kind of believe in. This is one of the reasons that I believe that Satan is real, is because I think a human couldn't come up with such a long-term strategic plan with all the ins and outs that they have. I think this is supernatural at the least. And that's why they are so good at deceiving and creating these illusions and everything. But at the end of the day, they have to abide by revelation of the method. And that is why, if you are just open-minded and you're not a coincidence theorist, you're not illogical and without reason, you will be able to see these things plain as day. It's just when you're mentally weak and you don't want your world shaken your worldview because you're scared, then you can see these things plain as day. But Andy, I think your remark with like the rich people are the ones doing this. I like to use this phrase, I guess. Not all rich people are evil, but all evil that are on this stage, like doing the puppet master. You know, not all rich people are evil puppet masters, but all evil puppet masters are rich. So
No, but the rich will eat the poor, as Gary Stevenson rightfully points out. He was an economist. He was he made his fortune betting on the destruction of the middle class, and he was one of the top sort of brokers in London. And to look at him, he just looks like a homeless person. But when you listen to him, I mean, I assume most will listen. A lot of people will listen to him and just say, "Well, he sounds like a bloody socialist," because he's saying to tax the wealthiest people in society to level it out, sort of thing. And people will, often say, well, they've got clever ways around that, or they'll just leave the country, or this, that, and the other. And it can't work. And the fact is, it does. We know it works because it did work. It worked in the 50s and the 60s and the 70s, where the average person paid the least and the wealthiest paid the most, and that's where we had the growing, the greatest surge of the middle class, if you will, where a single person working could have a house and a family and a couple of holidays and a car. But now they can't. A young person can't buy a house now, obviously. And the reason for that is, well, there's several reasons for it, but one of the reasons is that if you think of a wealthy person, well, he can only live in like five houses, say, realistically. But he can buy 5,000 houses, and he will, because he puts his money to work. And so, if across the board, across every sector, you'll be priced out. So I'd recommend go watch his channel, Gary Stevenson. I forget what his YouTube channel's called. It's something like Gary's Economics or something like that. But I mean, he's been on Piers Morgan and shit like that. He's pretty good. I like the things that he's saying, but I assume most people will just accuse him of being a socialist.
Yeah, this Gary dude, I would highly recommend him. Like Andy says, if you see him, you're gonna think he's some dude on the street, like that's gonna beg for money, But yeah, he says it real. Like he says, look, I'm not just talking about it. He just says I made millions betting against the middle class. In other words, the money is going one way, to the rich.
Yeah, and the way I like the way he lays it out, because he's not saying these people are evil, right? He's not going, look, they're worshipping Satan, they're doing this, that, and the other. They don't need to be doing any of that. It will just happen naturally as over the course of time if we keep doing the same things we're doing.
Yeah, just look at gold now. When you see gold doing this, they're preparing for war. Gold has never been at its highest peak.
Yeah,
in a long time. Yeah,
Montreal. I will check that channel out. Thank you, Andy and Montreal, for recommending that. I wanted to ask, Essie, have you checked out any Andreas Antonopoulos yet? Any videos he's made?
Who's that? Are you talking about the ex-Greek finance minister?
No, I don't believe so. He's just
Say his name again.
Andreas Antonopoulos.
Okay, I missed. No, I don't know. I don't believe I know who that is.
I'll post something in the
Sounds Greek
chat.
to me.
Yeah.
It's just he's a Bitcoin proponent, and I know I mentioned for you to watch some of his videos.
Oh, I think so.
He
Then
is,
I think I have. Yeah, yeah. Then I think I know who you're
he,
talking about. Yeah.
yeah, he is British Greek, but I don't think he was a prime minister in finance or whatever you said.
No, it's the wrong guy. It's the wrong guy. Funny that this the guy Andy mentioned, right? The Gary dude, the financial genius. This guy says, and I mean, I kind of said it in the beginning, but what do I know? I know zero about this stuff. He says it's a Ponzi scheme. Bitcoin. He
What
goes,
the
look, I'm
dollar
telling you the
is?
truth. Sorry.
The dollar is fiat is a Ponzi scheme. I agree with that.
No, he said,
No,
he said specifically
I
crypto
know.
is a
I'm
Ponzi scheme.
being facetious. Yeah,
All right.
specifically crypto. 99% of crypto is a Ponzi scheme. Bitcoin
Yeah.
is the 1% that is not.
Yeah, he said it's a way of sending money to the worst people on earth, the Silicon Valley nerds or something like that. I can't remember exactly how he put it, but it was something like
Yeah,
along
yeah.
those lines.
Look, when someone is freaking smart, genius, like almost to the point that he stands out, right? And this dude is one of those dudes, like, you know?
I would argue so is Antonopoulos.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. For sure. These guys are not dumb. Like if you can understand the financial markets and know how to, all these, all the stuff that they do, the fancy swaps and all that, you're not dumb, for sure.
Yeah, just his outlook on what Bitcoin is and how he can break it down, and give the most important characteristic of Bitcoin that most people don't even talk about. And it is separating money from state. It is taking the power away from our current financial overlord. Control all the monopoly money. It's flipping that table on its head and giving the power and making sensible money.
Have you heard of BRICS Pay?
I know what BRICS is. I haven't heard of BRICS Pay.
Okay, they just came up with a system called BRICS Pay, and I wish I can buy shares in that, to be honest with you. So how this is going to work is it's going to be a system where they can bypass SWIFT and trade in their own currency. So it's not necessarily going to be a currency. It's going to be a way that other countries can bypass the American dollar, which is in a hegemonic state right now. It's the king, and bypass it and use their own money directly with BRICS Pay.
Well, the question is, who is at the top of these countries' financial structures? It's the central banks, and the central banking system is the direct problem of the financial system. So I don't see that. Unfortunately, I don't see how BRICS payment system would kind of overthrow their power, because it is still going to be a centralized entity that ultimately controls the system. And that's why I think decentralization is so important. Takes the power away from the evil.
Absolutely. Well, right now, I mean, it's quite obvious, right? We're run by the shout out FDR, the military industrial complex, right? That's pretty obvious to everybody that can see it, right? Through the lobby system. Yeah.
And
so that's where we're at.
Yeah, and they can print money out of nowhere that people work their entire lives for just to survive. Like
Yeah, think about it, bro. What does America make the best and the most? Well, the best used to be, but it's still good. What does America make the best? One of the best and the most that it sells right now?
Whatever it is, the average American most likely won't be able to afford it.
I think you're probably going to say weapons,
right.
but
That's right.
SE,
That's right.
SE,
That's right.
SE, what about that general who famously, on stage said, was he a retired general? I think his name was Clark or something like that. And he's like in the phone call about this,
7 countries.
destabilizers in the Middle East. They're going to attack Iran and all these countries. And he's like, why? And I don't know. So how are they controlling anything when they don't even? It sounds like they don't know their arse from their elbow.
Well, he was a 5-star. He's, believe it or not, he's low ranking in the decision making, right? He's
Oh,
just
right.
a grunt.
Okay.
Yeah, he just follows orders. He didn't know. The boys in charge made a plan without a 5-star general knowing that they were going to attack 7 countries. So that says it all, Andy, right there, no?
I wouldn't have said military though. I thought they were just like another sort of puppet. I wouldn't have said military at all. They just, like you just said, they follow orders.
Yeah. Well, he is a military. He's a 5-star general. These are the guys that make the plans that, you're going to attack here, you're going to do this, and yeah.
Right, but the president's the commander in chief, though, right?
Sorry, say what? The
The
president's what?
president's the commander in chief. Is it not that way? I thought the president gave the orders.
Yeah,
Well-
that's how JFK, shot down Operation Northwoods, which was going to be a false flag attack on American citizens, and he shot that down. And someone argued that's one of the major reasons he was taken out. And I was going to say, never mind.
Yeah, even if there was a person claiming to be the one in charge, like a president, just like in the business, you have presidents, CEOs, but they don't necessarily have the final say. It's the boardroom vote.
Yeah, exactly. That's the way I see it. That's kind of the way I've tried to lay it out to SE, but he still thinks that they're all up fighting against each other. But I don't see it that way at all.
Oh yeah, this is what Andy's talking about. Is we're having a debate, like, is there one world order, like most people think, or is there cliques, like I think? Not just one world order.
But don't you think that one specific clique, whichever one it is the most powerful? Is the puppet master?
Well, what was it, David Rockefeller, who said competition is a sin? Something like that. So to me, yeah, it's too risky to have competition. I think they sorted all that out a long time ago.
Yeah, I agree. Good point. And maybe like people will try to overthrow or control, that entity, but that entity is at the top.
They sorted the
The cabal
Chinese
is at the
situation
top.
out with the opiate wars. They sorted the Japanese in World War II. They've sorted the French out in the French Revolution. They sorted the Russians out with the Bolsheviks. So to me, it's, I don't know, pretty cut and dried. I just see a load of dots and all connected.
Yeah, but what you're seeing is the it does look that way, I'll grant you, but what you're seeing is the Christian Western Empire at work, right? I think you're just being selective in the history, in the part of history. It does look that way now. Are you saying, like, take China, for example, a recent sort out. How did that sort out of China work out, Andy?
What happened?
Well, you guys, the British, right? You sorted out China. You had it controlled for 100 years, what they call the 100 years of shame.
Yeah, they I forget the exact thing. They've got a thing with Hong Kong, haven't they? And I can't remember the details of it, to be honest.
Oh,
Well, you had the whole country. Hong Kong was the last thing you gave
they
away.
gave them
I
back
remember that.
their-
It was a rainy day. I remember that day so well.
SE, I've told you this before. We could just come
Tiananmen
out of
Square?
retirement. We could come out of
What are you talking about?
retirement anytime, dude, and take over again.
I doubt it.
But you guys can't even sort out your own streets now, and I say that with sympathy, right? You can't even sort out your own streets.
As David Irving said, Winston Churchill completely sold out the UK, the British Empire, and our last gold, the last ship that sailed was an American ship to fetch our last gold from South Africa, £27 million worth. That was it.
But were
You know,
you there?
you guys finished
How
paying
can you?
off the Americans in the 90s, right? For the World War
And
II debt.
then Maggie Thatcher gave our last assets out of Parliament. Because the idea is that we are the government. This is supposed to be the idea, and the government has assets. They have assets like hospitals, schools, etc., etc. And she gave our last one away to a private, whoever it was. I think it was either electric or I can't remember if it was gas or electric, but yeah, that was the last of our assets. So it's funny to me that people go, well, if the Tories get in, if these get in, if they get in, what? They ain't got any money. They've got minus. They're in debt. Just like America. Every baby that's born, there's $100,000 worth of debt on that baby. Right? What are they going to do? They don't just have nothing, they have less than nothing. So what can they do? And it's two sides of the same bird, two wings of the same bird, for God's sake. How could anybody think that, oh, it's a left-right No, of course it isn't.
Yeah, it's so ironic, like to see one of the greatest empires on earth. You hear a Starmer make a threat, and then he had to pull it back. We're gonna send airplanes and boots on the ground.
Well, it's funny because I was thinking about this the other day. If you go on YouTube, you can actually watch. They translated Hitler's speeches, right? I watched a little bit of it, and that's the bit that stands out in my mind because they did it with AI, so it's still got the sort of it's still got that sort of tone, but it's in English. And I just remember the bit where he's saying the two-party system, right? It's like that Jones plantation, whoever did that. I don't know if anybody knows about that, but exactly as Hitler described is the system that we have, where people think it's a seeming semblance of democracy. It's a veneer. It's oh, look, you've got to say, no, you don't. Of course you don't.
And then what did his government look like? It was a one-party system that you couldn't argue against. So I don't think you should be listening to that guy.
Well, there's also a lot of lies around that situation as well. I'd highly recommend David Irving because he's the guy that I learned it from. So, I mean, I don't exactly think. I don't know. I do wonder though if he was a puppet too. It would make sense, if I think.
Are we really going to talk about if Hitler was a good guy? Really?
Why is that so dangerous?
Well, I didn't say. Well, wait a minute.
Well,
I never said he was a good guy, did I? Tactical. Did I say he was a good guy?
Towards that direction, the way the topic's going.
But it sounds like you want to speak for me. Is that it?
I do not want to speak for you.
Well, pop yourself on mute then. There you go. So I don't think he's a good guy, and I'm certainly not advocating for the National Socialist movement. Thank you very much. But it seems to me that they needed a boogeyman, right? And if you want me to choose a good guy, yeah, he was certainly way better than Stalin or fucking, I don't know, Churchill, who's now a hero. He's thought about as this huge hero. But if you look into it, no, this guy was a fucking drunk. He was literally a drunk, ordering the deaths of women and children. So, some of the transcripts I've read of Churchill, you'd fucking wince because there's no wonder he was a drunk, to be honest.
So that tactic where he tried to paint you in a corner as a Hitler sympathizer. It's a tactic that they use.
Yeah, I know.
So that you're not even supposed to go anywhere close to that topic.
Yeah,
of,
I know.
What was he actually saying? They don't want that they don't want that released, you know?
Well, it's too late because they have released it and it's in English, and you can listen to a lot of his speeches. You know, when he yells and that.
Yeah, that's what I was on about.
Brilliantly done. Yeah.
And that's
But
why they shriek whenever you bring up any of his policies or anything like that. Like, we're
Yeah,
not
there's
saying he was a good guy. He did evil things, supposedly. I'm not agreeing with any of that. But to not be able to talk about anything involving him because of being, you know, it's such a obvious tactic that's failing.
the fact that it's illegal to even you know, deny the Holocaust in certain places is a huge
Bonkers.
red flag, in my opinion.
Yeah, anything that's
Do you
censored.
mean the Armenian Holocaust?
Well, no, we always
Yeah, which
you
one are
only
you
think of
talking
one,
about?
don't you, when you say that word?
That's why we need to change it. Yes. So
But yeah, I brought you up on Gem's server, and I was talking because there's a guy on there who's always banging on about communism, and his name's Spartacus, I think. And so I quoted Solzhenitsyn at him, you know, and you know, because he said something along the lines of socialism of any kind leads to the leveling of the human spirit into death, which is a fucking good. That's a powerful quote, right? And I'm like, look, he lived through it, so he should know. And he went, oh, well, that guy's a Nazi. Like, what? I'm like, what are you talking about? He's a Nazi. So yeah, I expect that tactic all the time. I'm like, well, anybody who disagrees with you is a Nazi. All of a sudden, what? How can you? What, are you? And you call yourself a reasonable person? No, I don't think so.
You know, those days are over, right? Of the fact that they can use anti-Semitism and Nazi Holocaust. You know, those days are over, right?
Yeah, they're coming.
What's
to an end.
happening now? The whole world is onto this, right? This is like an amazing phenomena that has happened, right? Like the jig is up. Like
Yes.
Israeli soldiers are going vacationing, and people are turning them away. They're booing them at games and stuff. Like the world has finally woken up. The world is pissed off.
Yeah, I forget. I saw a video recently, and it was some high up Israeli politician, and he was saying that they are losing the digital war, that they must eliminate the lies from the truth, which is obviously opposite of what he actually meant. And it was just fascinating him saying that. I'll try and share it in the text chat. But I wanted to ask SE. You said that all of these perpetual wars and what's going on is because of Christian ethics. Is that what you said, or did I misunderstand you?
No. I never said that. No, what I said was, if ever talking about Christians and war, I link it to the Zionist Christians, which are controlled, in my opinion, by
Absolutely.
the Israelis, the Zionist Israelis, and they have influence in the military complex, and in the government through, you know, APAC and organizations like that. They lobby and they get their way. So nothing
Yes.
against Christians. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify, and I agree with you. You know, and do you think one of the main reasons they have control, besides like APAC and purchasing them out, having them do their bidding, besides that, do you think it's because they claim to be God's chosen people? So a lot of Christians that read the Bible view them that way, and that's why they tend to be Zionist?
Absolutely.
What do you think about that?
Oh yeah, you're spot on, bro. Just listen to the preachers. The chosen people, Israel, we stand behind you. Oh yeah, they're completely usurped. 100% agree with you. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So just for my larger point, yeah, they are the chosen people of Satan. They are the synagogue of Satan, the ones that run perpetual wars and you know, infiltrate countries just to destroy them. And they put out all this blasphemous you know, just all these degenerative things. And they are the chosen people, but not by any good God.
Yeah,
That's
it's an
my point.
ingenious. They're geniuses. Like the Zionist movement is an ingenious evil plot. Look at it. It's controlling the most powerful country in the world. Like, I kind of fear them and I kind of tip my hat to them at the same time. Like, it's ingenious, bro. And they do it in open. Like, we're talking about it right now. It's going to keep going on tomorrow, the next day. It's irrelevant what we say. Look, your president, right? Your president pulled a chair for Netanyahu. Did you see that? When he came, he's an indicted war criminal, right?
Yeah,
When
I
he
did.
came to the White House, your president pulled the chair for him.
Was
Like
that an older video? Was that in his first term?
No, I believe this was recent.
Okay. I guess I wanted to believe it was in his first term. But like that, you got to ask yourself, if you were a white hat, right? If you were, I'm not saying Trump is, but if he was, what strategy would he have against this powerhouse, right? Like what would he take? If you go direct, you know, all of the tip of the spear and you point it directly at the enemy, is that the smartest move? Is that or do you think, you know, like he would just end up JFK'd or even worse, his family? You know what I mean? So that's what I always have to ask myself, like, are these chess moves, quote unquote? Because
Yeah,
I
well,
don't
I'll
know
say one.
what would be the strategy.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like fighting an uphill battle. Like, not almost, it is fighting a gorilla. But I'll
Yeah,
say
but
one thing:
they are
if it's
losing.
not all theater, he did go against Netanyahu when he wanted to bomb Iran, the nuclear facility. He says we'll talk, and he said it in the open. That's the first time I've ever seen a president even remotely go against an Israeli prime minister.
Yeah,
So
especially in war acts of war. you know?
yeah. So if it's
Wild
not all
times.
theater, let's see. But I mean, Trump is such a Zionist, bro. I mean, he's the one that moved the capital. Remember?
Yeah, yeah.
So
But
yeah.
what if he? I mean, I'm just saying hypothetically. Let's think about this logically. It doesn't need to be a false dichotomy, right? Let's think about, like, just because he did that doesn't necessarily mean he's full Zionism, right? Or Zionist. He could be forced to do those things while he's, you know, actively working to undermine their agenda in other ways. So he has to please them.
You know, I
Basically,
like that train of thought, right? I never thought of it like that. Like, because you made a good point. Like, how would you go about doing, even if you were against it,
Yeah.
right? They're so
Yeah.
powerful. Yeah, that's a very good. You're a pretty good strategist, bro. Gotta hand it to you. That's a good
Thank
one.
you. Yeah, I
Could it
just
be that Donald did that to please his voters? Maybe the evangelicals of the U.S. Maybe.
Say again. I don't think I caught that.
Could it be a possibility that Trump did this because he wanted to please his voters, especially for Christian evangelicals in the U.S.?
that's certainly a possibility.
Yeah.
Just to keep positive, and that would help him continue his own agenda, whatever that might be. You know, and that's yeah.
No, sorry. Now, personally, I don't think Trump is a especially religious man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, they asked him his favorite passage, didn't they, of the Bible, and he couldn't name one. That was hilarious. He's like, well, I like them all. There's a lot of good.
But just name one. Yeah, it's that classic. Oh, there's so many of them, but just name one.
Yeah, the best quote ever.
So yeah, I just hear everyone fall into that false dichotomy, and one day I was just like, wait, you know, like it doesn't have to be a false dichotomy where he either is a Zionist and is doing Israel's agenda, or he's directly going against them. Like It doesn't have to
think
be an either
yeah.
or, you know?
I kind of agree with you. I think there might be several reasons why he has done what he has done and what he will do.
That's just me trying to remain optimistic, but also seeing that false dichotomy, logical fallacy, because people just say that, you know, oh, he did this, so he has to be Israel's bitch, you know?
Well, it's politics. It's power struggle. I don't think even you have to be a Zionist in that respect. You might have other motives for supporting or going against them.
Yeah, true.
I think there's too many bits and pieces, so it's really hard to get a proper overview.
Yeah, you just have to, I mean, that's with everything. That's with all the information now, you know, you just have to go with your own internal discernment, your own instinct.
And what I try to do, especially in situations like this, is I know I have my biases. So let's say I read a piece in the paper or something like that, then I try to change my bias to be the complete opposite, and then read it again.
Nice.
And it's funny how on both sides you find argument for your bias in that piece. So that makes it even more difficult to decide what is right or what is wrong. Or
yeah, I agree. And when I mentioned, you know, to refer to your own discernment, I did it. I know, like, your discernment and bias, your bias can kind of control your own discernment to a degree if you don't recognize it. So
Absolutely.
that's a great point that you made. And yeah, that's a great exercise for everyone to do, just to have more conviction on whatever they believe.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I'm an old man. I'm past 60 now, and it took me quite a few years before I started really realizing and try to take hold of it and remind myself, don't be too biased in everything. But that's just human nature, isn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately, and maybe it
Yeah.
is exacerbated by fluoride and medicine and all these poisons in our
Well,
food.
lucky I live in a very clean country. No fluoride here.
You're blessed.
Yeah,
But,
plenty of water, nature. It's clean, nice. Even though we have a bit of plastic problems, and especially coming from the UK and across the sea, but
yeah, I would like to, you know, bring up, maybe ask some of these speakers, like, do you feel like the world is a better place before we knew all about this? Let's say even as late as the 1990s, right before the internet became a household thing. Do you think the world was better back then?
I'll tell
Or do
you
you
a
think
funny
it's
story. My wife's family have an old house, like which is now like a holiday resort. And in the cellar, they used old newspapers as wallpapers. And it says, coming in oh, what the hell did I call it at that time? It's a part of India today. I can't remember exactly the name. But this paper was from 1897. So I don't think, I'm not sure if things are worse or better today. It's just that we have much more information. And we get the information much sooner than they did at that time. That newspaper article probably took 3 months before it came from India to Europe.
Yeah, and I think, you know, all these bad things, they were still happening, you know, but now it's just all out in the open. And I think that's a good thing because obviously the first step to solving the problem is identifying it. And
Yeah.
now we are all able to identify it. So I think
But I think
I'm just optimistic.
What is lacking is good news. I mean, because there are things going on that is moving things forward in a better way, but you hardly ever hear about them. And I think that's like a motivation killer.
Yeah, but I do, even though they are rare, I think we are finally reaching that inflection point, or that it's gaining momentum. You know, even though it is rare, it is way less rare than it used to be. And I think it's just gonna be a momentum train.
Yeah, but I news and things like, you know how it's today as well. Well, especially in the US, but it's sort of smithing over to Europe as well. Oh, this is just fake news and stuff like that. To me, it feels like facts today are not actually based on facts, but more on feelings. I feel this to be correct or wrong.
Yeah,
You know
but I mean,
you understand what I mean?
I totally do. But then you have to ask yourself, were the facts that we thought were facts before all this information was out, were they actually facts, or what were they propaganda for the agenda?
Yeah, I totally agree, and that's why it's sort of important to try to find the source material, because most of what is referred to news magazines and news stations and so on as an interpretation of some sort of source material.
It's true, and now people are changing definitions, right, to suit their narrative. But I'm not sure if you guys have heard the theory about the 80s, why it was so violent in the United States. There was a theory that there was a time where the lead company was putting lead in basically every product in gas. So inner cities, they were consuming higher levels of lead. And there are, I think, studies that show high consumption of lead can drive someone crazy or appear crazy. So it wasn't until someone was examining, trying to figure out what's going on here, and they found that there was lead basically in everything. And it led to one of the first clean rooms in America. It's a really interesting story. And then they took the lead out of the gas, and the violence seems to drop down.
Yeah, it reminds me of the problems we have in microplastics today, where they even find that in human bloodstreams and brains and everywhere. That might be a big problem for us in the years coming ahead.
That's true. That's true. I hope not, but something to think about.
In that respect, we got a very, very good system here in Norway. Well, I think more than 96% of all plastic and glass bottles are recycled, because every shop has these simple machines. You put your empty bottles into it. When you buy it in the shop, it costs you like 10 pence, 20 pence extra per bottle. But when you chuck it into that machine, they will pay you back for that deposit. That is a really handy way of doing it, especially in the new ones where you can just bring along a big plastic bag, open a big hatch, pour everything in, and the machine does all the work for you.
Yeah, nice.
I was just looking up Norway earlier. They were saying like inland it can get to like -40. That can't be true, can it?
Oh yeah, I think some 20 years ago or something like that, it was below 50. It was 50.4 or something like that, below zero.
-50. Holy crap!
Yeah, it's up in the. I think it's open called in Kautokeino. It's up where most of the Lapps lives. Yeah, so it can get really cold. Where I live, it's very well. At least it's down by the sea. It rarely drops below 10 centigrades. below zero. In the mountains, you
Right.
can easily have 20, 25, 30. That's no problem.
Have you ever seen the water freeze over? Or
Water? Oh yes.
right,
Like
okay. Wow.
I'm sort of a keen trout sport fisherman, and I use this Sentinel playground satellites to, especially now in the springtime, to see when the ice is melting off the lakes, because it's very mountainous area and it's really steep and hard to climb. So I can't be bothered walking for a few hours, climb 1,000 meters, and the lake is still frozen. I've done that mistake a couple of times. Not going to do it again. So yeah, I think the lakes around here at about 1,000 meters to 1,500 is still frozen.
What's the cost of living like? Is it expensive? I hear Scandinavia
Yeah.
is quite expensive.
It is. It is expensive living in Norway, but our living standards are high. We always are usually among the 4 to 5 best scoring countries of this test the polls they do, which country is best to live in.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah.
I mean, you've got free healthcare, free schooling, free studies. You even get subsidized when you're studying, cheap loans if you need to. Social security is really good, and I think that gives you kind of a security. You're not afraid if you get sick or you lose your job, something. You know, there's a social security system that will help you until you get well again or get a new job. You can be cross-trained and even study for a couple of years and being paid from the social security systems, subsidized kindergartens, you name it. Pay a bit of tax, yes, but then we get all these benefits back.
How
And,
long you think it's going to last with the immigration going on?
well, we don't have that much immigration. In fact, the most immigrations we got the last couple of years are Ukrainians. I think we got about 40,000 of them or so in total. But then again, we're just slightly below 6 million in total. So it's not a big country, the population-wise. But we have a hell of a lot of money, though. I mean, the National Oil Fund, I am not quite sure how many thousand billions there are in there now, because we set aside most of the revenue from the oil business for generations to come.
Yeah, that's one country that has done it well, but just be careful. That's all I'm saying, because a lot of countries like the Dutch and the French, the English, their civilizations are gonna erode. Like, they're gonna be disappeared in maybe 60 years if they don't change it.
It will be more and more mixed, no doubt about that. And then you will have the whole shebang from the original ethnic ones to freshly new immigrants to everyone in between.
Yeah, but if technology continues its trajectory, I think within maybe 10 to 15 years, you'll be able to genetically bring back, those OGs, if you will.
Yeah, probably. I mean, CRISPR is already sort of up and running. At least they can do some bits and pieces. Cut and paste DNA.
Yeah, but it's about numbers. Sure, you can bring back a certain. Yeah, but they're gonna.
Yeah,
it's
I
gonna
know.
be a numbering job. Yeah.
It will be. And as you said, we see that I think the average or original West Europeans have what, 1.7 kids or so on average? Well, a lot of the immigrants have 5.
5, 6, yeah.
Yep, yeah. That's going to make a change, of course. I think
And
the
that
biggest
was
problem.
done strategically, mind you, right? This was done strategically through Turkey. You must remember, if you're from Europe, all the immigrants that the Turks were rushing to the Greek border and they made it their way through, and then Germany, Merkel was being, oh, let's welcome everybody. Ha,
Yeah.
ha, ha. You remember that?
Yep. We call it in Norwegian snillisme, which means you're too kind for your own good. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not just that though. There's definitely I watch, in Benjamin, and he was talking about the alleged rape gangs, the Muslim grooming gangs you probably heard of over here.
Yeah.
And I've heard different things like they're not actually all Muslims, and it's all a bit blown out of proportion from racist people and all the rest of it. But I like Owen's take, which is a sort of, it's a bit like Andrew Wilson's, where he talks about women getting the teeth knocked out by trans men in the ring. He's like, yeah, you reap what you sow, and he's laughing his head off. Well, we don't want to laugh at women getting the fucking teeth knocked out, but I certainly understand the sentiment. The fact is,
I totally agree.
The fact is, if we had strong men,
yeah.
if we had strong-minded people, strong-minded men, right? Because you look around at COVID time, I'm thinking, where are all the strong men who are stopping this? Never happened.
Yeah,
so,
and I think we're too short-sighted.
There'd be no grooming gangs if they were strong men. So if that even happened, look, I don't tend to believe headlines and shit like that. They tend to be, provocative for a reason. Anyway, I'm not going to, because I just see like Rupert Murdoch. I don't see a fucking Daily Mail or whatever.
No.
I just think fuck these people. But anyway, people are easy to let, is my point.
Yeah.
And I don't sort of subscribe to a headline. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. But I agree with Owen's point. That is, if they were strong men, that couldn't happen. So you reap what you sow. That's the way I see it, SE. I'm sorry, but if it is the way that this is pretty much going to become an Indian nation at this point, and then we deserve
I agree with
it.
you.
We deserve it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think we have been too short-sighted and not thought long-time consequences.
You ever hear the Polish guy talk in the EU and tell him?
Yeah.
You ever hear that guy?
Yep.
He's got it spot on. He says, look, you guys called us racist. You guys called us this and that. No, we just reject people that are undocumented. He goes, where's all the crime? Not in Poland. Where's all the this and that? Not in Poland. Where can you walk the streets? Oh, yes, correct, Poland. So, yeah, I mean,
true.
it's so obvious.
Yeah. And I think one of the problem is, as well, as you get immigrants, especially illegal immigrants, it's difficult to get them integrated into the society, education, proper jobs with an income so they can have a reasonable, good life. And they fall out of that, and they end up on the side of society. Yeah, that doesn't help. That's when you get the ghettos and the gangs and the extra criminality, the drug dealing and all that.
Well, yeah, your country could only take in as many immigrants as it can absorb, right? And let's face it, we're all immigrants. We're all immigrants.
Yeah, and we need to spread them out. Instead of letting all of them end up in east part of Oslo, which is the cheapest part, lowest the average income and so on. If we could be better spreading them out through this country in all these small villages and cities and give them jobs and things like that, I think we would be much better off. Because we see that, like in this place I am now, where we have a holiday house, they have a lot of factories, and there's plenty of people from Eastern Europe, Turkey, Middle East and so on, who's got good jobs, fairly well wages, afford their housing, no problem. There's no problems here whatsoever. Well, you might have the drunk driver, but that's usually a Norwegian.
Yeah, that's not the issue. Look, immigration, as a matter of fact, it's a must for our industrial countries, right? It's an
It is.
exchange, right? Poor people come to these countries, immigrants, for a better life than where they're at. They can't find work.
Yeah.
So they come here, they find usually meaningless work that the people here that are well off will not take. And it's fine
Exactly.
because our industry needs that. And then eventually they grow in ranks and they become, they get their own house. That's how it works. But now they're coming in and they're giving them envelopes with money and putting them up in hotels. What the heck's that all about? That's not how it
I
works.
totally agree. That is fact. I think that is one of the worst or the most criticized part of immigration over here as well, is that the government side are too kind. It's like people meet him at the airport or the ferry, handing them documents to tell them what they are entitled to and what they can demand for social security and money and stuff like that.
Yeah, your country's
That is-
finished. If you do that, it's over. Yeah, it's only a matter of time.
Yeah. So that's one thing we've started looking into. Because I mean, you could just your wages being unemployed like that is probably more money than you would get in a factory job, and then there's something wrong.
There was a fella who owned a hotel. He's been doing the rounds. My brother mentioned him to me, and I thought, I've seen him in an interview. I think it was RG News or something. I don't know, but he owned a hotel, and the government basically offered him, I think, certainly twice as much as he'd normally get. It might have been 3 times, but they offered him basically to rent all his rooms for, what was it, 5 years? I can't remember, but basically he has to sack all his employees except 2, and he refused to do it. But he was going to get way more money, right, for accepting this sort of proposition, and I thought, well, that's pretty good of him, because what he was saying is, look, I'm from Britain, and it's not just the people that I employ that will suffer, but it's the town itself, because people from my hotel go into the town and they do the shopping, they go to the restaurants. So by doing this, you're going to close all that down. So
As I said earlier, long-term consequences. You have to take it all in. It's not like just, you put 100 immigrants in that hotel
Control your emotions.
with hardly any money, and expect the business, and expect the business in the city to be the same. No, it doesn't work like that.
See? And now you're telling me anymore. He just tried to explain to him why he was getting all out of whack.
See.
And I really.
How's it?
I got him.
I couldn't believe that putting up in nice hotels, expensive hotels with daily meals where there's veterans and other people who don't get that sort of care or support.
Yeah, it's a rotten system. I mean, the support you get for being an immigrant, especially illegal immigrant, is too high. But we have really got much stricter rules and sending illegal immigrants back out of the country the last 5-6 years.
Yeah, I think that's amazing. There's definitely a better way, more fair way, I think, and probably even a way that's good for the economy. Do you guys think the U.S. actually care about their economy, or are they going to just push it until the dollar has zero purchasing power? Or do you think they kind of want to remove the debt? Do you think they're going to even attempt to repay the debt, or?
No.
Oh, well.
How can they possibly pay that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the way they're doing it now is that every single American is going to pay the debt. Like, okay, you might get reduced taxes, but that doesn't help when the cost of the shop is more than the reduction of your taxes due to tariffs.
Yeah,
I think they'll push it to a melting point. Like where it failed before. because it's designed to fail ultimately. But then that's when they'll sort of make the switch, because they'll make the switch to a digital currency, but they'll do it they'll sell it to the public as not just convenience, but because it's safer, right? Because you remember these old quotes from like the founding fathers about those who would give up basic freedoms don't deserve neither freedom or security for security, right? So they'll do it for security. They'll do it for they'll have all these reasons, and everyone will just, as Aldous Huxley rightly said, they will love their servitude. People will embrace it. They can't wait for it. Because why do you want a pair of keys? Oh, this cumbersome pair of keys. You can lose that pair of keys as well. You don't want a pair of keys.
I mean, if they increase the taxes for the wealthiest people in the US, that could in fact help quite a lot to pay down the debt. But they don't.
I think so. Yeah.
They think that, it seems to me they're still going on with this trickling economy, and it doesn't work. It don't work in the US. It doesn't work in UK. It doesn't work over here either, even though we are not that affected by it.
Yeah, Stefan, I was shocked the other day. I was talking with SC. We were just talking about the fiat currency and when they'd got off the gold standard and all that stuff. And I typed it in thinking, well, there's several countries that don't actually use fiat, right? No, everybody's on the fiat system. And I didn't realize. I was like, oh shit, now I feel a bit silly, because I thought there were several countries that didn't, that got away from it or something like, or didn't even, start with it. But no, everyone is on the fiat system.
Everyone's there. Yep.
They all have the printing press. Yep.
Yes, we do. But what I find kind of strange in one way, but then again, not in another, since the Norwegian economy is rather small. But I thought, stupid me, that the huge pension fund we have would increase the currency of Norway, but doesn't help. Where we go? The last time I was in the US, that is now 7 years ago, and if I remember correctly, I think I paid 5.45 NOK per dollar. Today I have to pay almost 10 NOK per dollar, so it's almost double. But it's good for the Norwegian export industry, though. So you lose some and you win some.
I kind of want to go to Norway.
Oh, come.
Hmm.
Come and see me. I'm in one of the best scenery places of Norway just now. If you Google a place called Geiranger Fjord, that's how they. Hang on, I might have a.
Is it very much a sauna culture as well, where they jump in those cold, when they do the hot and the cold? Because I'm loving that at the minute. I know that's very much a Scandinavian thing.
It's I think the Finnish are their best ones in that regard. See if I can manage to.
One of my friends moved to Sweden. Skippy, he's married to a Swedish lady, and he looks Swedish anyway. Like he's like 6'2" at least. He's blonde, he's good looking, and he's married to some Swedish girl, and he's happy as as far as I can tell. And he's a really nice guy, so I'm really happy for him. But he says it's expensive, very expensive to live in Sweden. So
I just switched to ice.
Which one is it that has the those like geysers and has the sort of pool, the warm,
that's Iceland.
Pools. Iceland is that? Oh, that looks amazing. Where they all go and sit outside in the pools and shit. That looks amazing.
Ah, fuck that. Telephone is stopped. I just started using an iPhone.
I wonder if that water would be therapeutic in some way as well, being volcanic. Yeah, I wonder that.
That's
That'd
what
be-
I say. I think.
They'd be bound to say that, though, aren't they? Yeah.
No, but yeah. But I think one of the places is called the Blue Lagoon, and it's full of different salts and some special clay of some sort, which is supposedly good for you.
I like the sound of that. I think I want to do a Scandinavian tour. Maybe I could go and see Tim in Denmark, and I don't know, just some little bits. I'd like to go and see quite a bit of it, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If you do, DM, send me a DM.
Apparently, we could walk to Scandinavia at one point. It was like a land bridge before the waters
Oh, yeah.
rose. Apparently, in history.
Doggerland.
Doggerland, yeah.
Yeah. I think that was flooded. We had this really big undersea avalanche west of Norway, in the middle of Norway, which created a gigantic tsunami. That's probably what happened, and the water continued to rise. So
I tell people that sometimes, and they don't believe me. They're like, "What? What are you on about?"
yeah, but just look all the archaeological artifacts they're finding. Jesus. I think that's about 8,000 years ago or so.
Yeah, it's super interesting because I often mention that Scythian tribe that later became the Goths, and that culture, and there's the Orlinda book as well. But Christopher Beckwith is like he's the sort of authority on the Scythian tribes, and they went absolutely everywhere, and they sound like absolute legends. But Ashalogos' content really turned me onto that, and if you honestly, it'd like make your hair stand on end, because as I was trying to say the other day, when fight the flat earth we're in, when they pick at the Bible and they talk about slavery, I'm like, you can't think, because when you think of slavery, you think 12 years a slave. You think a black guy hooked up to a fucking a tree and he's being whipped. But when these people took peoples over, they welcomed them, and they were considered slaves. And this is what they did: they gave them land, or they let them keep their land. They gave them a house, and they took one tribute a year, which was part of their produce, right? And that was slavery. And for that, they got protection as well. And it was just the way of the world back then, right? It's not like comparing marriage now to marriage then. You just can't do it. It's just silly, in my opinion.
That's right. If you were to put it in a dictionary, right, slavery, there would probably be 5 definitions: ancient slavery, modern slavery, right? So yeah, but I wanted to actually bring that up last time with Craig. I was going to ask him before they wanted to move on. It was like, I was going to ask him, what would you do if you had a contract with someone for $1 billion and they defaulted? Now they owed you $1 billion. Right, back in those days, they didn't put people in prison and have a prison guard per se. They would that person would have to try and work off the debt, and I think it was up to 7 years. They could set them erase the debt after 7 years. But yeah.
But don't you think as well, Eden? I mean, how heavily the Bible's sort of in. Not that I want to turn into a discussion about the Bible. I'm just saying that they love to jump onto that. You hear the vitriol in the voices when they like, look at this. You think this is some kind of, moral standard? How dare you? And all this shit. And yet, this is why I didn't really jump in the other day, because in my opinion, I think the Bible was one of the main reasons why it was abolished.
That's right. William Wilberforce. That's right. When it was ended officially in the UK by the start of William Wilberforce. And that story alone is just wild. His pastor, John Newton, wrote the song Amazing Grace.
We gotta throw some socks in.
Yeah, in William Wilberforce, it took many years. I think the first vote against slavery was I think it was 1804, but it wasn't official until 1833, because essentially they had one vote a year, kind of like what we have today. Because they had so many things to vote on, That was that one topic. It was just every year they would make a vote on it. But the very start of that vote, it was like 240 plus for slavery, one against. Only one person against, and I think that was William Wilberforce. Essentially, all the parliament people in parliament, their livelihood was based on slavery. But it wasn't the atheist, it wasn't the agnostic, it wasn't the Muslim, the Hindu that took it on. It was the Christian.
I was
But
just
yeah,
going to say,
yeah,
just remind SE to mute Amphibious again. He's hot micing.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, dude.
Yeah.
I didn't know you were there.
No, my bad. It's AirPod.
And then it would be almost irresponsible for someone to go and say, let's pick out one of these prosperity gospel preachers. Like, who's this guy who has the Bentley and the plane? I forgot what his name is. But to say, look, this is the Christian. You know, it's kind of, you have to provide context. You know what I mean? Or nuance, as people say. That's the new term. Otherwise, it's just irresponsible, or maybe not just, or it could be cherry picking or straw manning. But yeah, great point. They do like to take, I think, sometimes things out of context. But however, I think through back and forth conversation, if they were presented the evidence, they might be able to change their mind. I think everybody, when they're presented new information and they're able to process it, I think generally most people make the right decision, especially without the peer pressure.
Did you see Andrew Wilson's debate with Craig, by the way?
I did. And you know what? He used one of my lines when he said to Craig, "You're essentially the flat earth of philosophy." I was saying that to people too. Because like atheism is basically 10% of society, 10 to 15%, similar to flat earth. But then it's worse for them because flat earth has the evidence. But yeah, I did like that. What did you think?
There were several times when he made him look really silly, I thought. But I'm just thinking, because I was thinking of him, picking out the slavery remark. There was that moment where he was sort of talking about stoning people. Can you remember that part? And Andrew Wilson's like, who's been stoned? Tell me. And he's looking in the crowd going, you look like you'd stone somebody.
Yeah, that's true. I remember what Jesus said when they were trying to stone him. They were going to test him in front of everybody, right? They were like, let's test Jesus. So they brought a woman and they wanted to see what he would do, because back then they would stone someone to death. But he was one sentence and everybody put their stone down. It was, he without sin cast the first stone.
Was that the Zionist debate? Christian, one was for and one was against, two Christians, that one?
No, this was a one-on-one at debate con from modern day debate, but this one was about slavery. Oh wait, no, the Christian ethic versus.
Yeah, it was about Christian ethics versus secular ethics, basically. Which is better for society, secular humanism or Christianity? Basically, was the debate. But they did one very recently, SE, where the topic was, should Christians support Zionism, which was another really good one as well. I mean,
that's the one I'm talking.
Yeah, the pro-Zionist, should Christians, the guy who was saying, who's obviously yes to that, who was Andrew Wilson's opponent, was really interesting in that he's very difficult to watch. For me, it was very difficult to watch that guy. He was literally the definition of a fucking serpent. Like a snake. This dude was a slippery fucker. But yeah, Andrew Wilson did pretty well. I mean, I thought he could have done better, really. But I like the point of that even his opponent admitted that this temple organization, I forget the exact name of it, but they basically, that 30% of Israel now is what was it? It was he broke it down in 4 arguments, didn't he? And somebody came up and criticized him about that, which made me laugh. He was like, "Look, he's saying to him, the guy that came up doesn't clearly understand logic, fucking debate. I should forgive him for that because, you know, you have to be around it for a while, I guess. But he came up and criticised Andrew Wilson for not citing any sources or anything like that. I don't know if you remember that part, but it just made me laugh. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? He made his arguments, poor arguments, which he never got a rebuttal to, by the way. But one of the main arguments was that the over 30% of those people were wanting to usher in the Antichrist. It's just hilarious. It just made me laugh. Like, why are we so supporting people that want? And by the way, the percentage was more in Andrew Wilson's eyes, but 30% was what his opponent would admit to. But it is growing as well. That's the point. It is interesting because Israel's kind of, in my mind anyway, it's mostly secular, right? That's the way I look at it. So you get the extreme Orthodox there as well, who just they sort of protest against Israel, which is quite funny because they they formed the state of Israel without the Moshiach coming back. So this clearly wasn't God's will. This is man's doing. So that's why they're pissed off. Then you get the normal kids that have got, they sort of la 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 skipping through the streets, spitting at Christians. they just make me laugh. I'm like, why? Why are you spitting at these nuns? What have they done to anybody?
They're taught that we are inferior.
That is disgusting, though, isn't it?
From birth, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lie. Because it's already been scientifically proven there are no races. According to Harvard's website and PubMed, race is a social construct. In fact, people in the race have more diversity than people outside of their ethnic group. They say I can post the evidence, but
well, how else would you explain?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, how else would you explain, like Andy said, teenagers basically spitting at elderly nuns? Like, which society would do that? Muslims wouldn't do that. No freaking way. If a Muslim did that and his mother was there, they'd get a slap across the face.
Oh
yeah. I think it's any kids that don't have freaking home training. That's the problem, and that could be anybody. It doesn't matter what race or religion you are.
Yeah.
So that means they're taught from young. They're taught from young.
No, they're not taught at all. That's the problem. They're not taught respect.
Well,
no.
Someone go as far as spitting on someone, or do you think that's self-taught, or do you think that's instructed?
No, I think that's
in their books. That's in their books. It's written in their books. They're the superior race. As a matter of fact, I experienced it myself. I experienced a Hasidic man pointing at my cross that was around my neck and telling me, "What's that? What's that?"
Like you didn't know. I know, eh?
Yeah.
Jesus was a Jew, man. Jesus was a Jew. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it actually happened to me. I mean, I had to control myself.
Yeah, I agree, man. That's terrible behavior. No one should be doing that shit, man.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, we have to treat others like how we want to be treated. So we don't do that to them on their whatever they have on their necklace.
No, it's a really crazy thing that, like this religious hatred, just the fact that you're a certain religion, it's remarkable. That's why I'm against all religions, to be honest with you.
Well, I think they also classify themselves as a race, which is maybe you're right though. Maybe they think they're but their own
Look,
book.
when you have a book telling you from birth you're the chosen, you're God's chosen one, blah blah, it's drilled into your head, right? I mean, it's
Yeah, superiority. If it's taken out of context, I think absolutely. But in the very first book, it says God made man, so that means everyone. So there are no races. It's just a lie.
Equivalent would be you're brought up Christian and you believe Jesus is the Messiah, Jesus is your savior, and all that, right? Same thing.
Listen, I can't convert to being black tomorrow. Okay.
Well, also, Eden, you know just as well as I do that you could clearly point out what the contextual literary devices are in those passages as to why God was saying at that time, "You are my chosen people," in the sense that he was setting aside the Israelites to protect them so he could fulfill his mission, right? Like, I think even somebody who doesn't even believe in Christianity can see that's what's going on in those passages.
Oh yeah. I think Maxim, do you have a faith? If you don't mind me asking, it seems like you're quite studied on the topic.
No, I mean, I was obviously raised in a Christian household, but I'm an atheist. Sorry.
Would you say it's okay? Would you say you're more agnostic, or would you say you're more atheist?
I would say that I am compelled by the arguments in favor of atheism. I think that I do think that they go through. I think they're more powerful than some of the other arguments for God's existence.
Yeah, so I was going to mention you asked me yesterday about the teleological argument. So this is just a fine tuning argument, right, Maxim? I'm sure you know. You've probably looked into it already, right?
Oh goodness, yes. I remember you said that.
Now he's cutting out. Yeah, you're cutting out a bit, dude. So maybe if you get a better signal. But essentially, around us, we've got more than a dozen constants. I get it. Some people, they've got issues with gravity. To me, I don't know. It's evident to me anyway. But basically, there's probably over a dozen constants all around. The speed of light, Planck's constant. Some people have issues with atomism. Let's not get into that either.
Oh, Andy, I wish you were here last night. I was talking to PhD Tony about gravity.
Oh, right, yeah.
He
seems pretty knowledgeable, yeah.
So essentially, I was presenting evidence from the findings just late last year, August 24, where NASA confirmed after 60 years of search the Earth's worldwide electric field, and they say it's actually it helps drive the polar winds because this electric field above Earth actually pulls the atmosphere up. It lifts the atmosphere up, greater than gravity, the force of gravity.
Well, if it pulled things down to the Earth, then that would show on an accelerometer, and it doesn't. So that's an issue, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway,
really
there's all these constants around us, right? And if one of them was out just even a little bit, life wouldn't be possible. So what's the rebuttal to it? I'm sure Maxim knows it. Well, it's a multiverse.
Can you guys hear me okay?
You're sort of roboting a little bit, but we can hear you.
Yeah, so part of it, like you mentioned with the teleological argument, there's it does carry a form of fine tuning. Go ahead.
Did he just say that excuse me, that an accelerometer does not show that it measures a force?
Can you say that again, Earth is Life? You sort of a bit low.
I thought I heard you say that an accelerometer does not show a force.
An accelerometer would register something in free fall if it was due to an electrical, as taking back Eden just said. If it was, I can't remember exactly what he said. But
the electric field. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
My point was that if it was an electrical force, for the reason for things falling to Earth, then that would show up on an accelerometer, wouldn't it?
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, they found the electric field that they've been looking for after 60 years. They just found it late last year in August, and they found that it's actually lifting rather. That was their own vernacular. It was lifting the atmosphere, and it was greater than the force of gravity. I'll repost it for everyone.
Electrical force lifting the atmosphere.
They call it the electric field. They've been looking for it for 60 years, and it's worldwide.
That sounds interesting. Okay.
I'll drop it in the chat for everyone. One moment. Oh yeah, and to correlate that with something else, we were also presenting evidence of the firmament. So the theory was that initially the atmosphere was here bound to Earth because of gravity, or its weight rather. And I was trying to propose another idea where how the atmosphere now extends past the moon, almost twice the distance. Right, the moon
Oh
is.
my, are you back on that one again?
Oh hi. Yeah, and then not only
A
that.
very tenuous hydrogen atmosphere.
No,
So
so slow, please.
no, I'm tired of this one. This one is done.
No, but NASA, maybe you're not aware of the 2016 findings from the University of Illinois, where they found that there's an accumulation of hydrogen. They called it hot atoms because there was more than they anticipated. It wasn't even expected, and the hydrogen goes all the way down from 250 kilometers above the surface all the way to the top. So it's as if there's an accumulation rather than it being vacuumed, removed, and dispersed into space. I'll
Hey,
present.
Eden, how do you where do you make the distinction between the things that you read from different websites or different institutes? How do you make the distinction between what's correct and what's not correct?
Well, the first thing to do, in my opinion, is if someone is presented with evidence, then you just put on your investigator hat, and then you try to comb through the evidence, go through the details, see if it aligns with reality. And if you notice any sort of red flags, take note, go deeper, and if it aligns with reality, then you have to make a decision. Is this something I'm going to accept, or is this something I want to reject? So it's not just a matter of hearsay or what someone drops in front of you. You have to do the dirty work, or I don't know. For me, it's fun examining what. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I apologize.
Okay. I was sorry if I was overdoing it, but go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask if you could post this. I think I know the one you're talking about, but I would like to double check something on it.
Absolutely. One moment.
So what exactly are we discussing?
If it's the paper I believe it is, Eden is attempting to use a paper with data collected from orbiting satellites to prove flat Earth.
No, firmament or containment. But that would align with my biblical understanding of containment with the firmament. So I guess yes, technically, but it could be for both.
How
More
does
likely-
how do orbits work on a biblical flat Earth?
Well, I'll drop a crude model of quantum trapping where you can have two type 2 superconductors rotating above a track, a magnetic track.
Oh, please. And then you can explain to me in that video how the Earth breathes.
What do you mean breathes? I do believe the Earth is breathing in one sense. Yeah.
In your video, you say that the tide is because the Earth is breathing.
In one sense, well, I guess in one sense, because there's reported vortices at the north. I'm not sure if you've heard these accounts, but there was early explorers. I don't know how true it is, but I was listening to this on Jaren many years ago. I think maybe 6-7 years ago. He was recounting the tales from the north, where they found the Black North Pole magnetic mountain, and the waters nearby. They found a water vortices, two of them, that changed direction twice throughout the day. And that just had me thinking. That reminds me of the nose in the center of our face with two nostrils. And then I had just thought that maybe the Earth is breathing in and out, in and then out.
Okay,
That's the cause of the tides.
Let's just go ahead and go with that for a minute. If the Earth breathes in, that would cause and all the land goes up. Wouldn't that cause a low tide at all locations simultaneously, followed by a high tide at all locations simultaneously? Not what we see, where high tide and low tides are separated by 12 hours and not, or separated by 6 hours and not uniform across the surface?
I don't think it's universal because let's just imagine there's one road. Let's just say there's a pool, right? let's say, okay, let's anticipate this is an extremely large pool. All the oceans are connected. But if there's only one drain plug and it's in the very corner, the extreme other end isn't going to find the effects until the volume reaches or there's some sort of equalization. So no, it's not going to be equal at all locations.
That's a nice
So
hypothesis.
who was asking?
That's
Oh,
a nice
sorry, go ahead.
hypothesis. That's a nice hypothesis. Any data to support it?
Well, and I don't understand how that works. If, even given the distance, you would still have all high tides being at the same time right before the flip over, and then all low tides being at the same time right before the flip over. And that's not what we see.
Okay, thank you. Was someone asking for the, I just have to know who do I tag regarding the findings in 2024 and the electric and bipolar electric field? Someone was asking for that. Who should I tag?
Hey, just post it in the chat, man. We'll take a look at it.
Oh yeah.
By the way, Eden, I'm sorry I dropped out of the call, guys. I'm so sorry. I drive for work, so if my signal cuts out, I'm in advance. I apologize.
It's okay. Welcome back.
But yeah, whenever you're, if you want to keep going with what you're talking about, we can always discuss the other thing.
Thank you. I'm just dropping some sources, so I'm just a little occupied. One quick moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that everything goes up, guys. I mean, I don't know what's the argument against that. I mean, you just walk outside, you can see it. You just see it. It goes up.
I was right. It is, you are citing sources collected from orbiting satellites.
Yeah, you can have orbits over a flat Earth. That's no problem.
How?
So, I mean, like ionized air transforming into plasma, which can create like a contained environment with self-generating electromagnetic fields, while also allowing electricity and charge to exist and
No,
flow
thank
within
you.
a plasma.
I've already eaten today. I don't need any more word salad.
Well, I'm also curious if the satellite's producing images. Are there any like images of the underside of the Earth?
No, I mean I can give you the like. He's not, so like the thing that's like it, gas is ionized. The electrons are separated from their atoms, creating a mixture of free electrons and positively charged ions. That's what's required.
And why can't we make things float over the ground?
You can. But yeah, I mean, in the scientific experiments, plasma is conductive medium because it consists of these free moving charged particles, which can carry electric current and interact with like any external electric or magnetic field.
Right.
So you're willing to grant that those satellites are up there, right?
This is
even if there's this electric, right. So we say that there's this electromagnetic sphere or whatever. Again, I'm just curious, like if these are do these satellites, do they make a full orbit like over the top of the flat body plane and then around the bottom, or are they just like circling overhead the flat plane?
They would stay within a consistent pattern because of once these things take effect and take place, if you add oscillation or motion within the field, it allows for like a continuous motion of the electric current, and the current's pattern will be upheld and constrained within the shape of the electromagnetic field. That's how this this testing
There's
works.
satellites that orbit opposite directions, though, so it's not like they're all following the same current.
Once you put it in motion,
that's another problem.
Yeah, once you put something into motion, it would maintain this motion. This is scientifically proven. They've tested, not the sky, but they've tested these, these phenomena.
Well, I guess the downside would be, how would you explain the data that shows that the satellites that are orbiting are not doing so in the same exact patterns? Like their patterns cross over each other.
Yeah, why can't they cross over each other?
And also,
no, because you were saying they would all stay within the same pattern once they're up there, right? I'm saying like you would have to explain away why it is the case that the ones that are currently up there all are not acting within the same pattern.
No, I wouldn't be explaining anything away. With it, like the plasma is a collection of the free electrons and ions that move free within the confined electromagnetic field. This makes it conductive and capable of supporting the electric currents. So that when the motion or oscillation is introduced,
I honestly have no idea what that means. But
yeah, so when the motion or oscillation is introduced into the plasma, the charged particles, they're displaced, causing a dynamic flow of the electric field. Yeah,
They don't travel in straight lines. Like the way when you map an orbit over a flat Earth, they're constantly curving.
Right.
It's not like you push. They get launched and pushed in a straight line and just keep going that way, which sounds more like what you're describing.
Also, can we also track? Can we track these satellites also?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yes.
So if I get an app that can track satellite, and then I see that satellite travels down below the horizon, and then I can track it like literally below my feet. Am I to assume that it's not actually below my feet?
Yeah, it's not actually below your feet. Definitely not.
Oh.
Like when you point at, like say you stood in a room, right, and you point at the ceiling, and you're like, I'm gonna keep pointing my finger at the spot on the ceiling, and then you walk away, and then your arm keeps going down, 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 down as you walk away from it. The light's not getting lower.
Yeah, but it's never going down below my feet though.
Right. Exactly.
Right.
Yep.
Satellite is
So we
not
actually
tracking.
see that. The path over a flat Earth would also, again, when it goes over your head, like at a 90-degree pass, it would necessarily be curving west or east, depending. But when you actually track the satellite, if it's a 90-degree pass, it goes from horizon to 90 degrees to horizon straight as an arrow over your head. It doesn't curve left or right, which would imply.
I mean, how do you know that?
Be implied by the way it tracked for flat Earth.
I mean, think about it.
Like with the, yeah, I know. I'm saying like
Track
with
those
so, like,
satellites
if
myself. I've tracked
yeah.
with the directional antennas, tracking them the whole time because I want to get the information they're transmitting.
Yeah, if
And
I do the same,
it is
if I do the same thing with the ceiling light, but I start instead of starting at the middle, I start at the end of the room, right? And I point at the ceiling light that's in the center, and then I point to it, and my arm goes up, 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 up. I get to the center, and then I keep walking to the other side of the room, down, 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 down. Nothing actually changed in elevation, right? But if I zapped everything out of view, yeah. So, but if I zapped everything out of view, I'd be like, that's a straight line. I'd be like,
if you plot the path that satellite must necessarily take to go all the places that we know it goes.
Right. How does it get behind you?
What about the velocity?
I don't know. You guys got different questions.
This ionized river that like why aren't these satellites burning up as they run into all this these ionized plasmas?
It's actually it's a frictionless environment. There's no friction.
It's a frictionless environment. Okay.
Correct.
Very good.
No, I mean it's not this just science, dude. Like with the you can see you can go check it out. Probably I don't know. You just look into it like on the internet or something. You'll see
the electrons only up there.
Yeah, you'll see
the nearly massless electrons.
You'll see plasma go through solid objects. No friction.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. There's no friction.
If I'm tracking the satellite, how does it end up behind me?
It's like a ghost or a spirit. Yeah, there's no friction, so it's not burning. They're not burning.
Why don't the flat Earth satellites take images of a flat Earth?
I don't. I mean, they do.
That's what I said.
They obviously do. They take images. They take.
And why are these flat Earth rocket scientists and satellite developers? Well, I got a lot of questions because I want to know why these flat Earth ones.
I don't know.
These flat Earth scientists. Why don't they ever come and talk to us? How come it's always some guy who doesn't really understand it explaining?
I got you. Why don't the satellites just right in the sky? I don't understand. Like, if somebody could explain to me, why don't the satellites just right into the sky? Earth is flat, like with somehow through some mechanism, and just tell us all, here I am, Earth is flat. Like, why don't they just do that?
You think the first science people, like the rocket scientists, the satellite engineers, why don't they do that?
Why aren't they all different colors? Why isn't there a purple and a pink satellite? I mean,
that's like asking why would the CIA? That's like asking why would the CIA out themselves? Come on, man.
I mean, somebody's got to blow the
muting. It is very hard to listen to when you guys intentionally overtalk each other. Please stop funding muting. Thank you.
Yeah, No Tanks does that a lot. But I mean, somebody's got to blow the whistle eventually, right?
I don't like the tone of your voice. I don't like it. Say you're sorry.
That's true. Speaking of whistleblowers, there was one supposedly an astronaut. He walked on the moon. There was a reporter who gave his testimony. He was contacted, and I think the guy was a Christian. He was going to set up a reveal discussion. Yeah, I know it's hard to say, but the journalist said he never made it because that astronaut died of a heart attack. I'm going to actually try to look up who it was that died of a heart attack and this name of this journalist.
Hey, before we get too far away from it, hold on. Before we get too far away from it, Eden, on that video you posted to me, why did you steal it? What is wrong with you, man? You're
posted
being
for
so
everyone.
weird about everything.
Not everything.
Sure.
surrounds
Just
the road
fallacious
surrounds you.
and cringy.
Why did
Not
you
everything,
steal the
not
video?
everything surrounds you. That was for everybody to consider. I don't know why you think you're so special.
Okay, I don't care who you really posted it for. Why did you steal it and take off the credit from the people who actually did it?
Did I not post the link in my description?
No, it's not there.
Okay, I'll update it. Thank you for letting me know.
So you hold on. While we're at it, you also stole the entire mockumentary "Is Genesis Real?", which is a very heavily copyrighted thing. I would recommend not having that on your channel, as those people are extremely litigious and will get your channel shut down for copyright theft.
All right. Well, thanks for the feedback.
Narc.
So this is
I think if there's somebody in my community who there's somebody who in my community who is actively breaking the law, I think it's my job to point that out to them and say, hey, maybe you should stop. It's called policing your own. Maybe you guys want to try it sometime. Whatever you say, Narc.
Yeah, this is probably why you'll see people who don't really want to become whistleblowers because they feel that the peer pressure, the public shaming, and even worse, sometimes violence. But
you took off their names.
Thank you for the feedback.
You literally edited their videos to get rid of their names, dude. It's fucking disgusting.
Sir, you sound like a cop. Are you some sort of internet cop?
Posing. He's just a poser. But it's okay. I forgive him. He's entitled to share his opinion.
Really? Hold on. This is actually fascinating. You guys are okay with him stealing people's content, misrepresenting and reposting. That's okay.
Yeah.
If it's not fair use, I'm not cool with that.
All good.
I don't have
one person said they're not cool with it. Everyone else said, yeah, as long as you're on our side.
All good, dude.
Is that,
was it a commentary? Was it a commentary video with fair use, or is it just reposting it? Yeah, reposting it. That's not
no. He edited
way to
it
do
and
that.
then reposted it. He edited it and uploaded it on his own channel, took the names off and reposted it. And then he said, oh yeah, I accept your apology. What?
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, I said
Maybe
forgive him for pointing out.
I put a fair use.
Copyright strike could be
yeah, go for it.
Fair use is fair use. I mean, if you make commentary or you use like small snippets of it, that's fair use. But
the entire video.
Not. If you just post it unedited and just remove the watermark, then that's kind of like straightforward. I don't
think the entire video.
But it's
okay. Stop wasting everyone's
point.
time. You already made your point. Move on.
It's the entire video minus the first 10 seconds.
Go through my channel, leave some comments, and put some copyright strikes. Go for it. Enjoy.
It's the entire video minus
how it works.
It's the entire video minus the first 10 seconds and the last 10 seconds where the actual people who did the work had their names credited.
Well, that's
if you like,
I think we want to like get back
the
in
main
there.
point of this is that you guys.
No, actually, he was lying. I did put a link. No, this guy's a liar because in the video description, I put full video of quantum levitation by Boaz Almog. So this guy's just a liar.
It's not even who did it. Lying narc. So fun.
This guy's a liar. See, he's just wasted everybody's time.
He's a scientism cultist.
So I don't have to waste the time with him. Dude, I forgive you. I expect this from people like you who are militant globe defenders who maybe last year you put your finger at one person, but you just revealed yourself to actually be.
I don't even know if it's true, but what he said is true about the way copyright law works.
Who cares? Anyway, who cares, dude? It really doesn't matter. What happened here was you guys asked for a blah 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 blah. Shibbity blah 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 blah. Seriously, no take. Stop. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. I was talking.
He's an
before you.
internet.
Is that
Okay,
helpful?
so
Is he
annoying.
getting
He's defending
Okay.
copyright law.
Right.
I agree.
I'm just saying that maybe we should police
And
our
thank you,
own.
Truth Seeker, and thank you, No Tanks.
If we want to be on the side of morality and claim the religious position, maybe being a thief
Blah
isn't
blah
the
blah blah blah. You're meta narc shit, dude.
Hey,
Dude,
This
people
is
don't
what happened.
real information.
And Eden,
It's
right?
not a
What
thief.
happened was they were like, what would make it possible so that there could be anything rotating in a frictionless environment above our heads? It's been shown to them the things that are necessary for it to happen or do exist are tested, shown to be the case. And now they're saying, no, take away the information that allows you to have the thing I said you must prove because you didn't do this work yourself. It's fucking ridiculous zealotry.
Yeah, and then he says that he didn't use fair use or whatever. He's policing his own, but then he also adds in there, just presupposes that it was misinterpreted, misused. Like
it was. Would you let? I
can't
already
just say that.
contacted the original channel. Would you like me to repost?
You never even supported that claim.
Sure, I'll support it right now. Watch chat. I'll go ahead and repost the original. You can see my communications with them where they are being informed that their content was stolen and reused without permission or credit.
So now you're being a snitch and you're snitching on him?
And no.
You don't even need to. Like the bots find all that shit anyway. It's like kind of a moot point, but it's a good thing to remember. Fair use is fair use.
He also said that he basically misconstrued the message of that video, right? Like he's cherry picking it or something like that. But then he just used that in
I don't know.
But he never backed that claim up. Is my point.
Okay, so the cherry picking is a separate issue to like whether or not you're misrepresenting the ownership of something.
Hold on,
you sound very fallacious, a scientism cultist, and a coincidence theorist. Like it's unbelievable.
So the original video was about
this is the sort of thing we're going to encounter.
Are you guys just going to overtalk me?
Wouldn't surprise me if he's active military or retired.
Yes, I would like to overtalk you. I mean, you came in the room with, but how are you guys going to use this evidence because it requires satellites to exist? So you're scumbags for even. That's what, your shit is weird, dude.
It's so fallacious, you can just feel it.
Yeah,
because
you can tell a lot by his username.
Yeah, it's
seriously.
Wait! I got a question. So you're basically depicting the Earth as a flat disk. Is that true?
Was that flat disk for life? Yeah.
The Earth a flat disk?
Yes, it is.
Because there's many
theories
about the flat Earth, right? So there's the infinite plane. There's the biblical. So this was just a crude representation, a physical model scaled down.
Okay, so the Earth is a disk.
Yes, floating in space. Yes. Yes.
Hey, is it floating in space?
Yes, it's floating in space, and it's the only flat planet. Yes, that's correct.
Oh, okay.
He's trolling now. Dude, no one's claiming it. Falsification is independent of replacement.
Okay, quoting Witsit isn't going to help, man.
I'm quoting the truth.
Thanks, Willis.
He said something sensible, so now I can't say it because it is the best fucking wording that you can ever say. So just because it came out of his mouth, I can't fucking say
it. What was falsified?
The curvature rate of the Earth.
No,
how?
How
is it falsified?
Direct observation, line of sight, battle of the beams. I mean, I could go on.
Oh, a bunch of things that other flat earthers told you that were falsified, but you didn't bet
Sounds like a bunch of bullshit.
There is no rebuttals for it. I looked at it objectively. I'm not biased toward anything. I can just smell bullshit now. I can smell bullshit, and there's no good rebuttals.
There were plenty.
There's all sorts of wonderful rebuttals, but you're going to put your fingers in your ears and say blah blah blah.
Okay,
yeah,
it's going to be full of fallacies and no reason at all. Like,
do you watch any?
Oh,
do you watch any of the videos?
Yeah, let's go pick
that's why I get like, you ever get that cringy feeling, but you didn't know why? Like some video or something that someone said just made you kind of cringe and feel icky. That's because it was full of fallacies.
Okay.
That's not how that works. But thanks for that suggestion.
Yeah.
Okay, I believe you.
Why don't we go back to the science?
Hey,
Yeah,
why do you
not
have
scientism. Let's go
sticky
back to the
video?
scientific method and let's use that. Let's not presuppose
Which
any
one?
bullshit.
The one that Oakley told you?
No, the one that I mentioned. This is on an honest,
Elementary.
on an honest, objective type of thing, right? Like they've scientifically shown to cause and effect with physical matter, material, plasma, electric currents. The possibility of this. Instead of that, there are people who will appeal to gravity being not even made of anything material. They'll appeal to immaterial things rather than the material world.
It's just all
think about.
faith-based.
Just step back and think about that. That's all.
It's all faith-based. Yeah, the whole model is all faith-based. Religious zealots, and if you don't believe what the religious zealots are preaching, then you are preaching blasphemy, or you're spreading blasphemy upon the scientism religion.
Hey, what's wrong with religious zealots? Most of flat earthers, it's because of their religion.
Amen.
What's wrong with that?
Amen.
I thought you were talking about flat earthers.
I know.
I assume that's what you meant.
Are you fucking kidding me? No, it's scientism. It's
No, I'm not fucking
hypocrisy.
kidding you. I'm not familiar with scientism.
Oh,
Yeah, me neither.
it's your.
Is that
You know what? Often cult members.
you
actually
offend
know they're even in a cult.
scientists by calling them the same thing that a lot of other people want respect for. Is that what it is?
No,
when someone's in a cult, they don't even realize they're in a cult.
equate science to a religion and use that to offend or insult
No,
people that
it is
happen
the
to do
direct.
scientific investigation, even though
No,
they all
it is
many,
imposters.
even most of them
rebut?
have independent. No, let me finish talking.
My bad.
Even though many people who are involved in the sciences also have independent religions, and don't worship any sort of science. They have all sorts of very valid religions, but you're insulting them with the accusation that they're a member of some non-religion for calling it a religion.
Everybody's part
Okay,
of a
now let him
religion.
respond, Al, please.
Yes, that was the end of that response.
Okay, thank you. So you asked a question, and that's why I started to answer it. I was not trying to cut you off. Yeah, I was trying to answer why I think they are religious zealots, right? So they do not. So scientists that are fallacious, that do not follow the scientific method, and they just preach and spread what they are paid to, because their livelihood depends on it. They are scientism cultists. They are the pastors of scientism. Scientism. I am not saying that scientists that do good science, like the true method, are scientism cultists. It is what you think, what we've all been taught. Perfect example, really quick. Perfect example of scientism.
Please explain what the difference is between
we are taught
scientism.
I'm going to make this point. I'm going to make this point real quick. We are taught that the Earth, has a mantle, has a crust, has a core, and when that was completely, and we're taught as it like that's a fact, but there is no evidence of it. And then when the borehole was dug and it proved that all their temperatures were off, all their pressures were off, they just moved the goalpost and presupposed other bullshit that is unfalsifiable at this current time. That is what I'm talking about when scientism preaches that, like, you can't question.
It's wrong. Everything you just said was wrong.
Oh, it was wrong.
How it works.
Okay, can you explain how that was wrong?
I'll explain it to you. But remember, I'm a truck driver, not a seismologist.
Appeal to credentials. Dude, it's just so easy to spot these fallacies now.
Hold on,
so
stop.
fucking easy.
It's not a fallacy. It's not a fallacy.
It is. It's called appeal to credentials. Appeal to authority.
Stop and let me speak. Okay.
I just pointed out what fallacy it was.
You're not. You didn't let me finish, so you don't know what I'm about to say.
You just said it wasn't a fallacy, and I told you exactly which fallacy it was.
To say you haven't let me say a fallacy yet.
Yes, you did.
Listen. No, I didn't.
I can tell you what you said and why it's a fallacy. Do you want me to do that?
You jumped to a conclusion.
I'm not a seismologist, so I can't question and I can't know what
no. You fucking don't get it. Let me say
Calm down, you're gonna blow a gasket.
No, I'm not calming down. I'm in the midst of blowing my fucking gasket. Let me blow my gasket.
He's crashing out. He's crashing out.
Okay.
You're in a
I'm
truck.
not
You're right. You gotta
crashing
be
out.
safe.
Listen
You
to
gotta
me.
settle
I'm
down,
a
man. You gotta
fucking
be safe
trucker.
out there on the
I'm a
road.
fucking
You know, you gotta
trucker.
be chill.
So I'm not gonna use jargon. I'm not gonna
You're not
use
driving, are
the
you?
lexicon of the trucker. What would it matter if I was driving? What
Be safe.
difference would
That's
it
all. Be
fucking
safe.
make?
Focus. Keep hands on the wheel. 10 and 2.
You could kill
But fuck
someone.
that, I have to shift the fucking gears, you idiot. Okay, now listen to me. What I was about to say is that there have been multiple measurements of multiple paths through and around the Earth. And those are done by seismologists. It is a real science. And we know it's a real science because they predict earthquakes. They predict other seismic events. So we know that's real. We know it isn't a cult. But you're saying it's a cult. You're just saying it's a cult. And you're saying that because a borehole, when they reached the point at which the drill bits started melting, they found something different than what they expected. And you said they moved the goalpost. They didn't move the goalpost. They found something new, and they took note of it. But they can't drill any further.
So their temperature and
why is that
pressures
scientism?
Their temperatures and pressures were off every step of the way that they took a measurement. It doesn't make sense for what the Earth is claimed to be. Okay, so
by whom?
They just. What do you mean by whom? By the heliocentric model. If they claim that the Earth is a core and that's where
there's
the magnetic...
no heliocentric model that makes any sense. Our sun is definitely not the center of the universe. What are you talking about?
That's not okay.
No,
that is what we're taught. And
no, it is not what we are taught. What school did you go to?
We are taught the heliocentric model, Holmes.
Fuck no, we aren't.
What model are we taught then?
We're taught the. Well, like at what level of school did you go to?
Cosmology?
Probably
what cosmology?
There is cosmology. Holy fuck!
Yo,
what we're taught about planets. We're taught about the planets in our solar system. We're taught about orbital mechanics a little bit, and we're taught about the observations of planetary and non-planetary bodies that orbit our sun.
Model.
Amphibious, you have no model,
That is not a heliocentric model. That is what goes around in our solar system. We are taught that our solar system is one of many systems that are orbiting around the heliocentric galaxy. We are also taught our galaxy is one of billions of galaxies that is in
the heliocentric
visible universe. No, it's not heliocentric. It means that our sun being the center of one solar system, isn't heliocentric.
Is it not? Is it not claimed by the heliocentric model that the sun revolves around the supermassive black hole in the center of this galaxy, and that the other galaxies revolve around
many other suns?
Okay. So it's not
around
the
a supermassive
center
black
of the universe, is it?
But that's
So
only one galaxy, and the galaxies are all, in general, moving away from one another in our universe. How is that heliocentric?
Because that's what it's called. That is that model. That is what we are taught. Now, I will go back to your other claim or your question of how is that scientism? And it is scientism because they presuppose all sorts of shit once you dig into it, and you must accept that. And that is their proof of
that is the biggest load of bullshit I've ever heard. Have you ever met a scientist?
Okay,
Holy
I've never met a scientist.
I don't
think you have. For fuck's sake, that is not how science works.
Trucker, you have to realize Earth is concave. Just let go of the globe, man. Earth is concave.
The Earth isn't a fucking bowl or a fucking hamster ball.
The sad thing is,
you are coming up with a stupider idea than flat Earth.
So you are very triggered when it comes to the term flat Earth. Let's not even say that
I'm not triggered. I'm triggered by people
believes in flat Earth, bro. Okay, let's start at the basis.
Conclusions about what I'm saying.
Let's start at the basis.
Obviously, no real person believes in the
no one's talking about a flat Earth.
Okay, just put yourself on mute.
We're gonna start at the basis. There's no one talking about a flat Earth right now. The conversation is, hey, what we're being taught is full of fallacies and full of lies and deceit. And if you look into it objectively, you're going to get all kinds of errors that are obvious. that are unexplained, or either the goalpost is moved, i.e., black matter, dark energy, and you're going to get all these just unfalsifiable theories, and they're going to be taught as fact. But why they teach us as fact when they are unfalsifiable theories?
Plenty of things are falsifiable.
That's nonsense. There's
nonsense. How dare you question the
Nobody says
religion?
dark matter and dark energy are not taught as fact. That's an absolute nonsense. They're taught as a potential answer to observations we make that are not yet understood. To say that they're not falsifiable is ridiculous. They haven't. There's nothing other than multiple observations that tell us that we need to consider them as possibilities. They are not now, and have not yet ever been.
It's even worse. They are just placeholders. They are not even a potential answer. Dark energy and dark matter are just placeholders for something that should be there.
Yes.
Yeah, so maybe we'll figure that out, but that's not unfalsifiable. It's not unfalsifiable to someone says it's true without any backup whatsoever.
Science is
scientist is
let us honest enough to say when they don't know it.
So, all right. So somebody want to get in?
Yeah, I'm going to say the heliocentric model is unfalsifiable based on all these presupposed things. This has to be true for the entire model to work. You have to have dark energy and dark matter because it doesn't make sense, right? Without those things that are placeholders. So those things may be theories, but why wouldn't that just be like, or maybe the whole theory is fucking wrong because we just made up this bullshit to explain these massive holes in this theory.
So let me. I'd like to address that. I realize I just came in here, but so the heliocentric model came around long before dark matter and dark energy, right?
Yeah.
So why do you think dark matter and dark energy change where the sun would be?
I'm not claiming that it changed where the sun would be, but when you have the red shift, right? They had to account for that. They had to come up with, because it didn't match what the theory, just like the core of the earth, when they dug, all the findings didn't match the theory of what they fucking teach as fact. So when we had redshift and everything was going against the heliocentric model, they just moved the goalpost and said dark energy and dark matter are all this missing.
Yeah, I got it. So the redshift is from the distant stars and galaxies, right? Not from the sun.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the sun.
Well, the heliocentric model is literally about the sun.
Then I'm going to have to re-educate myself on what the heliocentric model is. I was under the impression that it is what we are taught throughout school. You know,
you are not No, you are correct.
We've moved far beyond
exactly
that.
what they teach us. Yes.
So
They
that's
teach us that the
heliocentric
Earth-
model, right?
I'm almost done. They teach us that the Earth revolves around the sun, and not what the archaic people used to think. Right? That it was Earth-centric. So yes, that's what they teach. The Earth
not heliocentric
circling around
model.
the sun. Yes, that is.
What is your model then? What is the current fucking model
I
that is?
explained it before that our solar system is just one of many, many solar systems in our galaxy, and that our galaxy is one of many, many galaxies in the universe.
Understand.
Who's denying that? Who's denying that?
I understand the
people calling it
I
we're
already
in a
know the doctrine.
heliocentric
I was taught
One at a time.
cosmology is way bigger than our solar system.
Yet no one is
ahead.
arguing that, dude. Listen,
That's not.
I don't need you to tell me what your doctrine has taught me and brainwashed me from fucking grade school. Okay, I know everything that they've taught me. So I'm not arguing that our sun is the center of the universe. I was arguing, to my understanding, the heliocentric model is what the name of our current cosmology that humanity.
You are correct.
No, wait. No, that's actually cold dark matter lambda is what he would be referring to, and that's part of cosmology, which is not typically about how the planets revolve around orbit the sun. That's not.
Dude, it's so fucking.
Those are two different things, Omni.
Yeah.
They are very different things. So the dark matter issues don't change whether or not the Earth is orbiting the sun. Those are highly separate disciplines, scales, everything.
That wasn't the argument of contention.
Yeah,
One
you're
guy
just
thought
playing-
that.
I'm sorry.
Let me see if I can steel man your positions, right? Tucker thought that you meant that the sun is at the center of the universe, heliocentric.
No, I didn't say that. No, I don't think.
No, it was no, but it was me that was. I was pushing back, Omni, and I'm sorry. I did blow my gasket, and it's laying on the floor beside me. We do not have a cosmology that is heliocentric. We do not think of our sun as the center of the universe, and that's
see,
what I'm
that's
pushing
what I'm
back
saying.
against.
He didn't
but you're
say that,
pretending like we're all taught. He did. He said our cosmology is heliocentric, and I said
Right,
no.
but it doesn't mean.
Absolutely.
Not. He's talking about the solar system. Our solar system is heliocentric.
Yes.
Our solar system is heliocentric. Every solar system that is a true solar system is
okay. So we are taught
sun-centric.
the
Yes.
heliocentric model. So
that's what
not a
playing
cosmology, but of any
Al, we got it. We got it.
Semantics are important. Semantics are important when you're accusing scientism of being a thing, which it isn't. You're assuming scientists don't work within the context of science.
Al, we got it. We got it. So
all right, you blew your gasket when I pointed out that your arguments are totally fallacious.
It's because you're a useless guy, bud. Amphibious. You have no map. You've got no model. All you have is arrogance. No wonder he blew his
all
gasket.
I have is falsifying.
You've got nothing,
the
bud.
bullshit
You
that
got
we
nothing.
are
Blew my gasket when you jumped to the conclusion you knew what I was about to say before I spoke about cosmology.
Guys,
I never jumped to any conclusion. I called out a fallacy, and it was a
fallacy that I never made.
Yes, you did. I will tell you what you said. I will tell you what you said right now.
Al, hold on, Al. I want to let Amphibious. I want to let Amphibious get it out. Go ahead, Amphibious.
Let him restate the wrong thing. Yeah.
Thank you. So I pointed out the exact wording that you used, and it was, "I am not a seismologist, so I cannot understand what they understand." And that is a direct appeal to
That's why I freaked out the first time. I'm freaking out again now. What I said was, listen to me. Listen to me. Stop jumping to this ridiculous conclusion. What I was about to say before you cut me off the first time is this, and that is that I'm a truck driver, not a seismologist. So the words I use are not going to be technical in nature. That is not an appeal to credentials.
Very careful.
Now, the credentials of an actual seismologist would be fucking valid, not an appeal to authority.
Al, you're triggered, bud. The guy has no model. Settle down a little bit.
Can we? Okay, guys, can we just table this for a second?
I'm fucking pissed about the mischaracterization of what scientists are.
Yes, I got it. You're being straw man. So I want to try to move past that, though.
Sorry, I was just playing a character I heard on here yesterday.
Can I
I wanted to try it out and see if it changed my position.
Shut the fuck up, truck
Can we
because
please?
when some asshole yelled yesterday really loud about all of his points, he was right and everyone else was wrong.
So Al, I want to get some clarity here, okay?
Right. Go ahead, Omni.
Amphibious. So there is cosmology, which is separate from heliocentrism, okay? Heliocentrism, what you've been taught in school, I don't know what you were taught in school. I don't know how far you got, but if you were taught anything relevant about dark matter and dark energy, you would have had to get to graduate level college classes in cosmology, which I'm going to guess is not the case. So if you've been taught about dark matter and dark energy from pop science reading and YouTube, then for the love of God, just consider that it may not be as clear as, it may not be clear or even correct in the ways that, it would need to be.
Okay. So you're saying I can't really understand it unless I've been...
I'm not.
No. Can I finish?
You can finish.
I'm going to try and steel man what you're saying. So I haven't been to those graduate level astronomy courses. All right. So I can't understand dark energy or dark matter, but I'm not claiming to understand them. I'm claiming that they are used because there are gaping holes in the theory that they want us to believe is fact.
So what
they are fill points for those gaping holes.
So you've been
Gaping
told.
hole is an understatement.
Let me know when you're done. Let me know when you're done so I don't interrupt you. Go ahead.
I wasn't talking.
Oh, it's okay, Omni. Go ahead. Thank you.
So, so first off, this is because I'm gonna guess because of the places you've been hanging out, you've heard that these are gaping holes, okay? And they're actually not. So the being taught in school and understand, the being taught in school relevant things is just that I heard you say what we were all taught or what we were taught in school, and I doubt that those things are being actually taught in school. If they might be mentioned by somebody, but they're not being taught in school. So
okay,
so wait. Let me hold on. So you can have a lay understanding of them, right? You could have a I can't do the math, and I haven't done all of the observations with telescopes and stuff, but I do understand what they're talking about. However, what you've gotten, and this is I don't know if you're a flat earther or not, I don't know how you identify, but the flat earth position is that these are band-aids, they're gaping holes, they falsify, I guess, relativity or heliocentrism or a globe earth or something. And I don't think that's actually the case. I think that if you pause and take a good look at what's actually going on with dark energy is a separate thing, but dark matter, I think that it can be very clearly explained that that's not the case. And I don't know if anyone's ever had that conversation with you, but if it's possible quickly, I'd like to.
Okay, well, I just want to clarify some things. So there is no cohesive agreement on what, like, the entire cosmology, if you will, academia is in shambles, right? So they're arguing against even
I don't think so. I don't agree with that. Go ahead.
That's what I've heard. So what are your how high do you hold like Michio Kaku or Neil deGrasse, right?
Not especially high.
So those mouthpieces that say these types of things, why wouldn't some high level academia or academic come out and rebut what these mainstream priests of scientism are saying?
Well, so number one, because they're not priests, okay? They're just dudes, and they are dudes.
Does that trigger you?
You can't just interrupt me. No. I let you talk, you let me talk. So they're not priests. You've heard that said, but it's not actually true. They're just science communicators. And what they are talking about is trying to make science interesting or exciting to the mass audience. Michio Kaku, for example, did a bunch of great work, but if whatever words come out of his mouth, and I've heard some speeches of his, it is flowery language. You were lied to in high school. First you were lied to in college. Then you were told the truth. Then you were lied to again, stuff like that. What he's talking about is the way that physics is, or at least was, taught in college, which is not the case that they're lying. That is that's a fanciful use of language. All right. They are not secretly lying to physics students. That's not what happens. So I don't know specifically what you're talking about, but the language that they're using is trying to be entertaining. Now, I don't think that cosmology is in shambles. That's not how I think any cosmologists see it. There are some big open questions in cosmology, but far from being in shambles, cosmologists tend to find that exciting and interesting, not horrifying.
Thank you. I have just a quick question in Amphibious. You can continue if you like. So let's just go back to the language, or let's steel man the globe. So I think it evolved from geocentrism to heliocentrism to acentric. But what would you call it now that we're going around the black hole?
Nothing.
Yo,
that is maybe cosmology. You could consider it cosmology. It's also just the observed behavior of what we see. Like, we do have a lot of telescopes in orbit, and on the ground, you cannot believe the ones in orbit. That's up to you. But
So
and we,
centric wouldn't be, I guess, a good term. It would be a misnomer. Black
I wouldn't
hole
call it.
centric.
I wouldn't call it. I wouldn't call it blah centric. No, I would call it cosmology.
Okay.
Well, a lot of people would call it scientism, cosmology.
Yeah, I know, but that's that's a bad name.
Okay. You just anyone that's not fallacious and that can reason would probably side with that. I know what I just said was fallacious. It was kind of humor, tried to appeal to humor. But you said that they're not just lying to physics students, right? They're not. These teachers aren't teaching things. Of course they're not. It's called compartmentalization. They were taught the same things, and when they didn't dig and see that actually it is mostly built on presupposition and not using the scientific method. You know how many studies that physics is taught that they threw out the observations that didn't match what they wanted their theory to be, right?
Is somebody taking a piss? What the hell?
Are you rocking a piss while you're talking to us about scientism?
So
No.
I'm back.
I'm driving right now. I'm driving.
Okay,
How is that
I
relevant?
want to talk about scientism for a second. So the term scientism is not. So what it would mean to me is that I am believing these things that quote unquote science says as a matter of like religious faith.
No, yeah, mainstream science. Yeah.
Well, right, mainstream science. So that is not, I think, how almost anybody outside of these spaces thinks it works. So I'm aware that people read pop science articles or see headlines and go, "Oh wow, something major has happened." But to be honest, if you don't know what clickbait is, you're probably too young to be on Discord. Okay, so you should be aware that when you're when you're looking at these headlines or watching these YouTubes, what you're seeing is something that's attempting to get views. It's attempting to get, it's mass communication. It's not especially precise. And I don't know that people outside of these conversations are taking it as super precise words of truth. I doubt that. So I think most people, it just washes over and they don't give a shit. But in the case of dark matter, having looked into it at a layman's level and certainly talked to people at the professional level, physics, PhDs, working astronomers, things like that. Well, you could say that these are friends of mine. I don't know. Are you friends with your high priest, Amphibious?
What's that?
Are you friends with your high priest?
I don't.
I don't have a high priest. I don't have a high priest.
Practice any religion.
Well, there you go. Okay, so I'm Christian. So these guys are definitely not high priest.
So they're in the sense of like if you're comparing it to what we traditionally think of
what you traditionally
religions.
think of. What you traditionally
no, what we traditionally think of religion, right? Just worshiping a god. But if you look at it, you're worshiping scientism.
So that's a claim. That's a claim. And not a claim I think you can back up. You have an understanding of how science works because you've been marinating in flat earth spaces where people are just hugely wrong about how science works and what science is and all kinds of things.
Well, I've been listening. I've been open to hearing all kinds of defenders of scientists, of scientism.
So let me try this.
Oh, really?
Let me try.
Yeah. I have the open mind, and I've only heard fallacious arguments. I've only heard dishonesty, and it's so clear as day. So
okay,
you don't even let people talk.
Al, just
when they're
a second.
saying
Yeah,
something.
I know.
Okay, go ahead, Omni.
I'm not letting anybody else talk.
You're saying good
I
things
haven't listened.
I can't calmly say.
So I want to talk about dark matter just for a second. Okay, I'm going to say something that will produce an uproar, maybe, or at least in your mind you'll be like, "What the hell?" But dark matter is actually an observation. Is that a phrase you've heard before?
Of course, I've heard observation.
That dark matter is an observation.
I believe so. I believe I've heard it posed.
So
as
what do you think that means? If you already have gone through this dialogue tree, I don't want to retread
It's
it.
an observed phenomenon.
So
yeah, something that wasn't like visually observed, like in the traditional observation, but is kind of like filled in, right?
Okay, no. Okay, so all right. So do you know what gravitational lensing is?
No.
Okay. So gravitational lensing is where we see supermassive objects bending light, and it creates very specific patterns like Einstein rings and Einstein crosses. These are warping of light where you can see like a galaxy bent into a horseshoe.
So how do we, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I need to understand this. How are we making these observations?
With telescopes.
And measurements.
Well, they're telescopes. I mean,
so why can't, I just have a layman's question. Why can't we use a telescope and look at the moon and see the flag that was supposedly planted on them?
We don't have the angular resolution for that.
So
angular resolution.
Guys. So first off, the kinds of telescopes that were pointing, into the quote unquote deep sky, which is the term for deep space, are not the kind of things. What?
They only read data, right? Is that?
They collect light, but they collect a lot of different kinds of light. It's not necessarily all in the visible spectrum, right? You know what I mean by that. So. Yes. You can consider that just data, but there are things in other spectrums like infrared and ultraviolet and things, radio frequency, that we can't see with our human eyes, but we can pick up with these detectors. And the reason why we're not pointing them at the moon is because outside of, 300 guys on Discord, most people don't have any, most people are not in any doubt that we went to the moon.
Yeah, so it's an appeal to popularity.
No,
no, it's an appeal to not
amphibious. Hold on a second, amphibious.
No, so fallacious, man. It triggers them.
No.
This is great.
It's just kind of. It's just amphibious. It's just kind of dumb. I'm not telling you that you should believe we went to the moon because most people believe it. I'm telling you that the people who are building these telescopes are not pointing it at the moon. They're not pointing the most powerful telescopes.
If you want, Omni, I could try to explain it a bit better.
At the moon, try now. I want to try this myself because I've seen this recurrent. So
let's not be fallacious, please.
So these people are not pointing at the moon because most people on Earth don't have the same questions about us going to the moon that you do. So there's not an incentive for them to point it at the moon to satisfy you because they don't know you exist.
And besides, if we took the most powerful telescope, pointed at the moon, and saw the moon landers there, you would still deny it, saying that they were just put up there without men or some such.
Okay, that's possibly true, NASA. But hang on a second. Yeah.
So no. If we have the ability to zoom in with like a P1000 camera, right, and we can zoom in pretty good detail on the moon, right?
You can't zoom in, so we can calculate how much zoom you'd need to see the flag, and your P1000 doesn't come anywhere close to that.
That's all presupposition that
it's
the moon
not.
is
No,
as far away as you guys say.
Optics.
It is. It's full of fallacious. It's fully fallacious.
Optics isn't a fallacy.
Wait,
dude, you are presupposing the distance of the moon.
No,
you are presupposing.
Can I walk through the end of my
How do you measure it?
Can I get to the end of my dialogue tree and then I'll leave, and you guys can have at it.
Go ahead, Omni. It's better you than me. I tell you.
So, what I want to make it clear. So, the why can't I just see it with my P1000? If you accept the calculations that would be done, then there's an explanation. If you say I just feel like I should be able to see it with my P1000, well, knock yourself out. That's great.
Well, can't you see like all these coincidental things?
I'm not finished. I wanted to finish. I want to finish my my spiel.
And then I'll let you finish, but then can I ask you?
Yeah, but I have to go pick up some people. Okay, I have to get in my car and go drive and get some people. I'll be back later. So yes, I will answer your questions. I will totally engage with you. Just I'd like to finish it before they
I understand.
text me and I have to run out. Okay. So what happens is with these Einstein crosses and Einstein rings, and with the rotation of galaxies, in some cases, we see the behavior. We see Einstein lensing. We see, galaxies that are smaller spinning faster. But we don't see the mass. In many cases, we do see the mass that's causing it. And in fact, we recognize these effects as gravity. So, as gravitation from masses. So, for example, when we see a galaxy curved into a horseshoe or into a circle by gravitational lensing, and we see this supermassive quasar causing the gravitational lensing, we go, "Oh, okay, that's gravity bending light like that, and we understand that." But when we see the galaxy warped into a ring, and we don't see the supermassive quasar, we say that looks like what we understand as gravity, but we don't see the mass. Okay, so we see a bunch of that. We see like some galaxies spin faster than their visible mass would indicate. Some spin exactly as fast as their visible mass would indicate. But some don't, and we don't see that additional mass. So the observation is we see things that look to us like gravity, that we recognize as gravity, in other cases where we see all of the mass, and we see it as gravity and as relativity would predict. But then there are some cases where we don't see that we see the behavior, but we don't see the visible mass, which has led some cosmologists to conclude that maybe there's this mass we're just not seeing. And so what they're doing right now is they're trying to figure out, is there mass we're not seeing, which is what the data looks like large scale, according to the people I've talked to, or is there something that's different with gravity at these massive scales where we would need to alter the theory of relativity in order to account for these huge scales that we see cosmologically. And that's possible, but people have been trying to do that, and they haven't got a satisfactory modification to relativity, which is why we still have the dark mass hypothesis hanging around. Because we see the behavior that we recognize, that we can estimate, that we can predict for a given mass, but we don't see the thing causing it. So they're trying to figure out what is going on there. So that's not to me. That's not scientism.
Okay, I'm going to approach this just from a fallacy standpoint, right? Reasoning, and sound arguments are very important. I'm sorry, but all that I heard when you tried to explain that was a gish gallop of presupposition. You have to presuppose that the theory of gravity is proven. You have to presuppose that the galaxies are rotating in the way that we're taught. And just because the math works, you can add up other things. And it's just a stack of fallacies.
So
when you see that is where I'm coming from.
But they're not fallacies. Let
me respond to that. I think he asked me directly. So the answer is no, I don't. That's not that. So I don't know what you heard from that. I'm not sure how you heard that, but it doesn't mean that. So it doesn't mean that relativity is proven. But we have enormous amounts of evidence that relativity is correct, at very least within the scale of a solar system. So that it may not be proven, but we have so much evidence for it, it's overwhelming.
Well, all the evidence that I see, that I've heard explained, is a gish gallop of presupposition.
Well,
at a logical standpoint, there's got to be a point where you're like, wait a minute, let's start at the base
that may
level.
be because you don't understand the evidence. That's entirely possible.
So appeal to incredulity.
No, I'm saying that if my lay understanding and physicists' actual understanding, of the math is a hold on, does not make it a gish gallop. It says we think that the theory of relativity says X, and when we test it, it turns out to be X. That's not illogical. If I have a theory of X, and when I run the theory and run the test, I get something either exactly X or incredibly close to X, to like 5 or 6 decimal places.
Mm-hmm.
Then that tells me that theory is onto something, onto something good. Why
until
would
you
I
run into run into something like the 3-body problem that directly refutes the theory of relativity, and you just write it off.
Just a minute. No, the 3-body problem doesn't help you here. I'm sorry. I know you have a dialogue tree, but the 3-body problem doesn't help.
Oh, I have the dialogue tree.
You do.
I'm starting at a baseline of reason, and
you have a dialogue tree given to you by other flat earthers who you trust, but
I've watched.
I'll be back later. I have to go.
Can I jump in?
It's okay, Omni. Thank you.
All right.
Omni, can I jump in? Oh, I guess I can jump in.
Go ahead.
All right.
Go.
Yeah, please.
Let's take this back to first order. So
and take it slow.
There are a number of pieces of evidence that would suggest a missing mass problem. Those include temperature of X-ray halos around galactic clusters, movement of galactic clusters around a common center of gravity, rotation speeds of spiral galaxies, velocity dispersions within elliptical galaxies. All of these point to what would be considered to be a missing mass problem. Now, we don't have to bring general relativity into this because all of these things fall within the classical regime. We're not talking about things that are moving at high rates of speed and deep gravity wells. So we don't even need to bring general relativity into this.
Can I stop you really quick?
Okay.
You said we were going to start baseline non-fallacious, and then you jumped into bringing in evidence that you totally presupposed everything about that evidence.
Okay. How did I presuppose it?
That we measured this temperature of these galactic clusters, right?
The X-ray emission from galactic clusters, yes.
So we measured the temperature, and it matched up with the math that is required, right? So first off,
it didn't. So the temperature in galactic halos is hotter than would be expected given the amount of mass that we can determine visibly.
So don't you understand that our whole understanding of a galactic halo is a theory, right?
You'll have to be more specific about a galactic halo because the way that a galactic halo is defined is the spherical distribution of globular clusters. That is not a theory. That is an observational fact.
So we're looking at it, but our understanding of what a galactic cluster and a galactic halo is all kind of like we look at something, right? And we're trying to know the ins and outs of it, but there's no way that we can know that.
Okay, so we're going to that problem. So I reject the notion that we cannot know something unless we can physically manipulate it, because physics here is the same as physics anywhere. So the understanding of
You're talking about scale.
I'm talking, I suppose, yes. I'm talking about if you see hydrogen gas being, you see hydrogen absorbing certain wavelengths of gas on your desk, that is going to also happen in a star.
How did we determine that what you're looking at is hydrogen?
By looking at the spectrum of the gas.
How do we know it's a gas?
Because of the spectrum of the that we see. It's an absorption spectrum. So
it matches what we think hydrogen would do, right?
It matches what we know hydrogen does in a laboratory setting.
So you're going to kind of take it on faith-based that just because of that, it is hydrogen.
No, he's inversely projecting an artificial environment onto nature or reality because he thinks the artificial environment perfectly resembles or reflects it.
So what would happen? In order for me to go along with what you're saying, is that you would have to supply me with some sort of evidence that indicates that the physics I see in my lab is different than the physics that is undergoing in a star.
So what I am trying to say is that if you approach this with no presupposition, if you step back and look at it objectively, and you use the scientific method, you can't get farther. You can't get too far into knowing what we see in the sky, right? You can't get farther than just saying, shit, I don't know. Because
Again,
every measurement that we do presupposes all that we've been brainwashed to think space is.
okay, so again, I don't think you're quite understanding what I'm saying, is that the only presupposition that I am making is that physics is the same everywhere. So the physics that happens, that what hydrogen does on my desk is the same thing that hydrogen does in the atmospheres of stars. Until you can show me evidence or any kind of thing that would suggest that is not the case, then that is the direction that I will go.
Yeah, so you are kind of underhandedly admitting that you are just going with presupposition and faith-based.
No, that's not what he said at all.
Sorry. Just a second. Claims out of incredulity aren't real claims. Until you be at the level that you are able to make a claim about this subject, you can humble yourself and learn about it and how it is done.
Yes, I've tried to learn, and every like basic level of what we are taught spaces, it is not sound reasoning.
Can you entertain me and tell me what courses in physics did you take to learn about it?
No, we're not gonna do this, bro. No, we're not gonna do that.
We don't need to do that.
We can't ask him what he actually knows about physics, but he can tell us.
No. He's not gonna do a court case.
Why
in
is
the middle
he?
of a good conversation?
Yeah, that's what
Why can he explain on what he believes and not tell us how he knows it?
I will explain why. Okay.
Well, we can sidestep the credential, the whole credential thing, right? Like he's obviously a layman, right? Which is fine because a lot of people in here are. That's why they come here to learn from people who are not, right? So
yeah, I haven't been to the Church of Scientology. I haven't learned the doctrine ins and outs at the high levels.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay. So
yeah,
I don't appeal to credentials because people can be autodidactic and they can learn outside of the doctrine of these high priests.
Well, hold on, Amphibious. You obviously, we can show you that you do appeal to certain credentials, right? Like,
let's hear it. Yeah, show me.
You go. Well, obviously, you would go to a doctor, presumably, right, to have a physical done or receive medication. Like, you don't just go to the guy down the street and be like,
I don't go to any doctor. I don't have a doctor.
Okay,
Can we get back to the subject? Obviously, Professor is above us all. We're all laymen next to the professor. What's the problem here?
The point is that there are non-fallacious appeals to authority. That's what I was trying to explain to you, right? Like, we obviously want to appeal to experts. Yeah, we want to appeal to experts in their relevant field because they've gone through the training, right? They've received the appropriate education that meets the requirements to speak on the subject.
I'm sorry. They went to the school of Scientology and were taught all the doctrine.
Okay, hold on. One thing, Scientology is itself a religion.
Scientism.
Right?
Scientism.
Well, that's just a misnomer, right? And that's already been.
Well,
that's been pointed out to you like multiple times. You're using that as a potential to set up a straw man as to what the scientific method does and how it operates, right? How we use it to achieve data.
If I can apologize for appealing to my own credentials, I want to ask. You claim that I went to University of Scientism and that I was indoctrinated. Do you actually know what someone who gets a graduate degree in a science actually does?
Usually they teach, right? Usually they teach.
Yes, you do take some classes, yes, but that's not all of it.
I didn't say it
And
was all of
actually,
it.
in those classes, it's more than just sitting there absorbing information and then regurgitating it.
Yeah, it's using those presupposition formulas to validate something that is irrefutable or unfalsifiable.
Wait, do you not think that scientists are looking for their potential hypotheses to be falsified? Because that's part of the pursuit of science, right? Like they're not developing these hypotheses and then thus them being pushed to achieving theory. Also, that way they can say, "Aha, this is unfalsifiable." They want someone to come along and show them the relevant data that dismantles that potential hypothesis or theory.
Well,
Yeah, so
that's the problem, dude. It can't be falsified. It's unfalsifiable.
No, that's incorrect. That's totally incorrect.
That follow, can I answer that
Totally,
question,
totally incorrect. You can falsify
Really,
science with facts.
Let me correct that.
To say science is unfalsifiable is a lie.
No one is saying science is infalsifiable, unfalsifiable. I am saying scientism is. The scientists that want their theories, listen, the scientists that want their theories evaluated and tested and challenged, they are scientists. Scientism is completely different than science. Scientism is claiming to be science, but it doesn't use the scientific method. It's
Which you mean your four-step QE method?
Wait, hold on. Let him finish. Let him finish.
It doesn't take any controls or variables into it. And then when they find observations that go against their theory that they teach as fact, they fucking erase it and throw it away.
That's bullshit.
Or they move the goal.
Can I ask you something?
Observations away.
Hold on.
They throw
Please
those
wait.
observations away.
Hold on. Despite billions of experiments, you guys have failed to test, right, or find any dark matter.
Okay. There's a lot here that I want to unpack. There's a lot here I want to unpack, but
Go ahead, Professor. Everybody, not interrupt.
So, the scientific method. Yes, we do in fact follow the scientific method. I have a video where I go through one of my own papers and go through step by step how each part of the paper represents a part of the scientific method. I also point out what my control variables were, what variables that I allowed to run free, that sort of thing. I did the whole IV-DV business. So your claim that we don't follow the scientific method is simply that, and I can definitively show you otherwise. Now,
I'm not claiming that you don't practice it on some things that you're doing, but I'm saying the entire crux of what we are taught about the universe is fallacious, and it doesn't use the scientific method.
So all of it uses the scientific method.
All of it is
all of the observational
all
experiments.
of the doctrine is all the doctrine is fine, and there was no lies or anything taught to us.
Did I say that? Did I say
literally
that?
just said all? You just said
follows the scientific method. I didn't say that we were ever not, or we were never incorrect on things. So, if I may get back to
Omni just proved that he didn't use a scientific method with his explanation on how
with
they
all
can
due
measure
respect to Omni,
gravity.
I don't know if Omni has ever done a scientific experiment.
Okay,
and
can
gotten
you
his work
explain?
published.
Can you explain something simple to me then? Something about space without fallacy and sound reasoning. We need sound reasoning and no fallacies, please.
But
okay,
anything.
Professor Park, can I for a second?
Don't interrupt, Agent. Let Professor and Amphibious go. Don't interrupt, please. Give him a few minutes. Then you can go next, okay?
Thank you, Essie. All right. Let's I pretty much know where let's go with stellar parallax. I tried this with QE to no avail, but let's talk about stellar parallax, which is the second rung on the
Stellar or solar? I'm sorry, stellar or solar?
Stellar parallax.
Okay.
Are you familiar with solar?
I thought you said solar, so I was confused.
Oh, all right. I may have misspoken. Are you familiar with stellar parallax?
Briefly.
Okay.
I know the gist of it.
All right. So it is the second rung on the cosmic distance ladder. The first rung is radar finding.
Hold on. It's the second rung of the cosmic distance ladder.
Yes.
Now, how are we measuring these distances?
Well, we measure the distances by basically observing a star, a target star. Okay. What? Question?
Yeah. You're. I'm just going to cut to the chase. You say you observe and you can measure the distance because of light speed traveling, correct?
Well, that's part of it, but I was actually going to say, and this is the problem that QE had, was that you measure parallax because of the motion of the Earth around the sun.
That's a fallacy. I'm sorry.
It is.
Yeah, that hasn't been proven. There's no evidence that we're revolving around the sun.
Real quick, what do you think you mean when you say that's a fallacy? You never put it in a formal argument.
Okay, I thought we were having a debate here.
Yeah, but you got to name the fallacy.
Yeah, let them, guys, please. You can ask after. Let them go at it like for a couple of minutes.
Right, but to be fair, right, to Professor, if he's going to keep pointing out that what he's doing is fallacious, then I'm going to point out that he's not putting it into formal argumentation. So it's clearly not fallacious, right? Like,
okay,
well, it's not fair enough, but I'm sure the professor could fend for himself, no?
And it's not of sound reasoning. I'll just say that.
Well, you would have to give an argument against that. So, and he hasn't presented one yet.
Thanks for sharing. He presented a presupposition that we knew the fucking distances. So I'm going to call that out. That's not sound reasoning.
No,
so
that's
I will say
false.
that it's fallacious, or I will say it is not of sound reasoning.
Well,
thank you for chiming in, though. Thank you.
Perhaps. All right. So let's back up a moment. The speed of light is, if you wish to say that the speed of light, or the measurement of the speed of light, and the speed of light being constant on all time scale or all spatial scales, if that is a presupposition,
correct,
then I don't know what to tell you, because there's no evidence to suggest that it's not.
There is plenty of evidence. Even if there isn't evidence, it hasn't been proven, and the variables haven't been implemented. The variables haven't been implemented. They just presuppose this is why, right?
So every experiment that has been done to measure the two-way speed of light has given us the exact same value within the error bars, within very tightly constrained error bars.
For the total distance traveled, but it does not give it presupposes that each length is the same.
So where is the presupposition if I know the distance between two objects using a ruler, and then I'm able to time the amount of time it takes to go for a laser or a photon to go from one point to the other and then back again? Where is the supposition?
That it is moving through space and time, or the ether, at the exact same speed omnidirectionally.
Why would it not? Can you give me a physical reason for why it wouldn't?
What if there is a substance that impedes it, like water slowing down in
No, you said omnidirectional, so basically water would slow it down in both directions. If it were traveling through a denser medium, it would travel in both directions.
How about a current? List, can I finish? How about a current, right? Water travels in currents. It's harder to swim one way than it's harder to swim against a current, right?
Or are you suggesting the existence of an ether?
Correct.
do you have any evidence to support the existence of an ether?
On my person, no, I do not.
Then I would, as a scientist, I would say that if you don't have evidence, if I cannot see evidence that an ether exists, then an ether does not exist.
There is plenty.
If you're about to say that there's plenty of evidence that there is an ether exists, you would be incorrect.
Okay. Well, I would argue we could go down that route, but you still haven't. I'm not trying to prove anything other than everything that we are taught about the cosmos. I was going to get there. Everything that we are taught about the cosmos, even at the base level, falls apart when under scrutiny of logic and reason.
It doesn't.
Absolutely does.
Can you
Just
give me
as I've proven with the speed of light measurement? You cannot measure distances if you do not take all variables into consideration. You can't just presuppose that
you
what I
are
laid out.
presupposing the existence of an ether to explain why. Yes,
I am presupposing. I'm not saying there's an ether. I'm not making any positive claims. I'm saying
not.
I am pointing out that you are taking on faith base that light could travel the same speed each direction when you have no direct evidence of that. And I'm pointing that out.
I have no direct evidence of the contrary. There is nothing about Maxwell's equations that would indicate that the speed of light is directional in any way.
Don't you understand? If you make a positive claim, i.e., I know the speed of light, you have to prove that without uncertainable doubt, right?
So we have measured the speed of light many, many times, and we get the same answer many, many times. How is that not evidence for the speed of light being a set value?
Like I said, each direction you're not taking into account.
There is no, do you understand can you give me a definition of light, like a mathematical definition of light?
No, I can't.
Okay. So Maxwell stated that it was basically the inverse square of the permittivity, I can never get the terms right, of space in an electric field and space in a magnetic field. There is nothing about that description that would indicate that the speed of light would change depending on direction, because those two values are constant. They depend on the medium in which the light is traveling. If the light is traveling within that medium and only within that medium, it doesn't matter which direction the light is traveling, it will always have that same speed. So unless you have evidence to actually show that that is not the case, then I'm going to go with what Maxwell states and what we have seen in every other experiment that we have done.
So I will have to bring up the exact experiment that I am struggling to recall the name of.
Okay.
Okay.
Michelson
I will.
Morley?
Please say it's not Michelson Morley.
No, it's not Michelson Morley. It's what, not Edison.
Michelson Beale?
Dayton Miller.
No, I can't think of it.
Dayton Miller showed that.
I'll have to be able to look. I'm sorry.
There's a
Continue.
preferred direction for light. In the northern hemisphere, the preferred direction of light is from east to west. It's faster than from west to east.
I've heard of this paper. I'm vaguely aware of it. What I do know is that it's never been reproduced. The results of that paper have never been reproduced by anyone else.
Neither has gas without a container.
Yes, yes.
Gas pressure without a container
When the
has never been
experiment first
reproduced.
came out, they criticized it, and then it was done over 100 times, very precise. He controlled for temperature, he controlled for pressure, he couldn't satisfy the scientific consensus because they keep appealing to this bullshit. And every time there's experiments that say to the contrary, they throw it out.
So, in order for it to work, and for science to work, one of the key parts of science is that any result needs to be reproducible by an independent research entity or independent research group. No other research group has been able to replicate that paper's particular result.
So
So
no high
therefore-
priest, no high priest has admitted that this is true.
No,
because
see,
they
a priest
refuse to try it.
would just say it doesn't that it doesn't happen. Others have tried to replicate that experiment, or
Do you
tried,
not
have tried experiments to replicate that result and have failed.
No. Wang also did it. Wang, and they're working on the same experiments that Mickelson and Morley were doing, dude. So it's not like Dayton Miller's in left field by himself. Why do you think that you had the whole Sagnac effect? How do you think relativity even came to be, bro? Because they noticed this, and it didn't match. It didn't match the predicted speed of the Earth around the sun and rotation of the Earth.
Wang's results are not consistent with Miller's results. So that is not reproducing the effect that Miller saw. As for relativity, I have a fairly good grasp of how relativity came into being. And that was
the point is
because of
you made a
Maxwell
claim.
equations.
You made a claim like it's established science. This is a fact across the board. Light is constant at all directions in all
It is
mediums.
measurably so, and again,
false, dude. It's been falsified. The constant speed of light has been falsified, but you guys refuse to accept the evidence.
We still use it, don't we?
And that is why it is scientism.
Again,
why you refer to it as scientism.
I have.
Thank you, Lion, for that brilliant input. Thank
Here,
you.
Professor Parks, if I ask you, is there evidence sufficient enough to warrant the conclusion that the speed of light is consistent? What would your answer be?
Yes.
And what's the relevant data for that?
I would have to look up all of the numerous experiments which have measured the speed of light to be basically the same.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, there's a lot of things that use the speed of light, aren't there? So if it's been falsified, then you're still using it.
Basically, the entire field of optics uses the speed of light.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I think that somebody somewhere would have noticed, just through optical experiments, that the speed of light, if it were not constant in a medium, would have noticed that. And as to, again, with those two papers that you mentioned, which do seem to indicate a directionality to the speed of light, they are not consistent with each other, and they are two examples versus many dozens of examples. So who am I supposed to believe? Dozens of researchers who basically are telling you the same thing, or two dudes that are telling me something different and they don't even agree with each other?
I'm so
Who
glad
am I
you
supposed
asked
to
that
believe?
question.
If you want to have if you're talking about logic, who am I supposed to believe from a logical standpoint? People who could agree with each other many times over, or two dudes that don't?
Bro.
Okay.
Either way,
I'm so glad you asked that question. You heard that I wanted to talk to him.
Oh my god.
Lion, please. You heard that
It is his turn.
Go ahead. Fine, dude.
So glad you asked that question. But you should really ask yourself this. Why is it so necessary of you, or why do you necessitate that question of who are you going to believe? Because why is belief so important to you?
Wait, who are you asking?
I think he's
Professor
asking me.
Parks, you, Professor Parks, PhD.
So people throw around this idea of belief, and I think there's a misconception surrounding it. Let me rephrase then. Whose results do I trust? The results that are self-consistent, or the results that are not?
And I think that's a better way of putting it, yes.
Oh, it's hot here.
So-
That crock pot.
Whose results are more reasonable to accept? That's the thing.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
But
And the other thing about the speed of light, because I was just thinking, when they do a speed run testing the max speed of a car, they do two runs in two different directions, and they take the average.
Well, very easily and logically, one would be fair to assume that someone who is educated in doing said thing, you know, is one you should trust in so doing. But someone who has been, you know, educated to do something by repetition doesn't necessarily need to know actually what they're doing, although they're doing it all the time.
What happened? Weren't you guys having a debate? I left for literally 2 minutes. What happened here?
There was some question as to I can't even remember. They were bringing up Dalton and Wang basically as refutation for the idea that the speed of light is not constant in two different directions. And my point was there are many experiments that are self-consistent that illustrate that the speed of light is constant. Whereas there are only two experiments which refute that, and neither of those two experiments agree with each other. So who am I supposed to, what do I think is more reasonable? Which outcome is more reasonable?
So you have.
That's where the conversation has basically died off.
It's a fallacy, for one.
Well, what's the fallacy?
Appeal to popularity.
It is not.
Your
popularity would be
you're
if
appealing to the majority of scientists.
popularity would be if I was looking at opinions. I'm not looking at opinions. I'm looking at scientific experiments that all conclude the same thing. These are not assertions. These are observable. This is evidence.
Guys, he's just asking for the authority.
Hold on, Siak, hold on.
That's what I am saying. You are committing that fallacy because you're saying that it is I'm going to argue that it is their opinion on the scientific data. Now, a person is not going to go against what they get paid to teach.
Oh my goodness, that's false. That's false.
Wait. Is it not reasonable?
Popularity or appealing to majority?
I don't agree with what he's saying, but in principle, if you think about it, in science, the majority view often is the science that gets the most funding. That's inevitable because science is heavily linked to money, to how much funding you can get. So it's not unreasonable to say that. That's not
exactly.
That's not completely
The distinction is those scientists that also are getting paid the funding are still willing to be corrected if they're given the appropriate data that shows them otherwise, right?
Yes, also true.
So that's the problem. That's the problem that's not being considered here when they say, "Oh, well, you know, they're just being paid to say this thing." It's like, okay, that they might be getting paid to do the research, but that doesn't mean that they're getting paid to just ignore the other data.
So you say that they accept all challenges and they want their theories, bulletproof.
Yes, that's what science does.
In an objective way,
that is what science does. It is not what scientism does. What is mainstream academia is scientism. That's my whole.
It is what science ought to do. It is what science ought to do, but it isn't what science also. It is what science ought to do, but it isn't always what science does.
Correct, because science is done by fallible human beings.
It really does, guys. I'm sorry, it does have to be acknowledged. So
it does.
I mean, it does. Yeah.
So really quick, I wanted to say, someone said, what I brought up was reasonable, although they don't agree with it. I would just like to understand why they don't agree with it, because all I did was point out an appeal to majority or appeal to popularity fallacy. How was I wrong?
That was me.
So how was I wrong in doing that? Even though you said it was reasonable.
Fallacies.
Okay, without going with the fallacy cars and just name calling and that kind of stuff, like look at it like this way. We really need a practical example, and I actually have one from my work, and I can just use that. So, just now, 2 weeks back, we had an ethical survey of the butchery of where I'm working. What usually can quickly become a problem is that you can have a young person who is newly educated in doing this ethical survey of, for example, how to slaughter an animal ethically, although that sounds weird, I guess, for some.
It sounds
but,
contradictory, doesn't it?
It sure does. And you can have a 20-year-old newly educated woman, for example, or a man, doesn't matter. But in this realm, she is now the expert of how to do that because she has that education. But when they come to the butchery, it's really the butchers and the person running the place and the farmers and people who have lived and have experience with the animals who actually sit with the expertise of what likely is actually more ethical than some theories
Bring it
that
home,
they
Siak. Bring
keep
it home,
pushing around in academia. So yes, so bringing it home, although she can have an education, the expertise actually lies with the person here that does not have an education, because the expertise lies with the experience.
Bring it home.
So
How
I
it's
want
an
to
issue.
I want to comment on that directly because this is what I'm talking about when I asked the question, what do you think academics actually do? And so that is not a proper description of what happens in astronomy or physics. The experts actually do the our dissertation.
That's a fraudulent slip.
Our dissertation is original science. We are in fact doing new research, and then once we're done, we do even more research that is new. So this idea that we do not have experience in the realm of what we're talking about is just not true.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
Obviously, you can have, as this woman has studied theories about ethics, she can have experience in the realm, but does she have practical experience, direct experience, etc.?
I am talking about practical experience.
Yes, and you
That's
can.
that's why the
think that-
analogy doesn't hold. That's
Yeah.
what he's pointing out.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right,
I like what you're
let me
framing.
say
I like what you're
something.
framing.
Moving
I
into
don't
that.
think it applies here, though. Yeah, it does.
Moving
It's,
into that.
yeah.
But then the first thing he said was
But
policies
wait.
aside,
I wasn't
policies
finished,
don't
but
matter.
Sure.
Let's
did
let
you say
Agent get
policies
in.
don't
He's been
matter?
trying to get in for a while. Go ahead,
Okay.
Agent.
Okay, but I didn't get to
Fallacies
finish. But
don't
sure.
matter.
Oh, sorry.
I want to say something, okay? If you want to move along the conversation, you need a common understanding. And when a guy tells you he is anti-science by calling something scientism, it is clear that he never spoke to a person in this field and he doesn't understand how the field works. So why would you imagine then that you can teach someone in 1 hour or half an hour how stuff work in reality when you
I can give you an answer.
No, I would like to answer. I know I've been talking
Go
a
for
lot,
it.
but
No,
but
go
it's
for
pretty
it. Go
important.
for it.
Pretty important to me. So your first thing was saying I was anti-scientific. I am the exact opposite. Like I'm trying to start at a baseline of using the scientific method, and I'm just pointing out that the majority of quote unquote science that we are taught is actually scientism because it is all faith-based.
Okay.
And it is a unsound reasoning.
May I ask where you're getting your definition of the scientific method? Seeing that you are not, in fact, a scientist.
An elementary level. I'm not saying that was the only education of science that I've had, but I
I see
want
a
to
problem
start
with
from an
that.
elementary level, okay? Because that is the base. That is the basis for the scientific method, is following, having
Could it be-
variables, having controls, taking those into account,
Wait.
which scientism
wait.
completely skips over.
Why did I ask you at the beginning what type of courses you took that is relevant? Because in order for us to speak the same language, okay?
That's false. That's false.
Mm-hmm.
That's false.
I didn't go to the doctrine.
No, it's not false. It's not false.
It is, and I can explain to you why, right? Because the entire time, Professor Parks has been able to speak to him as though he's a layman, right? And he's clearly understanding. While he might have pushback, he's still able to explain Well, that's why we go over these topics with people like this, right?
So hold on, really
you
quick.
know
You sound like
why-
a priest back in the day and saying you cannot understand the Bible. You cannot understand what the words are actually meaning. Only I can because I've been to the doctrine. I've been through.
This is
the
not
church.
what I'm saying.
That is exactly
okay?
what you sound like, man. That is exactly what you sound like.
I'm saying, all you're saying and all your so-called listening is fake as fuck, and you will reset tomorrow because nobody is actually hitting the points that you're stuck in, and you need to share those points.
So I should just
If Professor Park is talking levels beyond your understanding, even if you so-called fake to yourself your understanding, you will never understand it.
Okay.
Right, so how do you get back? Wait, how do you get back to the
You just
basic
told me to
idea
throw out-
of this?
you
Wait,
just
let
told
me
me to
hold
accept
on. Mid-sentence.
religious arguments.
Hang on. How do you go back to the position where you can figure out a way of establishing the speed of light? Because if I'm not mistaken, isn't the speed of light one of the bedrocks of science? If you don't know the speed of light, there's a lot of things you don't know. So if you've got that wrong, then there's a lot of things you got wrong. Now, how would you find out
I will post
the speed of light?
So I can post.
Are you asking me or him?
No. Amphibious.
I can post some scientists that argue we don't know the speed of light, or even if it travels like we think it does, and they have been through, a good level of academic courses.
Okay.
I'm not trying to appeal to credentials, but I'm just trying to appease you guys because you guys are very
strident. Yes. So how do you determine which side you're looking at? Some scientists who say we can't know the speed of light, and then there's a vast majority of scientists who say we can know the speed of light. How do you determine?
How do I determine?
Yeah. Who's got the right picture?
By objectively listening for fallacious arguments.
Okay, I also want to mention something here. Science doesn't work by fallacies. Fallacies is a basic of finding out a subject using logic. But science doesn't go to the default position or something like that. Science can be weird, science can be illogical, and it will still be the right science. So saying fallacy all the time doesn't promote the conversation.
Okay, so I would kick back against that, and I would say that in order to perform the scientific method correctly, you cannot be fallacious with anything that you do. You have to be honest. You cannot skip any steps. And if there is something, and this is where scientism just presupposes things when they don't get what when they just presuppose something is true without proving it, and then they stack the whole house of cards on top of that.
So, if I may,
I just want to say again.
Let him go, Agent. Let him go.
So, Amphibious, can I ask this question? According to your definition of the scientific method, can one make assumptions?
Depends.
Why?
One make assumptions.
Isn't an assumption a presupposition?
It depends. Like if you had made, if it was observed and proven in the past, you can assume that physics hasn't changed. We haven't gone through some interdimensional wormhole, and physics is the same. So since that was proven, I can use this moving forward. That is an assumption that should be, I guess, allowed, because then if not, we're just all stuck.
So if you remember, So if you remember from when I first started this conversation, one of the things that I told you, which you seem to have a problem with, was that hydrogen on my desk works the same way as hydrogen does in a star.
When you say works, you're saying it looks and it looks through the data that we've collected, right? And I'm even presupposing that you were able to collect the data in an honest way. Okay. And you didn't choose.
Real quick,
You can
can you help me out?
choose through the data. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so there's certain axiomatic principles, axioms, right, that are self-evident that we basically build our framework off of. One, that the laws of physics are consistent throughout the cosmos, right, or throughout the Earth, right? We can all agree that's an axiom that we can all agree, right? A presupposition.
Correct.
Right? So it's a rational inference. Where with science, you can use reason, right? You can use reasoning ability, deductive reasoning, inductive reasoning, and come up with a rational inference, which some consider presupposition, right? But you can't, you gotta, with science, you could do philosophy in science, and science does have philosophy to be in materialism, naturalism, and empiricism, right? But then when you start relying on philosophy, like the deductive reasoning based off of what you see on Earth, and then you try to place that to the extremities of the universe or the cosmos with the CMB, you're no longer operating within the scientific method. You're still using reasoning. You're still using reasoning, but science, as it was established by Francis Bacon, is very rigid, right? It's very systematic, and it requires tangibility. What's out there is not tangible. It's beyond your reach. Therefore, you're not actually practicing science with one of its main pillars, which is naturalism.
Thank you for wording it so beautifully.
So you said from the very beginning that physics is the same everywhere, right? You said that was a presupposition that we could all agree on.
That's a
so
rational
why
inference,
is it
yes.
that the spectral lines of hydrogen on my desk would not be the same as the spectral line of hydrogen in a star?
Because technology advances. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead. You good? I haven't heard you. Go ahead, Eden.
Okay, thank you. So as technology continues to improve, science that was well-founded and understood can be overturned immediately. We've seen this time and time again. So perhaps the technology that we're using now might not apply to tomorrow, because someone might have just completed the development of a new technologies that is able to analyze things we've never been able to analyze before, which will draw wildly different conclusions. So yeah, we have to leave room for.
If that is true, then we can't use any scientific principle, because we're then going to worry that it's going to be usurped in 10 years' time. We have to use what we currently know. That's all we can do. Can we not?
Correct.
We can't just say,
that's fine.
well,
but
we
that's
can't
fine,
decide this because maybe in 10 years we'll have another instrument that will be able to detect something.
Theoretical physics, dude, right? Like Maku Kaku, whatever that Asian dude's name. He even admits, he even admits theoretical physics isn't science, dude.
Well, we're not talking about theoretical
physics. You can't do science.
Light.
You can't. Hold on. You can't do science in the cosmos, bro. It's not. It's not tangible.
You're mixing up theoretical physics and the hard sciences. They're two different things.
I know, but we're talking about theoretical physics, Brainiac.
No, I am not.
No, but speed of light is not theoretical physics.
When we're talking about galaxy clusters and quasars and dark matter, that's theoretical physics.
Right,
Goofy.
that's true. But we were
talking
about speed of light.
Sorry, media.
And then it moves into applied physics.
So I've been very consistent in my wording. I'm not talking about cosmos. I'm not talking about the CMB. I'm talking about hydrogen gas on my desk as opposed to hydrogen gas in a star. That's all I'm talking about. I am saying, or asking you to explain to me why hydrogen would absorb light differently in a star than when it would be on my desk. That's all I'm asking. What about physics is different from that point to that point?
Because you are presupposing that what a star even is.
without
You know
direct
the answer to that
scientific
question?
evidence.
What would it?
How do you get scientific evidence for something that's very, very far away? How do you do that?
Exactly.
And
So
more to
don't
the point.
claim.
More to the
That's the
point.
point, dude. That's
So
the
But more to the
point.
point. What?
Yeah.
What?
So the point
what
is, let's
impact
not
on?
teach
What?
it
Wait,
as
wait, wait.
fact.
But more to the point. What impact on you is there if what you are doing, when you gauge the distance to the stars or figure out what they are, what does it matter if it is not completely accurate today and we have more information tomorrow? It doesn't
Because
impact
it
anything.
changes.
Of course,
I'm
it
not
changes.
I'm not even arguing. Okay,
That's
I'm not
yeah, but
just.
it does
I am
change.
not just arguing the distance. I am arguing everything that we know about the
Gotcha.
universe that we're told. They
Right.
teach it to us like it is fact. But if you just step back from the base level and go one by one in the scientific method, you cannot get to what they teach as fact using that rigid scientific method. And
Again,
people will
this
not acknowledge
then
that.
also always comes back, because I had this problem with QE, is that you seem to have a very rigid definition of the scientific method. And what you're telling me is where you get it from is from elementary websites or websites devoted to elementary science.
No. I've gotten it from globe heliocentric model defenders, anti-flat earthers who try and debate. Can I finish? They try and debate and defend their position, but they cannot do so without being super fallacious and without sound reasoning.
Right.
So
about?
So I didn't learn from anyone except the actual people trying to explain it, but then being super fallacious. Yeah.
How about actually reading about science and how it works and how is the scientific method isn't a rigid method. It depends on the field. It is iterative. You can go back and forwards in the steps. Did you know that? Did you know that engineering does another order of steps? Wait, listen. This is very different from field to field. This is something that we developed as humanity as a tool to help us. Okay? It doesn't limit us like you
So
say.
how does it help us claiming to know that everything we're taught about space is what it is? How does that help us?
Okay, as a beginning, you will actually need to take a look at a scientific method in the level of university, at least, not elementary school. Can I give you a diagram and we will try to explain it to you?
Yeah, you can submit it. You can submit it, but I'm just going to argue just from what I've heard.
Right. You are going to ignore.
No, I'm not going to ignore.
You're going to ignore it.
Can I talk? So you're going to post it. All I'm going to say is this is the scientific method that scientism uses. It is, and it just because you have different careers, or what did you say? Different
fields of expertise.
Field of expertise. That doesn't mean that it's true. That I mean, I can't be any fucking more sound reasoning than that, because there are fields of expertise that don't do anything for humanity but collect tax money from us.
So why are you arguing with a definition? Okay, we have a definition. Okay, we have a definition of what science is. Right now,